Right? We are.
See. Go what? Go get out of here. And you want to do it too? I will do it. Well, I'm just hoping you won't. Okay. You ready? Let's go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start our meeting for October 24th with the Board of Supervisors. Roll call.
Supervisor Foy. Supervisor Long.
Here.
Supervisor Bennett.
Supervisor Bennett's had a little accident this morning, a little broken finger, but he should be hopefully in sometime this morning. So he's over at ER at BCMC. So he should be hopefully back sometime this morning.
Supervisor
Okay.
Parks.
I'm here.
And Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, please help me salute our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Our next item is the minutes of the meeting for October 17th. What's the pleasure of the board? Okay, we got a first and a second. Please vote. And that is approved. Our next item is the agenda review, and Mike.
Thank you, Chair Zaragoza. A couple items. Item 26, CEO's Office, receive and file a presentation from the Economic Development Collaborative, Ventura County, which fills the role as the Ventura County Film Commission regarding the scale and economic impact of filming in the region. A PowerPoint's been submitted. Item 27, RMA, receive and file a report regarding standard plans for farm worker and accessory dwelling units in unincorporated Ventura County. A PowerPoint has been submitted. Item 28, CEO's Office, receive and file a presentation and provide direction to staff regarding the Central Coast Region's technical feasibility study on community choice aggregation. Comment letters from Sigrid Wright of Community Environmental Council and Jan Dietrich, and a PowerPoint have been submitted. And finally, item 30, Board of Supervisors, recommendation of Supervisor Parks and Supervisor Long to approve amendments to the Women's Economic Roundtable bylaws and approve funding the 2018 WOMentum Conference and membership dues. Board letter and exhibits 1 through 4 have been submitted, and that's it.
Thank you. Supervisors, any changes or additions?
Yes,
Supervisor Long?
if we could just make sure that on regular agenda 30, we can move it ahead when we see the timing. I just want to make sure we do it before 1:30.
Okay, item 30.
Thank you.
Brian's marked that down. Okay. So what's the pleasure of the board? You get a first, and I'll second that. Please vote. And that is approved. For the movement of inspiration, I have Amy Fonzo and Michelle Newell, and we have some other individuals that want to share a little bit about careers in energy, inspiring future leaders through STEM education. And Amy, I understand you have some few people here with you. I see Laura Espinosa, and I see Yvonne Gutierrez, and of course Michelle. Is anybody else here? Rodriguez, yes. Mr. Rodriguez is here. And
Alcio from Oxnard College.
okay, and who else do we have here? Alicia?
Mm-hmm.
Gonzalez. And Richard, is he here yet?
Richard will not be here.
Will not be here? Okay, well, go ahead. You want to share some information with us?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you for being here today.
You bet. Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, members of the Board of Supervisors, and Mr. Powers. My name is Amy Fonzo. I work for California Resources Corporation, and I'm here today with employees from CRC and Era Energy and a few of our key energy partners, including LULAC, El Concilio, Oxnard College, and Santa Paula High School, to celebrate October as National Energy Awareness Month. You will see and hear firsthand how we are working with local private and public education, nonprofits, governmental organizations, labor, and others to introduce careers in the energy field. These careers run the gamut from engineers to geologists, to engineers, to helicopter pilots, all under the auspices of STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and math. By working together, we aim to equip our youth with the tools they need to become leaders of tomorrow. By designing career programs with our neighbors, communities, and the environment in mind, we hope STEM education will guide them as they lead the Golden State in meeting our growing energy needs in an economically responsible and environmentally sustainable way. Being socially conscious means recognizing the needs of our ethnically diverse communities. The opportunity to earn a solid paycheck without a four-year degree is being eliminated. However, one industry that is providing that much-needed economic mobility is the oil and gas industry. In fact, 1/3 of the industry's workforce has a high school degree or less and earns an average annual wage of $84,000. We support an all-of-the-above energy approach, which means safely developing our energy resources to support everything we do at home, work, and play. We believe in having a fact-based and balanced conversation about the critical role that energy, all forms of energy, plays in every aspect of our society, economy, and daily lives. To that end, we are proud to have participated in several STEM events, including Girls in STEM Day at Pacifica High School, which will take place again this December, and a very successful Careers in Energy Day held several months ago at Oxnard College. And now to give you a summary of the Careers in Energy Day activities that took place is my colleague, Michelle Newell.
And Amy, my apologies too, because we have Gina was supposed to be here today from the fire department, couldn't make it because of a illness. So my apologies for what's up on the board.
No problem. We also have some of our employees that thought it was 9 o'clock, so you'll see employees from CRC and Era Energy trickling in.
My apologies.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Good morning, Chairman Zaragoza.
Good morning.
Supervisors, Mr. Powers. My name is, my name is Michelle Newell. I work for Era Energy. I have a short video about the Careers in Energy event I'd like to share with you, followed by just a quick presentation and some introductions. So there's the video.
LULAC, District 17 District Director, and today was so important. They were so inspired. I saw the enthusiasm in their eyes. I saw them, I watched them as they went from session to session, and it looked like a whole new world of opportunity opened up to them. And I think that's why LULAC is proud to sponsor these types of events so that more students can be exposed to STEM education, Latino professionals.
So as you can see from the video, there we go. As you can see from the video, the Careers in Energy event was a complete success. It helped to bridge the gap between more than 130 students from 5 different Ventura County schools and allowed our companies to establish important community partnerships with local organizations like LULAC, El Concilio, and Oxnard College, who were instrumental in their success. From CRC and ERA, nearly 30 employees, some of whom I think are here today, engaged students in hands-on activities, shared their own varied career and educational paths, and reinforced that while college is important, the energy industry provides a path to good-paying jobs, regardless of education level. There are other hands-on workshops and professional organizations assisting students to find jobs, internships, and mentoring. The success of this event would not have been possible without the partnership of 3 community groups. Here to say a few words are representatives of those groups. I'm going to introduce them all together, and then a few are going to come up and speak. So Laura Espinoza, District Director, LULAC District 17, and Dave Rodriguez, State Director, LULAC California, Yvonne Gutierrez, Executive Director, El Concilio Family Services, and Eliseo Gonzalez, STEM Director of Oxnard College. Thank you. Laura?
Good morning, Chairman Zaragoza and
Good
board
morning, Laura.
members, staff. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Laura Espinoza. I am the District Director for LULAC District 17, and LULAC works diligently on expanding educational opportunities. Education is one of our core principles. So Latino students had the opportunity in this Careers in Energy event to explore different educational and career opportunities. Careers in Energies is a type of program that we are excited to be a part of. It encourages and inspires students to go to college, excel in math, science, and technology, and this program helps broaden their understanding of career opportunities for them. The LULAC students that participated in this program were provided practical educational career information that will help guide them in their career paths. And I have just a couple of thank yous that really highlight what the students got out of this event. Dear Ms. Guy, thank you to Californians for Energy Independence for sponsoring the Careers in Energy workshop. On this trip, I learned about the different forms of work after my 4-year degree. From mechanical, chemical, or civil engineering, one degree can open up an array of options of jobs. Sincerely, Antonio. Dear Ms. Guy, thank you to Californians for Energy Independence for sponsoring the Careers in Energy workshop. I learned a lot about going to this field trip. I learned that college is way different than high school, and I'm looking forward to going to Oxnard College in 2 years. Also, thank you for the burritos and chips. They were really good. Dear Ms. Guy, thank you for Californians for Energy Independence for sponsoring the Careers in Energy workshop. On this trip, I learned that oil is found in almost everything used in everyday life. Sincerely, Sierra. Thank you
Thank
for
you,
this
Laura.
time.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you, Dave.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Yvonne Gutierrez, and I'm the Executive Director of El Concilio Family Services. And El Concilio provides educational and family strengthening programs to the underserved Latino community here in Ventura County since 1975. El Concilio Family Services was very excited to partner with Californians for Energy Independence and local producers on the Careers in Energy program. This program opened a whole new world of opportunity for our students, exposing them to women engineers and Latino environmental specialists. These oil and gas workers are successful and making a difference in our community here. Exposing these young people to the possibility of careers in science, technology, engineering, and math moves them one step closer to a secure and future for them and their families. And we know through the experience at El Concilio that bringing these people to bringing people they can relate to makes a great impact on our youth. So this is a great program that more students should participate in, and we were happy to partner with them on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you for sharing. Elysium?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Eliseo Gonzalez, and the Title V Grant Director at Oxnard College. At the time, I was a Title III STEM Director. I don't know if you're aware, but Oxnard College is the HSI, which stands for Hispanic Serving Institution, just like its sister colleges, Ventura and Moore Park. Through that opportunity, we're able to apply for grants. And one of those grants is the HSI Title III STEM grant. And through that grant, what we try to do is provide multiple pathways, whether it's through career or educational pathways for Latino students. We're really trying to increase the number of Latino students in the STEM fields. Not only STEM fields, but also women in STEM, because we know there's a large gap. So this opportunity really provided our students, not only high school students, but I was also able to invite some of our college students to this event. And the big part of it was that not only high school students, they got to see college students that looked like them that wanted to go in the same fields, whether it's a young woman or a young man that want to go in STEM, because it's really difficult. And by providing them the opportunity to see someone like them, it's a fantastic opportunity. For our college students, it really provided that hands-on interaction with professionals, which our students really need. Soft skills are really important for our students. A lot of them have a hard time communicating with professionals or learning how to conduct themselves in front of a professional, whether it's application process, internship opportunities. So this event was a fantastic opportunity for them to come together, learn about these different professions, and actually talk to a professional and not just hear about them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, Amy.
In closing, a special thank you to Supervisor Zaragoza, who allowed us to schedule today's moment of inspiration through his office, and to all of you for listening to our recap of our energy and careers programs that focuses to empower all of us in Ventura County. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. And I think it's really important that I want to thank, first of all, the California Energy and Independence, LULAC, and also the El Concilio, Oxnard College, and also the Oxnard Union High School District, and all the individuals that are responsible for this. You know, we have an item today on the Economic Strategic Program for Ventura County that talks about the changing market, you know, for our youth, you know, and how we're looking into the technical type of jobs that STEM provides, you know, and I just want to thank everybody for helping us out, and I think it's important, especially for the Latino community, and for all children for that matter, but I think that service is going to really help us tremendously, and I really thank you, all of you, for being here today. Excellent job, and my apologies if somebody's late, because we did move you, you know, up, you know, to the moment of inspiration.
Thank you. And looking back, I see the Air Energy and CRC employees who really donated their time to volunteer and make the presentations at these events, so they are here today.
If you're here, please stand, all the people that are here today, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and again, my apologies, Supervisor Long.
Yes, I just wanted to also state a thank you to all of you for reaching out to your communities, and not just the college-ready kids, but the high school and the middle school, those that are in the Boys and Girls Club. I know that you reach out to your community in so many different ways, and our youth needs that mentoring. And they don't know about the job opportunities that are out there unless you tell them about it. So I appreciate all the things that you're doing and mentoring in our community. I hope that the same thing will happen at the Santa Paula College, that we're going to be reaching out to that Santa Clara Valley area. The more, the merrier on the STEM. The more education we get, the better jobs and so forth. So I just want to appreciate and say thank you very much.
Michael?
I was just going to say thank you to Amy and all the sponsors who put this on. This really can serve as a pilot, a role model for other programs and other communities and so forth. So we look forward to mimicking what you're doing out there. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
And additionally, you know, as the Boys and Girls Club's working with the Nyland Center also with the STEM program. And I understand that the El Rio School District also working on that too, you know. So I think it's really important that we elevate, you know, the studies that we have for our children. Again, thank you so much for your excellent work, and appreciate you being here this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Let's give him a good hand again. One more time. Okay. Our next item is item 7. That's a consent item, 11 to 20, and That includes 21. Oh, is it 21? Not 20, excuse me. 20. Okay, so 11 to 20. So I'll make a motion to approve. We need a second. Kelly, okay, please vote. And that is approved. Thank you. Our next item is public comments, and I have, to start off, Monica Gray, followed by Janice Love, and we'll give you 3 minutes each.
Morning, Board of Supervisors.
Good morning.
CEO Powers, Chair Zaragoza. I'm here today because I have to say thank you. I have to say thank you to everyone at Ventura College and the ESW that I have now over at the county. Everyone has been really helpful while I've been going back to school, and just like the presentation right now, everyone talking about the importance of furthering education. I couldn't agree more. I've had a really great experience, and I just had to say thank you. Most of the time I come up here ripping and
you.
roaring and, telling people how they could do their jobs better. But this is a time when I have to say thanks, because I know that for a lot of people that go into social work, when you look at the job categories and then you look at the expected wage, ooh, that category, not so appealing, because, I've been doing career exploration, because as you know, in the cannabis industry, and during my time in it, I learned about so many different career paths and things that I wanted to, look into as possible options that wouldn't get me thrown in jail. So along the same lines of the job creation and the possibility for, bringing benefit to this county, much like the energy industry is doing, I wish that we could be afforded those same opportunities, job fairs. I had a chance to take a look at a little bit of that P20, the summit that you guys put together of community partners and stakeholders, and I can't help but notice that the cannabis industry is very noticeably absent. Even though you guys have talked about the possibility of including it in future plans for our county and allowing it to some degree, I did notice that there was nothing specified about it. Saw a little bit about making it not so hard for agricultural businesses to come in. But when you think about the possibility of job creation, think about the water quality scientists you're going to need. You're going to need technicians to, test for pesticides. You're going to need so many different government jobs are about to be created in that sector that you'll need to consider. And if you're going to allow it in any form in Ventura County, I ask that you do things to safeguard patients, even things like labor protections, because when you're working for an industry and an organization that is not permitted to be there, there are certain things that you don't really feel comfortable about raising issues with, because you have no protection as an employee in an industry that's not even supposed to be there. So please consider that and do things to safeguard patients and employees and public health and safety.
Thank you, Monica.
Thank you
for
very
sharing.
much. Have a great day.
Yep, thank you. Okay, Janice Love, followed by Reggie Payton.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Janice Love. I'm a proud member of SEIU Local 2015. In these hard budgetary times, counties are doubling down to bring home care providers out of poverty. One example of this is a tentative agreement reached in Santa Cruz. Wages and benefits. Santa Cruz County providers have had no health care, only dental and vision benefits. We were able to shift funds from our base wage to both establish a health care plan and allow wages to remain well above minimum wage. We will have a Kaiser health plan with a contribution of 85 cents per hour. Initial effective wages go from $11.90 to $12.46. When the minimum wage goes up, effective wages will remain $1.21 above minimum wage. Members will be paid up to 4 hours each month for activities such as orientations, timesheet assistance, violation and appeals, and LMC. The 4-hour limit does not apply to negotiations. Registry. We strengthen our ability to represent providers who have concerns with the registry. The county will supply protective gloves, masks, and antibacterial soap. And I had just mentioned that last time I was here. So hopefully Ventura County will be next. This shows that it is possible to bring quality wages and benefits to home care providers. Let's work together and make this happen in Ventura. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Reggie Payton, followed by Amparo Arania.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Reginald Payton, and I'm a caregiver. I'm here today to talk to y'all about the wages that we get and the benefits. The benefits and stuff that we need to help us, because our family, we don't even see our family. Part of us have to get second jobs and stuff, just to make it. And now, I want y'all to step out yourself for a minute and get in our shoes. Put yourself in our shoes. What if one of your kids or your spouse, need caregivers? Who you going to look for? This is going to be a growing business pretty soon, because it's growing. Each and every day, people are getting sick, need caregivers. And as we grow, we need benefits. We're not only providers, we are psychiatrists to our providers, to our people. We are doctors. We listen to them and all, but we don't have a license. We don't have none of that. But we care about them. That's the main thing. We care about everything we do in this time and ages. So step aside and look at us and see that we need this, because this is going to be a growing business pretty soon. It's people in Ventura County getting sick every day, need help, and you're going to need providers. And the way to get that is to make it for benefits for caregivers and make the wages better. And I'm not only saying this because I got the job. I love the job. And it's going to be a lot of people love it because you get close to the people that you care for. So that's all I got to say today.
Thank you, Reggie. Amparo Arana. Where's Amparo?
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Estamos aquí representando
Necesita ayuda,
el
Spencer.
programa de HICCC.
Le va a ayudar el muchacho ahorita.
Oh, okay.
Good morning. We're here to support the program of IHSS.
Y yo vengo aquí con mi esposo a decirles la necesidad de él.
I come here with my husband to tell you about his needs.
Como todos los enfermos necesitan muchos cuidados y necesitan muchas ayudas, porque como él ve, necesita una silla de ruedas para poder
Deje que le ayude el muchacho. Okay. Go ahead.
As you can see, they need a lot of help. They need a lot of care, and as you can see, he's in a wheelchair. ¿Siga?
Para poderse mover adentro de la casa, y pues no la tiene.
Even just to move inside or indoors, and he doesn't have that right now.
Y él necesita cuidados de las 24 horas del día.
He needs care 24 hours a day.
Y también necesita mucha ayuda en muchas cosas que él necesita para su persona.
And he also needs even more help to care for his personal care.
Y realmente estamos muy reducidos de de las cosas que él necesita, porque hay veces que tiene uno que hacerlo de su propia bolsa.
There's a lot of things that he needs that we're really short on, and many times what we have to do is get out of our own pocket to pay for them.
Yo les pido de favor que si ustedes pueden ayudar y cooperar un poco más para todos los enfermos, sería una cosa maravillosa.
I'm asking that you do whatever you can to help all those sick people. That will be a very wonderful thing.
Porque realmente uno que está enfermo necesita la ayuda y no lo puede uno evitar.
Because a person that is sick or ill, they need the help, and you cannot help it.
Eso es todo. Muchas gracias.
And that's it. Thank you.
Gracias, Amparo. Thank you. That's the last speaker I have. Any other speakers for this items not on the agenda? If you want, does she want to speak? Then have her go ahead in 3 minutes, and then she can fill out a blue card.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es Marisela Chávez.
My name is Marisela Chavez.
Soy proveedora de personas mayores.
I'm a provider for elderly people.
Estoy muy contenta de trabajar en este trabajo, ¿verdad?
I'm very happy to be working in this field
Ayudar a las personas mayores que tanto lo necesitan.
in helping the elderly that truly need it.
Cada que trabajo con una persona mayor, me enamoro de ellas.
Every time I get the opportunity to work with an elderly person, I fall in love.
Veo la necesidad de las personas.
I see their needs.
Veo la carencia que tienen.
I see the things they lack.
Quisiéramos trabajar más y poder ayudar más a estas personas mayores.
We wish we could work more, even help them even more, these
Pero
elderly people.
solamente nos dan 4 horas.
But we're only getting 4 hours.
Necesitamos, yo veo mi trabajo, más que trabajo, como una ayuda para ellos.
I see my job as more than just a job, but I see a way to help them.
Veo mucho la necesidad de estas personas
I see that their need is great.
que me han dicho, ¿por qué no trabajas más tiempo? ¿Por qué no te dan más tiempo?
And they tell me, why don't you work more? Why don't they give you more hours?
Tengo que salir, tengo que trabajar 4 horas y media, irme corriendo con otro proveedor.
I have to work 4 hours and a half, and then go running to my next to be a provider for the next person.
Y veo, más que mi trabajo, veo la necesidad que hay de estos ancianos
More than seeing for my work, I see the needs of these elderly people.
que están ahí postrados en las camas sin poder levantarse.
They're bedridden and they can't get up.
Y nosotros con 4 horas estamos sobándole la espalda, sobándole sus pies, sobándole su cabeza, todo lo que podemos hacer para hacerlos sentir bien a ellos.
And during those 4 hours, we might rub their back, we might rub their legs, we might rub even their face. Whatever it is that we can do to make them feel better for those 4 hours.
Más que mi trabajo, lo veo como con un amor para estas personas que necesitan más de los proveedores.
More than just a job, I see the love that we have for these people that we have as providers.
Son personas que no pueden salir a la calle, son personas que están privados de las enfermedades que tienen.
They're people who cannot go out into the street, who are locked in by the diseases that they may have.
Y con nuestra ayuda, que no tenemos muchísima capacidad para ayudarlos, solamente con el amor que tenemos por dentro para las personas, es como hacemos el trabajo.
Even though we might not have all the skills that they may need, what we have is our love to help them, and that's how we do the job.
Somos personas que necesitamos, yo soy madre soltera, tengo 5 años divorciada y yo ocupo mi trabajo.
We are people in need. I'm a single mother, and I do need my job.
Tengo que mantener mi familia.
I have to raise my family.
Tengo que salir a trabajar, pero este trabajo, de tantos trabajos que he tenido, es el que más me ha gustado.
I do need this work, but out of all the jobs that I've ever had, this is the one that I've loved the most.
Porque es algo que me entrego de corazón. Yo me quedo más horas extras, no me interesa, cuidando y viendo que las personas lo necesitan.
I give myself to this job wholeheartedly in order to care for the people who are really in need of it.
Tengo una familia que me espera en casa,
That there's a family who waits for me at home.
pero no me interesa quedarme 30, 40 minutos más, 1 hora más, ayudándoles, dejándoles todo limpio, todo bien. Y más que nada, ellos lo que quieren es nuestro cuidado, nuestra atención, hablar con nosotros, sacar sus cosas, o sea, tantas cosas que ellos necesitan.
But nevertheless, I still stay for half an hour, 30, even an hour, to make sure that everything is ready for them, and more than that, to give them the attention that they need.
Yo quisiera, no sé, si se pudiera hacer algo para no nada más para mí, para todos mis compañeros que como yo dejamos nuestras familias, y yo sé exactamente que cada uno de ellos se enamora de sus clientes, que son personas mayores.
And I hope that you do something not just for me, but also for all these people who, I can tell you, I'm sure that they also have fallen in love with their clients.
Muchas gracias y que pasen buen día.
Thank you and have a great day.
Gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, that's... Thank you so much, and that's our last speaker that we have for items that are on the agenda. And thank you again for all of you that have been here today, and thank you to the lady with an emotional testimony. And, okay, board comments, we have Supervisor Parks.
After that emotional comment, it's, it's hard to focus on this. Thank you for your comments this morning. You just realize what an important role you play for people, and we so appreciate your passion for it, too. A few things that I just want to report on. We had our senior summit, and I know Supervisor Long was able to attend also. We had about 270 senior citizens come to Cal State Channel Islands for our summit, which had some great keynote speakers, including Dr. Stan Patterson, who spoke about artificial intelligence, and Mike Pettit, who talked about the ability of seniors to navigate in the new technology. His topic was Silver Tsunami Catches the Wave of the Future. It was a really wonderful day. The seniors enjoyed it so much, and it was great to see we had about 9 workshops going on that members could attend. And it was just a delightful day. We're going to have a future presentation at the board, so I won't get into any detail. Mm-hmm. We did give Suze Montgomery an award, the Senior Advocacy Award, named after Hank Lacayo, and that was really well received and very meaningful for her. I just also wanted a quick thanks to Sonia Croft for leading the volunteer effort. The volunteers were amazing, the people in the yellow shirts, and very much hands-on, particularly with this conference because it talked about technology, and we had a lot of the volunteers as well as the Best Buy Geek Squad actually doing very close working with the seniors. And a wonderful volunteer named Marcos, who I just met, wherever he is. He's a wonderful employee of our county, as were so many that were there. Melissa Livingston, Dr. Lambine, and it goes on and on. So just thank you, everyone, for working with that. I also attended with Supervisor Long a Women's United mixer, and just hearing about the good programs that they do. I also attended the beginning of P22 Day. P22 is the mountain lion that made it across freeways to end up in Griffith Park, and the National Wildlife Foundation is raising money for it. And the way they're working this particular event, the head of the effort is wearing the collar that the mountain lions wear, and the GPS collar, and taking the track of the mountain lions, so that will be fun to watch. Also attended, we had our Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance meeting. Also attended the NAMI's, had a Celebrate Recovery over at Newberry Park High School I was able to attend. And then last night, the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy. So it was a very full week since last we were here. I don't have any closing in honor at this time, so I'll pass it on to you.
Thank you, Supervisor. And Supervisor Long?
Thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to remind everybody about our Wildlife Corridor Town Hall, which is tomorrow night, October 25th, at the Active Adult Center in Fillmore at 5:30. This is a great outreach to our community and make sure they know what's going on. So I look forward to hearing from all of our constituents that do come and their pros, cons, and other feedback on it. Along with that, on the Associated Water We have an update from Oroville. As we know, the dam was damaged in the rains in 2017 and is temporarily fixed. However, it will not be permanently fixed till 2015. So hopefully the fixes that they have will hold on for the winter rains that we're supposed to be getting. I'd like to congratulate Chief Mark Varela for his presentation at the Delegates for Progress up in Sacramento. He did a fabulous job. Our staff was there to support and also to learn about the juvenile justice, and really excited to hear the great things that our county is doing to reduce those juveniles in our jail system. Along with that, thank you for the Visita conference. Appreciated the comments and the good discussions with Senator Stern. We also attended the Friends of Port Hueneme Library High Tea, just in fundraising for books and maker spaces and more things that we can do for our community. I also did the Camarosa water tour. That was a great tour in regards to the water diversion, the reclamation center, how they're processing water to ensure that we have water for our community that they serve. And also just to state thank you very much to Supervisor Parks for the Senior Summit. We've received quite a few calls raving about the event and how organized it was, and I believe that our senior constituents would still love to have some more tech-savvy classes for them. We even got a couple of calls on Mike Pettit's app and how excited that they were to learn and what the brain games and so forth. So the more we support them as well, I'd like just to say thank you, and then I will adjourn in the memory on these lists.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Foy.
Just real quick, adjourn the memory of people on the list, and thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you. I'd also like to share that on Wednesday, the 18th, my staff member Lourdes attended the Consulate of Mexico's Oxnard Biannual Health Week at the Channel Islands University. And this Biannual Health Week is an annual workshop, a series of health promotions and health education activities that include workshops, insurance referrals, medical screening for the underserved migrant population, where 40 states, plus the District of Columbus and 3 Canadian provinces participated. Additionally, as was mentioned before, I attended the Visita 2017 Business Outlook at the Reagan Library Conference, Reliable and Sustainable Energy, well-attended event. And Supervisor Foy was there, of course, and also welcoming those folks there, and Supervisor Long. And as mentioned, Senator Stern was there, and Assembly Member Vince Fong were also present. And, of course, Mike Powers was there, too. And again, this is a great energy policy legislation and the priorities that we need to look at. And just I'd like to share that this afternoon I'll be leaving at 1:30. I'll be heading to a Cal LAFCO conference. And our supervisor, Foy, is going to be taking over the chair for So, anyway, I also like to adjourn in the memory of the folks on this list. And I'd like to call out Lieutenant Colonel Robert Chaveras. He's a resident that lives over in Camarillo, but Supervisor Long allowed me to say a couple of words. We can adjourn in his memory. This article, there was an article came out in the Star just this weekend. Mr. Chaveras was born and raised in La Colonia, section of Oxnard, and he's a son of the Puerto Rican parents, believed to be in the only Air Force fighter pilot ever produced out of the Colonia in Oxnard. He flew more than 150 combat missions in Vietnam and two tours of duty. He earned a Distinguished Flying Cross or Crosses and a Bronze Star for heroism. He retired as a lieutenant colonel, and in 1966, he was chosen for the preliminary space program training and sent to the University of Arizona, where he earned his bachelor's degree in aeronautics engineering and also space engineering. So we're very proud of Mr. Robert Chaveras, a lieutenant governor out of Oxnard, La Colonia area. And that's all I have. Michael?
Thank you, Chair Zaragoza, board members. A couple items. As many of you may have seen in the press, there's a significant homeless encampment in Oxnard at the Halico site. And last week, I believe it was on Thursday, the city of Oxnard had a team out there, as well as many folks from your county departments here. I just want to let you know, public health was there, behavioral health, ambulatory care, our own CEO's office folks were there. So trying to help deal with the challenging problem, and just appreciate all the work they did out there. Want to let you know also that the governor vetoed a bill, SB 574, and why that's important is because that's sort of a companion bill to AB 1250, which was the restriction on contracting out. So just to give a sense of where the governor might stand, you can't predict it necessarily, but similar type of bill, and he did veto it. Want to let you know also that the Healthcare Foundation is completing its phase 1 for engraved brick opportunities at the Healing Garden at VCMC, and that runs out October 30th, and they're pretty slick. It's a nice way to memorialize and recognize folks. Mutual aid requests, so of course, huge tragedy and challenges going up in Sonoma County, and there's been a request for help from some of our folks. Fire department, of course, is up there helping, but also they've asked OES for help and with behavioral health counselors as well, and so they're working on sending folks up there. We've had some new leaders come join our teams, and very important. I know Renee Higgins, who's helping steer the ship there at the medical examiner's office. They've just announced the hiring of an assistant medical examiner, Dr. Othan Mena, from San Diego. So great, super well qualified, and very excited for all that you're doing there at the medical examiner's office. And in the public defender's office, they announced 2 promotions to assistant public defender, Paul Drevenstedt. I think that's hopefully close, and Claudia Bautista. I want to let you know also that there's a big exercise going to be happening coming up. It will be October 25th, so tomorrow. This will be a full-scale active shooter exercise put on by Public Health, Emergency Preparedness, the Ventura County Healthcare Coalition. To give you a sense, there will be over 150 medical facilities participating in this drill. So that's our county really working well together. And lastly, I'll just let you know that the wellness fair that HR and all the teams put on was a huge success. They had over 500 folks attended, and appreciate Sean and Patty and everybody doing a great job putting that on. And that's it. Thank you.
Michael, let me add a little bit more to that. That wellness event that we had here at the center was really fantastic. One of the things that I really enjoyed was a couple of good apples. They were really, wellness program is really important. I just want to share with you that with that Helico, I want to thank our staff, because our staff is all over the place, whether it's a senior summit, whether it's a wellness program. But my understanding was that there was an 80-year-old lady there, homeless lady that they pulled out of the Helico site. And again, I want to thank our people for really helping out in all events. And I said week after week, that they're really absolutely good staff that we have here in Ventura County. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, and our next item is item 30. Item 30, and that is recommendation of Supervisor Parks and Long. I'll let you go ahead and share that. You want to start off, Supervisor Long, or?
Actually, Supervisor Parks, why don't you start off with this? Yes. Do you want to do the information first, and then we'll listen to the comments after that? Okay.
We got one. You want to hear
Yes.
the public comment first? I have one public comment.
Right. So I'll go ahead and begin the report. This is, as you mentioned, a request from Supervisor Long and myself, and it's meeting a request by the, oh my goodness, a request by the Women's Economic Roundtable to give them a little bit more, I guess, understanding of what their position is, because it's pretty broad as it was. So at their recommendation, we have put together a more specific task for them. And the women's, as you know, we started this roundtable back in 2013, and we did give them a request that they work with local organizations such as chambers, local businesses, Workforce Investment Board, high schools, university. But the main point is to enhance the career opportunities of women. We have a little water spill going on here. And also to help young women on career development and advancement. And in that also, the bylaws, we pointed out that we envision that we're hosting a biannual conference focusing on topics, and that's where they put together the Momentum Conference. And it was very successful at Cal State Channel Islands in 2015. And so our recommendation is to hone the scope of those tasks of the WER members so their time is used effectively and allow some streamlining to reduce the potential of duplicating efforts with other women organizations. So our first recommendation is to amend the bylaws, and that again is to put into the bylaws the focus on organizing the conference every 2 years. And additionally, we would like to ask for this conference, which is coming up in 2018, that we fund that conference as we did in the last time that they had their conference, in their first conference. And so this time we are asking, last time it was $11,000, we're asking that we recommend up to $11,500 for the Momentum Conference. They have put together a budget, which is in your packet, and indicating their budget is at $11,236, so we'll give them a little room there and have up to $11,500 for this conference. And additionally, we are asking that our third recommendation is to fund up to $10,000 for the Women's Economic Roundtable members to join membership of Women's United. Women United is a part of the United Way of Ventura County. And then we're also asking that we authorize the funding to be authorized. But since I want to just point out the Women United effort, since the United Way moved into the Cabrillo Economic Development Corporation's headquarters, Women United has begun a concerted effort to improve the lives of low-income women living in Cabrillo Economic Development's housing developments. And they have also reached out to many mansions and are assisting the women there. And I really like that fact because here their effort is very much aligned with the Women's Economic Roundtable in trying to assist women out of poverty through job and career enhancement. So the Women's United are working to do really one-on-one career mentoring of the women in these low-income housing developments. The involvement of WER members with Women United could further the effectiveness of the WER, the Women's Economic Roundtable, by making long-lasting positive change to the economic well-being of women. And that's really what it's about, and particularly single women, and those we have found, and we just heard some statistics on it, are the ones that are have the lowest salaries and are struggling most in their job world. So being able to assist women and work with the Women United, as well as the fact that they both put on conferences, that they can work together on the conference, and we really do see that as adding value to the members of the WER and the work that they do. And this would be, if the WER members want to be part of it, there would be $1,000 for the membership. And I would note that other memberships are available to, for example, to our board members to become part of organizations. So we're looking at these 4 recommendations. I'll pass it on to Supervisor Long and for your comments too.
Thank you. Okay, so for recommendation 1, the amendments to the WER bylaws, all of the board and the WER members were in agreement that needed to be updated. So we appreciate working with the commission on that. The second item as to the funding for the Momentum, these members of this board have worked very hard and diligently, and I just wanted to say thank you to all of them for putting their heart into making sure that we're looking out for our youth, our young women that are trying to get into the work environment. And it is every 2 years. I'd like to also thank the Ventura County Office of Education for providing the space in which we're going to do that, because we were able to lower the budget amount for this conference, and it will be an excellent conference. Thirdly, there's been a lot of discussion as to we're used to do not just the conference, but other items and helping out our women in our area. And so what we're doing is really focusing on blending the organizations with the Women United. Now, it is a choice. We're providing a choice of up to $1,000 per member that was on the Weir Commission to go on to the Women United, but they do not have to utilize that if they do not want. What we're trying to do is make sure that we take our commission that is currently on the Weir and with the conference and be able to give this opportunity to still be giving back. And so that is why the funding is up to $10,000. So if we have 10 board members and each of them chose to go on this Women United, they could utilize this money or not. It is an option for them. So we wanted to at least bring that to the attention. You could still be a member of the Women United for no value. You just do not have a voting right. And the women that we have on this commission are very strong and great people in our community. We want to make sure that their voice is heard. So with that, and then the fourth one is that to make sure that the auditor make sure this happens. So again, thank you. I know we have a public comment, so I think we should go there.
Thank you. Okay.
There was also actually one more that in the bylaws, we're also looking at them forming a directory of all the different women organizations.
Oh, yes.
So we have one kind of clearinghouse resource for that. And that the Women's Economic Roundtable voted on this last night, and actually were able to get us the minutes this morning, so that was pretty remarkable. And I believe it was 2 abstentions, but otherwise everyone voted for the bylaws, and it was unanimous for the Women's United and also for the conference.
Thank you, Supervisor. We have a speaker, Shantae Morgan.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Shantae Morgan Duraso, and you guys have seen me many times come before you with different hats, speaking about different things. First, I want to thank Supervisor Foy for appointing me as representative of your district for over 10 years now.
Yeah, she's a superstar.
First serving on the Ventura County Commission for Women and then on WER. This morning, I come before you with little mixed feelings about what we have before us. First of all, I was unable to attend, which I am normally at our WER meetings. Last night I was unable to be there. I was on deadline for something, but I made a point of being here this morning because I thought it was even more important that I attend this meeting this morning. Just to kind of give you a little perspective, I am the only member on the current WER board who is also a member on the sunsetted Ventura County Commission for Women, which was sort of co-opted into the WER board. And I'm also one of the longest serving, the original appointees to the WER board. So that gives me a certain perspective on the recommendations before you. I want to say that overall I agree with most of the recommendations that are before you. The bylaws is wonderful. We've been looking to sort of retool those. Momentum, I was one of the co-organizers and chair of the first Momentum. It was very successful, and it came out of the Commission for Women, as a matter of fact. And I also, the directory, which was something that the Ventura County Commission for Women also did. However, I am troubled by the recommendation of up to $10,000 to be a part of United Women. I think United Women is a wonderful organization, and I know many of the members who are part of that. But this has to do with something else. Just to get a little history, the Ventura County Commission for Women was sunsetted in 23. And like I said, the mission was co-opted. While the commission experienced a lot of things, mostly it was governance and operational issues. And like I said, under that leadership, we published the first comprehensive study of women and girls in Ventura County, which was hugely successful. Then WER, which was formed in 2013, and Supervisor Foy once again appointed me to that organization. In 2015, we had the first countywide conference for young women in Ventura County. And as Supervisor Parks said, it was highly successful. I'm very proud of that. I was co-chair, and here we are. However, now, just as we did in 2013, because there were operational questions and governance issues, the Commission for Women was sunsetted. Now, WER has had some operational and governance issues, and now we're looking at retooling that again by offering membership to the United Women. There seems to be some pattern here. I thought WER was a government organization, okay? And under that, I think we're subject to open meeting laws. We're subject to certain ethics laws and other sort of state codes and so forth. Women United is an affinity group, and I'm not quite sure how the two mesh. It's a little confusing to me, and I sure wish I could understand that. Also, the direction in terms of what United Women is supporting, low-income women, housing, which are wonderful things. However, my understanding, at least under the original WER adoption, was that we're supposed to focus on economics and career. So I see some difference in terms of the alignment of the two groups. And then thirdly, how can the board justify spending up to $10,000 to pay for membership to an affinity group when we just heard from the union here of caregivers talking about they needed wage increases and other support? I'm just really troubled by that. Also, it's not fair. The WER organization should be representing all women in Ventura County. I'm trying to understand why we would select just United Women to support. I thought we were an organization that's supposed to represent and work with all organizations. To me, this sort of gives special dispensation to this organization, and I really am troubled by that as well. Like I said, I think it's fiscally irresponsible for the board to pay for memberships up to $10,000 for each of the board members, and I think it's not sustainable. I hope that you reconsider that part of the recommendation.
Thank you, Sanjay.
Could I make a clarification, Shante? The up to 10,000 is not per board meeting member. I just want to make sure that it is not the case. It is to be a voting member. My understanding for Women United is $1,000, so it would be for 10. Just as clarification.
Yes, I misspoke. I meant 1,000 per.
Thank you.
Shante, let me real quick. I appreciate your comments, and you're right. We've got priorities, and you saw some of those priorities here today, talking earlier. Let me ask you something. The Women's Conference sounds like it was very successful, and it was great. And supposedly we funded some of that last time.
Yes.
What would happen if we didn't fund it? Would it still go on?
No, it would not, and I'm in support of that. It was highly successful last time, and we should definitely go forward with it.
So it added enough value to the women, the people that came. Yes. You really saw it, because we don't really fund a lot of this kind of special groups. This is kind of really unique.
Absolutely.
And so, everybody else can come and tell us, fund us, right? But so you really saw the value in that, and you really believe these women got a lot out of it. Because again, anything we can do to change people's lives or to encourage them to be better, I'm all for. So, but you saw that as value.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And Shante, you've been a member for years and years and years, right?
Yes. Well, first with the commission, and then
the commission, and then with the
and
change.
then with WER 2013. Yes. So my issue is not with the funding of Momentum. My issue is with setting aside $10,000 for membership to United Women.
That I also wanted to make sure it was clear. The United Women, I was introduced this back in January as to the WEIR and trying to inspire young women and how do we counsel young women and talk to them about single mothers with housing and finance, trying to teach finance with the young women as well. And so in research with the Women United and went last Tuesday and trying to understand, because I have the same questions that you'd have as to this committee joining Women United. And if I want to join an organization, I do. But no one provides the money for me to go do that. Exactly. So I can understand your point. The Women United will be mentoring, which I think is in alignment with the WEIR. They will be helping with housing, which is very important. They will be talking about financing. So I see it joining in similar. I would like it to be more overall for the women, which I think the WEIR is doing it with this program for the conference is definitely going to be great. And then also I like being able to have a website that we can link. So when a woman has a question, they can link to the different organizations. I think making sure we're the hub of who you need to go talk to, because there's so many great nonprofit organizations here and colleges and so forth that really do a robust service for our youth. And a lot of the questions are just, who do I go to? So I see it that as really strengthening the WEIR and where they're going. So just so you know my side of it. And I do think it is a great opportunity to have the women united to join. But again, it is up to each person, the $1,000 for the voting. That's where my
Okay.
Supervisor Long, the root of the
it's a
problem.
one-time. Sorry.
I'd like to go ahead and make a
So-
motion, if I
you can
may. Thank you.
Well,
And as
let-
I see the, pardon me?
Can I just have Shante finish real quick?
The root of some of the issues with both organizations really lies in operation and support.
Okay.
And I don't understand why the board wouldn't find some way to perhaps provide some administrative support, which would help with maintaining this website, training, and creating consistency as we turn over board members. That tends to be what the issues are. They were with the commission as well as with WEIR. I don't see how that would change by necessarily paying a $1,000 membership for us to join United Women.
Right, and I appreciate your point of view. I do know that the board did vote yesterday evening to approve it. So I was just, and it states here that you weren't there and you did object on this, and that there were
Thank you, Shante.
6 other members that voted for it, just so that's on record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. Supervisor Parks, you make a motion.
Yes, is my mic on? Okay. I think the
It's-
water
it's-
spill shorted the
Yeah, I
lights.
think you shorted it, but we're still on.
What a spill. I would like to go ahead and ask the board to approve the 4 recommendations from Supervisor Long and myself. And I just wanted to point out, too, that so often what we do is very much policy, 10,000-foot elevation. The idea that this is actually working with specific women who are in poverty, single moms, and helping them with job and career enhancement. I think it will benefit not only the women that they will be assisting, but also add value to the women who are doing the assisting. I think it is a great opportunity, and we can look back. This isn't sustaining. This is one time, and we'll have it come back, and if we find out that this had some merit, we can consider doing it again. So with that, I would like to go ahead and make the motion.
I would, if you would break this up a little bit, I think it'd be better for you. And maybe the first 2 at 3 and 4, and then we'll vote on 3 separately.
I'd like to just go ahead with
Okay.
the recommendations as they are.
So, I'll second that.
Mr. Chair?
Well,
For the record, motions number 1, 2, and 3 passed, and recommendation number 4 did not pass as it did not receive the 4/5 vote as required.
Could I ask that
Number
we
4.
have a revote on item 4 and hold it until Supervisor Bennett arrives? So I'll go ahead and make a recommendation that we...
I don't think you can, because...
Can we do that, Leroy?
It has
that
to be on the
we
winning side, or
reconsider-
what?
The motion would be to reconsider item 4.
Leroy, what's
I believe Supervisor Foy would have to bring that motion
he's the assembly.
after reconsideration. I think you have to be voting on the winning side.
So Supervisor Foy would have to bring it up, is that?
So from what I hear, to make the motion for 1, 2, and 4, and that we would come back on 3? Or could we
No, it's
do
1,
a
2, and 3, right?
1, 2, and 3.
4 is the accounting of moving the funds over, so...
I gotcha.
But
Because I
4.
think the motion in question is item number 3.
passed.
Did not pass because it needs 4 votes.
But 4 is
Supervisor Foy was the prevailing vote on item 4, so I think our rule to have a motion for reconsideration, you have to be on the side that won the vote.
Could you also be someone who didn't vote on it and bringing it forward, so Supervisor Bennett could make the motion? I mean, this is, it's obviously not democracy at this point, when one person can hold up so I would, obviously, the vote is the way it is. We can't make a motion to reconsider unless Supervisor Foy makes it, but is it also the case that Supervisor Bennett could make it when he returns?
No, I think you have to be on the prevailing side, is my recollection. It's not that you're,
Right.
if you don't vote, you're not on the prevailing side. So
Well, I would ask that you review that too, because.
I'll review that at our, it's the county, it's the administrator.
But right now, it's a standard.
Procedural
I
of the board.
guess,
Leroy, but if what she's talking about, if Steve comes back, couldn't he bring another letter himself and get somebody on it and change the amount from $10,000 to $10,001? It'd be a different board letter and all that kind of stuff. I mean, if you really want to go down that
And
path.
Supervisor Foy, do you want to go through that exercise?
Well,
Or
I
would you
I don't think we should be doing this kind of stuff. I mean, it's, like I said earlier, we don't fund a lot of these conferences for everybody. And that's why, and I trust her very much about the value of doing this, pushing outside my limits to do that. So, and you even said how successful it was, and I think that's true, and that's what we do. But just adding this other side, I don't see that as value.
So right now, Leroy, it's a 1, 2, and 3 have been approved, and 4 did not happen then.
Right.
Okay?
But then that means nothing happens.
What's that?
Or
For the additional.
So number 3, even though it was approved, won't move forward. Is that correct?
I think it needs an accounting, I might defer to the auditor on this, but I think it
Auditor.
needs to be
Jeff?
moved in
Right,
the.
so the holdup is a 4/5. So the bylaws will be approved based on
That
this
Jeff
vote.
went- correct.
And the approval and the funds for the conference will be approved.
But there's no authority to spend it until it's.
The authority for the 11,500 for the conference is already there. It's coming out of the CEO's budget.
Okay.
The item in question is the $10,000 for the
Thank you.
membership.
That's what I needed
There is
to
no
make sure we
there will be no
clarified.
funding available out of
For the 1 year.
contingency funded.
All right.
Jeff, for the
Thank
1
you.
year.
Correct.
Right,
Okay.
okay.
So
Okay.
because the request was the 10,000 come out of contingency,
Correct.
and the 11,500 is coming out of the CEO budget, which only requires a 3/5 vote for
vote,
that.
correct, right.
But to take, it's an amendment to the budget, basically, to move money from the contingency fund, and that requires 4
Correct.
votes.
Requires
Thank you.
4/5
So I
vote.
just want to make sure everyone was
Okay.
clear as to what was approved and what wasn't.
All righty, sounds good. Okay. So that is, there's no additional, no support here in the second item. Okay, so that's it. Approval by 1, 2, and 3, and no on 4. All righty. Thank you. Our next item
Shante,
is-
thank you for coming today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next item is adoption of resolution establishing a 1 full-time equivalent position allocation of program administrator for the County Executive Officer's Disability Management Division.
Morning,
Matt.
Supervisor Saragosa, Chair Saragosa.
Here, we were just
members
trying to
of the
save
board.
money, and now you're adding people? What's?
CEO Powers.
Getting people to save money.
That's
Adding
right.
people
Agenda
to
item
save
31 this morning, request your board adopt a resolution establishing a new position within the CEO's newly created Disability Management Division. As noted within the board letter, the Disability Management Division was created to protect and support our injured and disabled employees, and when appropriate, bring them back to work in the most expeditious manner possible. And the return of these disabled or injured employees when injured or when appropriate to the workforce is one of the most significant issues that's been encountered with agencies and departments, particularly those in public safety. So by bringing consistent countywide approach to the process of return to work and providing guidelines and new automation to facilitate that process when appropriate, the division will play a large role in bringing those employees back and improving the outcomes for both our employees and those agencies and departments who are missing those folks. The division right now is currently very small, just 2 employees, And as we roll out a new enterprise-wide across the county automation system, as well as begin facilitating the interactive process for all agencies and departments, the addition of a new staff member is required and being recommended at this time. So the recommended resolution will authorize that. We're not requesting any funds due to salary savings. We believe we have the appropriations within the CEO's department, so we're just asking for the creation of the position, or the authorization of the position at this time, and I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions of Matt? If not, we need a motion. Okay. And a second, I'll second that. Please vote.
This is very good. This is a great opportunity to, like I said, work with people, get them back to work, save us lots of money, workers' comp, all
That's
the
right.
other things. So this is good.
And that's for all injuries, right? Michael?
Yes. Thank you, supervisors. You know, this is a huge implementation that's going on right now. It's sort of quiet. We're not really focusing on it, but I can tell you it's going to make a huge difference. All of the folks on leave will be on one system, and we'll be able to manage consistently and so forth. So really appreciate the work of this small but mighty department led by Shannon Leslie, as well as Lorena Morales, who's here today. And the IT portion of this is huge, and you're not hearing any issues on it, which is kind of great. And that's being led by John Lynn, IT director for our office. So just really quiet but amazing work that's happening to bring this program to fruition. So thank you very much, and thank you, Matt, for bringing this.
Thank you, John. Okay. Our next item is item 32, a recommendation of Supervisor Long to appoint Gary Cushing.
Yes, I am bringing this
And
up
I'll
for
second that.
Gary Cushing, who is also on our Chamber of Commerce for Camarillo, is doing many different things in this community to give back, and I'm excited for the opportunity for him to be on this commission as well.
Okay, our next item is one more.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that our ordinance indicates that the individuals that we should select should be having judicial experience, legal experience, or an educator, that they should not have political affiliations. And in this particular case, I know that the chamber in Camarillo is one of 3 in the Tri-County areas that actually makes endorsements of candidates. The chamber does write letters in support of for example, applicants who come before us at the Board of Supervisors. And so they're not also to be associated with lobbying. I know he had or continues to have a lobbying firm. So for those reasons, I'm going to abstain. You know, I know that, for example, Supervisor Bennett was very concerned with forming an ethics commission because he didn't want it to become political. And so I think we just really need to go out of our way to see that we have people representing us on that are not part of, making endorsements, doing any kind of lobbying. And so I apologize, but I just can't support this recommendation.
I thank you for. The reason why he was chosen was based on his political science background and his knowledge in the election items that have come forth and so forth, not for any support one way or another on that. I think that he's done great work with the Mobility 21 in trying to get information here. He is knowledgeable on the election process and what is going on with, for example, the taxation bill and so forth. So I thought he is a very good person that could represent our county as to what goes on there.
Yeah, and I do have the wording from the ordinance itself. Consists of 5 members. 1 appointment shall be made by each supervisor. Each appointee should be a registered voter, shall not hold any public office, serve as an officer of any political party, campaign committee, or partisan organization, employ or be employed as a county lobbyist, or seek election to office. And when selecting candidates, the commission should consideration should be given to the independence of the candidate and experience in any of the following areas: judicial experience, membership in good standing with the California Bar Association. And I'll note my appointee is an attorney who is also an ethics attorney. Should also have judicial experience, membership in good standing with the California Bar, member of a representative from a neutral political studies organization, or educator. And so I don't see him falling into that, those criteria that we've asked for. And then also the fact that they make endorsements for candidates. Will that, that's something that the chamber does. He's head of the chamber that does that. So that to me, also that he has, I don't know if it's still in existence, the Cushing Public Affairs, so that he has done lobbying and has written letters, like even if it's not for Camarillo, he's written letters for oil applications in Peru from the chamber. So it doesn't seem like it's a neutral organization because it does endorsements, and also that we are not supposed to be appointing people who do lobbying, and I see that as part of that too.
Leroy, do you have any comments on that? What is the?
Well, my comments are Supervisor Parks correctly read the criteria in the ordinance. I do not know if Mr. Cushing meets those criteria or not, but those are part of the ordinance, and those are eligibility requirements to be on the commission. So I don't know if he meets that or not. That's a factual question, I think. Whether that's a partisan organization. If it is considered a partisan organization, he wouldn't be eligible.
Right, I do not believe that that is a partisan.
And if he is or employs a county lobbyist, so if he is engaged in lobbying county on issues, so I don't know if he meets those tests or not, but that is what the ordinance states.
Does he, Supervisor?
Okay, I appreciate, and actually I was asking my staff yesterday that if there had been any calls from our board in question of this, so this is the first time I've heard this.
But he was well vetted to make sure.
And it also reads, when selecting candidates of the commission, consideration should be given to the independence of the candidate. And if you're making endorsements, will the chamber stop making endorsements? So
no.
But that, I have nothing against Mr. Cushing. It's just the position that he is in doesn't, to me, jive with what the ordinance requires.
Okay. And based on what I'm hearing, and it's very hard to have these discussions because of the Brown Act with all of you at one time. So if it is okay, I will pull this matter off and be able to come back and provide you some more information based on your concerns today.
And I think the proper vetting is important too.
And I believe he has been properly vetted, but I also value the comments that everyone on this board, and it is of no negative to me. Just want to make sure that is record. I just want to make sure we have the right people that all of us are comfortable with. So we'll bring it back. It's not a problem.
Tremendous respect for your decision.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem at all.
And I agree with you. I'm glad you did that. But I think Linda's very on point on this issue. Gary's a wonderful guy. I mean, he's a great guy, great stuff. But he's very political. He's been involved politically, he's been very political, and I think we've been trying to do this. We saw it with a bunch of different places we've gone around here. We don't want to do that, even though it's a perfect guy for a lot of things, but because we wrote an ordinance like you talked about, some of that stuff, we want to be careful what we do. And I'm going to, this is my fault because I probably should have called you earlier and said something, Your staff is going to shoot me for that, but about that, but I appreciate you bringing that up.
I welcome all of you.
Thank you. and doing that.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
No, and I appreciate that. As we put anyone on a commission, we do not want to set them up for failure in any way, shape, or form. And we've had the discussions in regards to if you felt it was political in any way, that person would have to step aside and not vote, which doesn't help this commission at all. Why I was nominating him, I have very good reasons, and we will bring this one back.
And I know he's very much glad that we have the Ethics Commission, and so I have nothing at all against him. It's just, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well, I'll be bringing this one back, so we don't have to vote on that today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is item 21, and this is a presentation of proclaiming the month of November. This is for Supervisor Bennett. Unfortunately, he had a little accident this morning, but he's not here, so I'm going to present this on his behalf. His presentation proclaiming the month of November 2017 as Adoption and Permanency Month in Ventura County. And attending is Michael Planet, our and also our our court executive officer, and Honorable Ken Kilbrew, Assistant Presiding Judge of the Superior Court, and Judy Weber, Department of Children and Family Services. And also, I understand, Michael, that the Castaneda family is here, and also the Berg family is here, and also the Zet family, am I pronouncing that correctly, are here. So I'd like to, also what Supervisor Bennett mentioned to me, that Supervisor Bennett wants to be sure that the Human Services Agency, addition to the Workforce Development Program, is involved in the discussion and planning regarding affordable housing, particularly housing intended for those who are homeless, at the risk of homelessness. And we did not see HSA in the list of agencies designated. So I'm just reading what he has here. And I'd like to share a little bit, and then we come down. It says, this is a resolution proclaiming the month of November 2017 as Adoption and Permanency Month in Ventura County, whereas nearly 500,000 incidents of child abuse and neglect are reported in California, and about 24,100 children enter the child welfare supervised foster care for the first time each year, where nearly 60,900 children in California live apart from their families in child welfare supervised out-of-home care, and whereas 40% of the children in foster care in California have lived apart from their families for 2 or more years, where 8,500 children remain in temporary care for more than 5 years, and whereas 23% of the youth in care of transitional age youth, age 16 to 20, and whereas more than 28,900 children who left foster care in the year ending December 2016, 50% were reunited with their families, 21% were adopted, 70% exited foster care without reunifying or obtaining a permanent home by the time they reach the age of the majority. And also, whereas the Judicial Council of California is committed to working with the governor and legislature, local courts, and communities to ensure every abused or neglected child finds a safe, suitable place and permanent home with a loving family and as quickly as possible. Whereas the Ventura County Court will place a high priority on adoption and permanency during this month of November and hold a special adoption ceremony November the 3rd, 2017 at the Juvenile Court sponsored an adoption and permanency information fair November the 18th, 2017 at the Pacific View Mall, featuring organizations that provide services and resources to foster adopted families. Now therefore be resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in proclaiming November 2017 as Adoption and Permanency Month in Ventura County. And I'm going to go down and give this to you. You can come up.
So good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I'm Mike Planet. I'm the executive officer for the Superior Court, and here with me today is our Assistant Presiding Judge, Ken Kellergrew, Carrie Griffith, who's also the manager of our Juvenile Justice Court operations. So we've talked about the challenge of finding permanent homes for children in the foster care system. This past year, we had 231 petitions for adoptions filed in Ventura County. We saw that of the children exiting the child welfare system, almost half were reunited with a parent, 30% were adopted, and another 12% were placed in guardianship. And the trends show that despite everyone's best efforts to find families for children placed in foster care, the need for adoptions and permanent placements remains. As part of the effort of the courts in California to improve the administration of justice for proceedings involving children and families, Ventura County Superior Court is joining courts across the state in celebrating Court Adoption and Permanency Month throughout the month of November. We've scheduled a number of activities which are in the proclamation there. On Friday, Judge Cody and Judge Cody's court, by the way, Judge Cody, who presides over the adoption calendar, and our presiding Judge Kevin McGee are tied up in calendars today, so you got the B team here today. So on Friday, November 3rd, Judge Cody's going to handle a special adoptions calendar. It's open to the public, and if you haven't attended, it's one of the happiest days in the court. And the Adoption and Permanency Information Fair will take place in the Pacific View Mall. And this has been going on for almost 20 years. And a number of our county and community partners are here that will be manning tables and booths at the mall. So on behalf of the Superior Court, I want to thank our county and community partners, many of whom are here today. We also want to thank your board for your support by adopting the resolution declaring November as Court Adoption and Permanency Month throughout Ventura County. Together, we can spread the message and encourage families to make a permanent home for a child in need. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Judy Weber, Human Services Agency. Thank you, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I would like to thank you, your board, for your continued support to the Human Services Agency and the Department of Children and Family Services. We are so proud to do this work, and we strive to keep kids in their homes whenever possible, but when we can't, we believe that kids deserve permanency, and we strive to find them a safe, stable, and permanent home. You've heard the stats already this morning. We've had some pretty good success in doing that, and so we're very proud of it. At this time, if I could recognize the adoption unit who's here. David Weinreich is the manager. We have also other staff here with us, so if they can just stand and be recognized for the work that they do. As a result of your support, we've expanded the adoption unit. We now have a total of 18 staff who are dedicated to pursuing adoption and permanency for youth. There are, we did finalize 131 adoptions last year. Currently, there's 228 kids awaiting adoption right now. Another 462 are in legal guardianship. 383 of those are with relatives, and so we are also meeting that goal of placing children in familiar environments whenever possible. So we also want to take a moment to recognize the families who are here, but before I pass it over, if I could please just recognize businesses with a heart and those individuals who are here today. They work with us in providing needed services and supports to our families. We have here today, well, Joe Benz is not here today, but he's with Bill Clark Automotive. We have Magda Wyatt, who is with Fresh and Fabulous in Oxnard, and we have Ventura County Property Shop, Donna Wood and Krista Cherry, who are here. So I want to also recognize their work. Yes. Yeah, they can stand, please. So with no further ado, I'm going to turn it over to the family so they can tell you a little bit about their stories. Thank you.
Who's the first family?
We're going to go with the Berg family, please. And then after that, the Castaneda family. And then finally, we have the Seitz family. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm a family of one, apparently, up here this morning. I'm Christina Berg, and very quickly, if I cough a lot during this, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit under the weather, but it was too important of an item to skip. I'm a 43-year-long resident of Ventura County, and I've lived in many of your districts, I will say that. Currently living in Simi Valley, where we raise our children. My husband, Michael, and I have adopted 3 times, twice through Ventura County and once through Orange County. And I'm here to tell you some of the good, the bad, and the ugly about it. We've talked about this with a lot of people over the last 11 years since we've become adoptive parents, and we're very candid about it. So I don't mind the questions, and I don't mind telling you a very honest account of how it has gone for our family, because I think reality is important here. And though I could speak about it pretty fluently, I did make some notes because I want to ensure that I'm covering what I feel are the most important pieces here. So in 2006, my husband and I adopted a girl named Brianna, who was 9 years old. She had been in foster care for 2.5 years, and that was through a private nonprofit agency in Orange County. And then through a number of circumstances, we felt it was time to adopt again. And so in 2013, we became foster parents through Ventura County. And we received 2 girls, ages 11 and 14, with a 2-hour notice as an emergency placement, with no idea whether they would stay with us or go with family. It was a very interesting time. So we're non-related family members. We didn't know when they arrived if there'd be any permanency, but we very quickly bonded with them and wanted to make it permanent. And so we did. The younger girl, Ellie, had wanted adoption from the beginning. She was very abused and did not wish to return to her family of origin. So we were able to pursue that quickly, and 13 months after she was placed with us, we finalized her adoption. Our older daughter, who was 14 at the time, did not wish to be adopted. She was less abused. She was still more bonded to her family. And so we were made her legal guardians in order to achieve permanency. Fortunately, a couple of years after that, she decided to be adopted. And so last November, in this big adoption month, we were able to finalize that just 3 months before her 18th birthday. So I will say that I think older children are desperately in need of permanency, and my husband and I feel this very passionately. We've met a number of foster parents over the last decade, and in my experience, very few of them want a child older than 5. A lot of them don't even want a child older than 2, and I know why. It's difficult, it's ugly, it's hard, it's emotional, it's messy, and you want a child that you can form from the very beginning instead of this child that comes to you completely preformed with years of trauma and abuse and neglect behind them. But these children need it. There's a serious demand to care for this cohort, and I don't think anybody should enter it lightly. So some of the challenges that we have faced is they've had longer periods of time with their families of origin and all of the abusive and neglectful instability that came with that. We'll never know the extent of our daughter's abuse and neglect. They can't tell us about it. There was a complete lack of parental supervision and structure, guidance, and rules. So there continues to be, 4.5 years later, significant resistance and even rebellion in the face of our environment and our structure. With children who experience trauma and abuse and children who lacked parental supervision, there can be highly sexualized behavior, and this is extremely challenging to temper. Earning their trust is a never-ending endeavor. Our youngest daughter, even at age 15 now, is unable to emotionally separate her previous world with our world and feel 100% safe with us. They will most likely struggle in school. I didn't struggle, so this was something very difficult for me to learn to understand and set realistic and appropriate expectations. As an example, when my middle daughter started high school, it was her 12th school. So 9th grade, 12th school, and that was the first time she was ever in one school for an entire year. Then she got to stay there for 4 years. She was the second person in her very large family of origin to graduate from high school, and it was highly emotional for all of us. It taught me that high school graduation is not necessarily a minimal expectation of everybody. It was a massive accomplishment for her. Something else that I think is very challenging is our girls have been separated from a very large family, and they no longer get to experience in the same way the culture that they were raised with. So they're Mexican and we are white, and we can joke about it, and we can say we love to have tacos, and we learn to make tamales on Christmas Eve, and we speak a little bit of Spanish, but we're still a white family in a white city, and they come from this big Hispanic culture that they now miss because of their placement with us. And then my single biggest warning, and it's funny, I've been fostering and raising my adopted girls for 11 years, but I just put these words together for the first time a few weeks ago, and that is that my daughters were a welcome and loved addition to my family. We wanted them, we worked for them, we sought them. I am a substitute for something that they never wanted to lose. So I think that people going into adoption, especially with older children who may have a tougher time bonding because of all of their years with their families of origin, need to really keep this in mind and set realistic expectations. You may not be the end-all be-all to these children. And every one of my parenting dreams is not coming true by being an adoptive parent. And that's just something I have had to accept, and I will gladly accept that and live with that for what it is that we get out of the deal. All right, let's see. Oh, the upside, because I just talked about some of the down. I have 3 beautiful daughters, and they fill my world with joy, and they write the most incredible things to me on days like my birthday and Mother's Day. I get to be a soccer mom all over again, and our social circle continues to grow as we enjoy the parents of our daughter's friends. My household is definitely lively and energetic. They know their friends are welcome over, and they don't have to worry about what might happen in the home when their friends come over. Watching the evolution of them as scared strangers to fully vested members of our family has been incredibly rewarding. And you'd be surprised at some of the firsts we've been able to experience even with older children. We got to watch our daughter Brianna walk for the first time After breaking her femur and being unable to walk for several months, she took her first steps in front of us. We got to hold first birthday parties. The girls were 10, 12, and 16 when they had their first ever birthday parties, and we got to do that for them. They have literate, sober, educated parents to fight for their academic, social, medical, and emotional needs. They continue to be astonished at some of the things that they ask for that are actually given to them. So we don't give them all of their wants, but they have all their needs met. And some of their wants are given. You know, Christmas lists are considered very seriously, and that was surprising to them. One of the best things was watching them take possession of us. So my daughters didn't call me anything for several weeks in our home, and I wondered why. And a friend of mine suggested maybe they don't know what to call you. So that day I told them I have two names in this house. I'm Christina or I'm Mom. You can call me either, and I was Mom from that day. And when I speak to my children about my husband, I refer to Dad, and the girls for quite a long time would say to me, well, my dad said that I could go here, and my dad said I could do this. The possession's been fantastic. So I do have something I'd like to share about my specific experience with Ventura County, as opposed to our experience adopting through a private nonprofit agency that contracted with several counties to place children who needed permanency. And I'll say that we had excellent social workers. We had a great response. We felt very supported. The girls felt supported. So these things were all very important to us as we went through our process. But here's what I think Ventura County is greatly lacking. There is not a matching process for parents who want to adopt with children who are long-term foster care, are not going to be reunited with their parents, do not have relative caregivers who can take them, and need a home. We got an emergency placement. I turned down probably a dozen emergency placements because I kept saying that's not what I want. I want a long-term foster child who needs adoption. And every single time I was told we don't do it that way. So one day I took a risk because the social worker who called me about my two younger girls said, you are the only home in Ventura County today who has 2 beds, and if you don't take them, we have to separate them. Sales pitch. She totally nailed it because we had to say yes. And it turned into permanency for us, but that's a really big gamble. So bringing kids into a new home is an incredible investment of time. You have to make a room. You have to buy them clothes. My girls didn't come with a toothbrush or underwear or more than one change of clothes. Everything is new to them, and so you're getting them settled with new parents, a new home, a new room, a new school, new friends, new activities, new foods, new. And then there are a number of required appointments that they have to attend, their social worker visits. It's a big commitment, and I think that prospective adoptive parents would be more willing to make that commitment if they knew that there was a good chance of permanency attached to it. It's an awful lot to ask of somebody who might have that child removed from their home. And I know that there are foster parents, because I have friends who do this, who feel that it's their calling to take a child in the middle of the night with 1 hour notice and love that child for 2 hours, for 24 hours, for a year, however long the child is with them. But then there are people like me who do want permanency. And so I wish that the county would promote a matching process with these long-term children in need of permanency and foster parents who want to adopt. I think that you would find more parents willing to step up. I think that is everything that I wanted to share with you today. But if there are any questions, I certainly welcome them.
Thank you so much for sharing.
My
Appreciate
pleasure.
it tremendously.
Thank you.
So we have 2 other families? What is it, Castaneda?
John,
My pleasure. Thank
John,
you.
real quick, I just want to say that's exactly right. I've heard other parents say that. It's so hard to get attached and somebody's gone and that whole thing. So, but I just appreciate all you've done.
Thank
and
you.
what you're doing.
No. I'm in your district, by the way.
Thank you.
Okay.
I agree. It is also just wonderful for others to hear the experiences when they're considering what to do, and it's just really beneficial. Thank you so much. You're very inspirational.
I want to mention that Paul Castaneda is also part of our businesses with the heart. He owns Coastal Cleaning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Feel a little bit nervous, but see if I could get through this. I'm a 49-year resident of Ventura County. Can't say all those years were good years here, but I thank God that my life has totally changed. I come from a family of 13. I'm the youngest. So, in 2007, me and my wife decided to get into foster care. I went through the whole process, and then I was denied after life scan because of my history. At that time, my life already had begun to change since 1995. So I wasn't about to just lie down and say, hey, you know what? Because of my history, I can't help anybody. So I decided to take it to the courts, and I got a hearing in Santa Barbara County with the adoption agency and myself and a judge. And I presented my case to the judge and to the foster care. At that time, they said, we will get back with you in a couple of months to decide whether you're eligible to help foster or take care of children. So in about 2 months, I got a personal phone call from the judge who said, you know, I thank you for not giving up, and we're going to allow you to be eligible. At that time, we had a nephew by the name of Marley who was literally left on our doorstep at 3 months old. So I felt, well, here's somebody that we could take in. So I kind of pushed the foster care to the side because now I had to attend to my nephew. At that time, we already had taken in my niece, who was 18 at the time, and she has been with us about 5 years. She already has college and doing great. At that time, we took in my nephew, who was 13 years old, who's getting ready to go to the Navy. So now I had this young boy, Marley, but it wasn't through the system. It was just a family member that we took in. So now I began to deal with him and work with him, and you know, he's great. You know, I mean, he loves baseball. He's on travel team and whatnot. So about, I want to say, I don't know, it's probably been about a year maybe or less. We get a phone call that Marley's young brother, Nico, was given meth and was taken into the system. And mind you, I already had set aside the foster care. I wasn't doing that. But something sparked inside me and said, I can't let these two boys be separated. So we went through the process again. And this time I made sure that the agency that we were going through, I said, look, in 2007 I did this. I had a hearing. I saw fit. Are you guys going to make me go through the same thing? But I was willing for the fight. It didn't matter. But they said, no, we're going to honor the ruling back then and just go ahead and take the course. So I thank Ventura County, the foster system, everything that they did for myself and for this young boy, Nico, to allow us to get there. So November 3rd, we will be adopting this young boy. And we just pray that there's a great turnout and a success story for everybody that gets involved, that, you know, there's change, and if there's more people that get involved and help out with these children, it's an awesome thing. And I wish he could have been here today, but he couldn't be here. Thank you.
Hey, we're just glad you didn't give up, and I know those kids are glad you didn't give up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for what you've done.
The Zeitz one?
Hi, my name is Christine Zeitz. I'm a teacher at Monte Vista Middle School in Camarillo, a youth sports coach, and a single mother to a pair of 17-year-old twin boys. The reason why I became each of these is that deep down I wanted to make a positive difference in this world, and I felt compelled to give back by teaching, coaching, and mentoring kids, because growing up, these were some of the people who had the strongest impact on my life. They taught me, motivated me, inspired me, believed in me, challenged me, helped me see my way through some difficult challenges while navigating adolescence, and ultimately helped me establish my sense of self and who I wanted to be in this world. I always wanted a family and kids of my own, but when that didn't happen the way I had imagined, I decided to become a foster parent with the hopes of adopting. I feel that older children in foster care are some of the most vulnerable in our society. Most people are willing to care for infants and younger children, but older children not so much. Older children tend to come with a lot more baggage and can be difficult and challenging, but ultimately they want and need what everyone else does, to be loved and cared for, a sense of security and belonging, and to feel wanted and valued. My heart is what guided me towards helping older children, as I felt this is where I was needed the most. About 6 years ago, not long after I set my intention, a stork by the name of Sadia Gottesman dropped off a surly, mistrustful, defiant, but yet sweet, kind-hearted, and lovable soon-to-be 11-year-old boy with his head hung low onto my doorstep. And so our journey together began. I will never forget that first night when I went in to check on David before going to bed, and he said to me, "It's okay to give me a hug if you want," which of course I did. Because David was a twin that had just been split up, things felt complicated. There was always a question of what about his twin brother, and how would each step, long-term foster care, legal guardianship, and eventually adoption, affect both boys. I knew deep down, at least for David, separation was his best opportunity to grow into his own personality and develop a sense of self where he could hold his head up high, look people in the eye, and develop a belief that he is smart, that he is special, and that he is capable and can do and accomplish various things with his life. I'm not going to lie, things were difficult, challenging to the point I often questioned whether or not I could do this. Thankfully, I saw the special in a boy that felt he wasn't special and had the most amazing support system, both of which have helped me get through each and every difficult moment. A couple years passed, and legal guardianship seemed the safest way to proceed without rocking the boat too much and while still giving David a sense of permanency. A few more years went by and things were good with guardianship, or so I thought, until one day during a disagreement, David blurted out, "It's not like I'm even adopted anyways." Well, I heard that loud and clear. David revealed his true heart's desire, and soon after we began our road to adoption, which, let me tell you, was anything but smooth. I think as the adoption got closer, conflicts arose within David, him truly wanting a new forever family, but also conflicted about what that meant, not wanting to turn his back on his bio family, especially his twin brother. Perhaps there was some survivor's guilt as well, because while David was in my home for 6 years, his twin brother had been living in institutionalized care, a group home, and shelter care. Our adoption kept getting pushed back as this struggle manifested itself in the form of self-harm, a crisis team involvement, and heartbreakingly a 2-week respite back at Costa Pacifica. As hard as those 2 weeks were, I think they needed to happen to help give David clarity. For the first time in almost 6 years, he was back under the same roof as his brother, and his strained relationship with his brother mended and solidified. David gained empathy for his brother's situation, and upon returning home, told me that we needed to get his brother out of Casa. Fast forward a few months to this past June, almost 6 years into our journey, surrounded by our village of family and friends, including our stork, Surya, we had a most amazing legalized adoption and celebration. One person that wasn't there, however, was his brother. I mentioned complicated earlier. Not wanting to upset his brother, we didn't want to include him in the celebration, but came to later find out that he wished he could have been included because he was happy for his brother, despite his own circumstances. Complicated. As part of being his brother's ed rights holder, I sat in on several meetings where numerous people were trying very hard to find placement for Daniel in a home setting, while simultaneously trying to help him work on behaviors that were making placement in a home difficult. My heartstrings were being tugged at, and old thoughts about the possibility of Dan maybe coming to live with us resurfaced. This time, however, things seemed a little different. Both boys had matured, and David now had the stability of adoption. Could we possibly give it a try? The tipping point for me came when the only option that was presenting itself was with a non-blood-related relative of some half-siblings that were found living several hours away. And that situation didn't seem to me to be that far from the environment they were removed from. I felt very uneasy with that possibility for Daniel, wanting to protect him from possible negative influences and feeling uneasy about what that might mean for the relationship between the twins. Complicated. I went with my heart and my intuition and opened up to the possibility of placement of Daniel, and towards the end of summer we tried an extended visit where 1 week turned into 2, and now it's been 3 months. There are many difficult and challenging moments that bring me to tears and to question if I can do this and if this is the best thing, but we keep working through the challenges, and with great supports, we are finding our way. Difficulties aside, Daniel is transforming before my eyes, experienced successes that many were doubtful could happen. Additionally, it melts my heart seeing the boys laugh and having fun together, and to see them attending the same high school for the first time, making and sharing memories together. It feels right, how it should be. These are the things I hold on to on our roller coaster of a ride. Why do I do what I do? It appears the boys and I are on a life journey together. We are learning from one another and opening our hearts to each other. And for as much as I give to them, they give back to me and more. For each successful step they take, from driving a car, going to homecoming together, getting good grades, to increasing their belief in themselves, I feel like I am making a difference, and that is my ultimate reward, why I do what I do. Thank you.
I just want to thank the families who came forward today and shared their story. It takes tremendous courage, and we are very, very thankful to you.
Thank you, Judy, and also thank you to the Ventura County Superior Court. Your Honor, thank you so much. Let's take a photo. And thank all the families that shared today, and also the volunteers and people that supported this great program, the adoption permanency program. So let's take a photo. How many people do we have here? The whole board? We'll go face Lourdes from here. He was in Indiana.
Wondering if they're going to check.
I talked to him this morning. Yeah, I want to make sure. Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
I'm going to leave that alone. Actually, there is. Yeah, very rare. Yeah, there's two actually. Our plastic surgeon, Dr. Bill Scholar, actually does. But then we have a. Could be, yes, he's very rare. Very, he's an amazing surgeon. Right. Oh, that's it. No, he used to have a very successful practice with a lot of hospital stuff. He would do a lot of just really first grade. And thank you again to HSA Barry and Judy. Thank you so much for your good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item, board members, I'm going to share it from down here. We have item 22. This is a resolution proclaiming the National Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Week, October 22nd to 28th. And who do we have? Who's Mr. Rigo? I'm going to read this as whereas the week of October 22nd and 28th, 2017 is National Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Week, and the theme is healthy home food and play areas protect children from lead. Whereas Ventura County Public Health supports environments that protect and promote the health and well-being for everyone in Ventura County. Whereas lead poisoning is preventable through a building of greater awareness of many resources of lead preventing exposure, using lead-safe practices where distributing lead paint, and ensuring that children have a healthy diet and access to health care. And whereas Ventura County Public Health Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Program, the CLPPP, has been working effectively since 1985 to reduce the number of lead-poisoned children in Ventura County through outreach, education, and early prevention intervention services. Over 12,000 children ages 0 to 21 are screened for lead each year, contributing to a continuous county and statewide reduction of elevated lead levels. Now therefore be resolved that the County of Ventura Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim October 22nd, 2017 as National Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Week in Ventura County, and calls upon all residents to observe this week by seeking information available to Ventura County Public Health regarding lead poisoning prevention and by working together to reduce the risk of community children being impacted by the harmful effects of lead poisoning. Mr. Regal?
Thank you, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, and Mr. Powers. Really appreciate the opportunity to bring attention to this important environmental and public health matter. We often do not hear about the issues related to lead poisoning, but in fact, it's a very real threat to the well-being of children in our county. As mentioned, over 12,000 children have been screened for lead poisoning, and on average, 120 per year cases we have of children with elevated blood lead levels. And so it is a very threat to the well-being of Ventura County's children, and we have a small but mighty team in public health that does outstanding work to educate and prevent issues associated with lead. Very honored to have the team here with us, and in a few minutes I'll ask them to stand up and join us for a photo opportunity. Our lead prevention team is really one of the programs that is most out in the community at various community events doing outreach and education. At almost every event we're represented out in the community. Our lead prevention and education team is there providing important information to families, to providers about this issue and how to prevent lead poisoning. So we're very proud of this team. We've had this program for over 30 years, and just in the last 5 years, they've had over 600 cases of positive, unfortunately, lead poisoning, and so elevated readings. And so they provide a lot of good work, and we're very proud of them. And this time, I'd like to have them stand up and join us at the front for a photo opportunity. The whole team that's under our division manager under this program, Patty Chan, and her team. Please come up. Yes.
Thank you very much. I did want you to just remind people as to where are these youth getting access to it?
Yeah.
Where is it that they're running into lead poisoning? Because
Yeah.
many people would think that this is not an issue.
Yes. So there is still some homes and some properties that have paint that is contaminated with lead. So that's one source. Another source is a lot of environmental contamination, but also in food and home products. So there's some pots and candy and wrappers from outside countries, China, Mexico, that a lot of or some other products, whether food or the wrapping has lead in those products.
Rico, do you have a website
Thank
that
you.
people can look at? Or?
Yes. So the public is invited to visit our public health website and under the healthcare agency, and there you will find lots of good information on education prevention and the sources for lead poisoning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Where's the mighty team?
All right.
This way? Yeah, this way. We're going to look at Jordan. Take a picture.
That finger was all the way sideways.
Oh, wow.
Glad we had a good hospital. Glad we had a good hospital.
Thank you. Test it out.
Thank you, team. Thank you for all the great work. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Got it. We'll see our Supervisor Bennett's back. You feeling okay, Supervisor? Fantastic. Fantastic. Our next item is item 23, and this is, I'm going to call Glenn Shepard, the Director of VC Watershed Protection District, and Mr. Jeff Pratt, the Director of VC Public Works. And we have this is a proclamation, October 21, 28, California Flood Preparedness Week. Be aware, be prepared, and take action. And Glenn, coming over. It says, whereas the county recognizes significant of public safety threat flooding proposes to the population of residential businesses and ag properties, critical community facilities, infrastructure, and other economy of Ventura County. Whereas Ventura County has endured multiple number of floods, including historic events in 69, 78, 1983, 1992, and 2005 that resulted in a disruption of normal life and damage to roads, bridges, levees, and other community services, and loss of ag due to the erosion and also sentiments and so forth. So I'm going to let you talk from there, and I'll give you a resolution. Thank you, Glenn. I understand you have a little
I have a little
PowerPoint.
brief, yeah. Thank you, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, CEO Powers. Thanks for this opportunity, and really thanks for your support and acknowledgement of Flood Week. Your proclamation resolution serves as a catalyst for us to be able to get this word out and have people get prepared throughout the county. One of our goals is perhaps to get on par with the media penetrations and activity on par with perhaps Shark Week, but we're not quite there yet, but definitely serves as a catalyst. I have a couple slides just to highlight flooding within the county. First slide here is a rain chart going back to 1873, and just some ideas of when flooding has occurred, as Chairman Zaragoza mentioned. I will also indicate here, major flooding is intuitively thought when we have lots of rain throughout the rain year, but in 1969 we didn't have a banner year of rain, but we had a tremendous flood. The next big one not necessarily will occur when we can plan for it, so that's it. Disasters don't wait, they just occur. Part of your flood warning system is a great suite of network rain gauges and flow meters that is publicly accessible to provide real-time rain and flow. This activity is viewed publicly as well as in your county's OES. Watershed Protection District is embedded with OES when a storm event will occur and provides real-time data to those that have to make decisions on flood activity. Resources going forward in coordination with the state, again, through the websites, flood info, links into CRS, the community rating system, which your board supports tremendously and provides a wealth of information regarding flooding in general, and along with activity aligned with the Oxnard-based National Weather Service and Flood Alert, which is an app linked in with OES and Ready Ventura County. Be Prepared resources. This particular website highlights this similar activity that is managed by the Homeland Security, federal government. I won't go through this. And this all leads up to our Storm Day event, which is next week, next Wednesday, the 1st, again combined with OES and the Public Works Agency going forward we will exercise our emergency warning system and our flood activities with the other agency departments within Public Works and OES. Take action, again, this is the moniker this year, disasters don't plan, plan ahead. And I have a short video here, a minute long.
In California, it's hard to imagine a flash flood during a drought or even a fire. But floods happen, and when they do, it can be disastrous. Everyone is at risk. In fact, flash floods are the #1 cause of weather-related deaths in California. They happen without much warning and cause millions of dollars in property damage. Flood Prepare California. Be aware, be prepared, take action. Visit floodprepareca.com to learn more about how you and your family can be flood prepared.
These are pictures from previous floods throughout Ventura County. Again, thank you for your great support by this proclamation and as a catalyst to us getting great penetration with Flood Awareness Week. Thank you.
Thank you. And, Glenn, my understanding that this year we're going to have La Nina, so are we going to have the floods again?
So it's a mild La Nina, so it's really equal chance on each side, leaning a little bit to drier in January, February, but otherwise equal chance across the board.
Well, and I'd like to say thank you. I know Kevin with OES reaching out to our Camarillo Springs area in the wintertime, even though the floods are not happening and the mountain is not coming down, but to make sure that our residents feel safe. And we know there's certain vulnerable places, and I appreciate all of the team making sure that those constituents and community members know who they can recall. So I really urge people to use that VC alert to make sure that they get the most up-to-date information. Thank you.
We also have Kevin here with us. You want to say a couple of words? Also, let's share something else because it's so hot.
So related to the heat, people can visit our readyventuracounty.org website, and there's a list of cooling centers. The Emergency Medical Services Agency hosted a coordination call this morning actually related to the heat. And we're always monitoring the different weather conditions and posting that information for people to view on readyventuracounty.org. Along with our partnership with Watershed Protection, you can get all of our information on how to prepare yourself for flood safety. And there's a Ready, Set, Go campaign that the fire department also utilizes for our flood conditions. So there's a wealth of information out there, and a lot of it's accessed via readyventuracounty.org. And I wouldn't be doing a good service if I didn't plug vcalert.org, which is our mass notification system. So people should sign up for VC Alert and then get notified when an event occurs.
And Kevin, I appreciate you connecting with our office to ensure that that system is working. I know in Northern California that was a concern, and so we reached out to you. I appreciate you making sure that our community is working.
And we also have it in our Facebook. We don't want to take anything away from Glenn, but let's just take a let's take a photo. Who else is here from Public Works? Thank you, sir. Okay, our next item is 11 o'clock, time certain? 10:45. 10:45?
10:45.
Oh, okay, well, what do I know? I'll be right up there. Okay, our next item is 1045 times certain to receive and file a presentation on the P20 Council of Education, Business, Government, and Community Leaders regarding efforts to expand educational opportunities and to build sustainable workforce and contributes to the regional economic vitality. Okay.
Well, thank you,
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Dave Shermer, and I'm the Director of Communications for the Ventura County Office of Education. We're honored to have this opportunity to introduce you to the Ventura County P20 Council as you prepare to move forward with the county's Economic Vitality Strategic Plan. The P20 Council is chaired by Ventura County Superintendent of Schools Stan Mantooth. Mr. Mantooth regrets that he can't be here today as he's presenting at a statewide conference, but we are pleased to have joining us for this presentation Dr. Greg Gillespie, the Chancellor of Ventura College Community College District, Dr. Chris Kimball, President of California Lutheran University, Dr. Jeff Chase, Provost, CSU Channel Islands, and Dr. Phil Hampton, Professor of Chemistry and Interim Director of Educational Partnerships at CSUCI. So what is the P20 Council? Well, the P20 Council is a group of key decision makers from education, business, parent groups, government, and community agencies who bring together partners throughout the region to promote the strengthening of educational and career pathways from preschool, which is the P in our name, through college and post-secondary career, which is the 20. As I mentioned, Superintendent Mantooth is our chair, but one of the great strengths of the council is the breadth of the representation that we have on our governing body, which is the core council. So I'd like to take a moment to introduce you to the other people who make up the core council. In alphabetical order, after our Chairman Mantooth, we have Dr. Erica Beck, President of CSU Channel Islands, Henry Dubroff, editor of the Pacific Coast Business Times, Dr. Greg Gillespie, who I mentioned, Eric Harrison, President and CEO of United Way Ventura County. We also have State Assembly Member Jackie Irwin and her District Director Jeanette Sanchez Palacios is with us this morning. Thank you for being here, Jeanette. Captain Chris Yonke, the Commanding Officer of Naval Base Ventura County. Dr. Chris Kimball from CLU. Melissa Livingston, the Chief Deputy Director of the Ventura County Human Services Agency, who's also here today. Ventura County Executive Officer Mike Powers. Maria Steck, the Treasurer of the 12th District PTA, who is here. Petra Pulls, Executive Director of First 5 Ventura County. And Bruce Stensley, CEO of the Economic Development Collaborative Ventura County, who's with us today. One other person who I'd like to recognize who's not on the core council but is joining us today is Dr. Marcella Klein-Williams from Oxnard College, who's a member of our Grant Advisory Committee. So as you can see, we have representation from a wide range of government, education, business organizations throughout the county, all with the goal of advancing education in Ventura County. So I'd like to now invite Dr. Chase to tell you a little bit about how the P20 Council got started.
Thank you. Thank you. Doctor, welcome.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I bring greetings from Dr. Erica Beck, who is out of state today and I was unable to be here. The P20 Council, P16 Council, was founded in 2006 by CSUCI's first president, Dr. Rush, and Dr. Charles Weiss, the county superintendent of schools. It changed its name to the P20 Council to encompass graduate schools in 2015. Over the time of its existence, it's facilitated nearly $100 million in grants for local education. Briefly, the mission. The Ventura County P20 Council serves as an engine to advance academic achievement and to eliminate performance gaps, thereby promoting college completion, career preparation, and lifelong learning for Ventura County, and plays a critical role in doing so. I would now like to turn this over to my colleague, Dr. Phil Hampton, Professor of Chemistry at Cal State Channel Islands.
Good morning. I'm here to talk to you about, I'm here to talk to you about one of the initiatives of the P20 Council, which is in the area of STEM education. And in fall of 2014, the P20 Council took on as an initiative launching the Ventura County STEM Network, which is a cross-sector group of individuals interested in enhancing STEM education in Ventura County. We really are trying to connect together businesses, higher ed, and the K-12 sector, non-governmental agencies together to look at how we can enhance STEM education in Ventura County. Our focus areas are in the area of early STEM, STEM competency at the very youngest of ages, STEM mentoring efforts with our partner US 2020, and then college and career readiness and encouraging high-quality STEM learning. We had held our very first Golden Gear Awards ceremony this last Tuesday and awarded 12 schools throughout Ventura County in educational settings with the Golden Gear Award. And it was a STEM-tastic night for everyone. So I'd encourage you, if you're interested in learning more about the VC STEM Network, I have some brochures and then also a shameless plug for the annual Science Carnival put on by CSU Channel Islands that you're welcome to attend. And I'm going to turn it now over to Chancellor Dr. Greg Gillespie to finish up.
Good morning.
Doctor, welcome.
I would just like to share just a few comments about promise programs in general. And college promise programs are an important component of what P20 works with and coordinates. And really, what we're looking at, how can we support students from middle school through high school to higher education, whether that be at community college or one of our four-year partners, CSUCI or CLU. And with the Promise programs, students learn early about the opportunities they have in education, they have a career focus, and they're supported all the way through that pathway from the K through 12 system into the higher education system. And part of these pathways in the College Promise is that if students meet certain requirements, then they're guaranteed admission into the community college and or the four-year colleges as well. And I'd really like to emphasize that this is important locally, and it's starting to really be supported at the state level. The governor recently signed AB 19, which is creating a California College Promise, the goal of which is to really support having students have free access through their associate degree in college. And that's going to be a real benefit to the residents here, because if we can work together as education partners to really look at not just providing education access that's free of cost through high school, but if we can get that through community college, which gets them to a credential that can lead to a good job or well on their way to transferring, that can really benefit all of us. But the pathway programs that are supported by P through 20 and the interactions and discussions we have help us provide services that really benefit those who are accessing education in our county. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Chris Kimball, CLU.
Can I ask a question before you leave, Dr. Gillespie?
Sure.
I know that the Promise program has a lot that goes beyond just the tuition, the free tuition for that first year. But now that the state legislature and the governor has signed that, does that program that we've had out there that at least a certain percentage of our youth have been able to qualify for, is that now gone because of this new program?
No, we have the Oxnard College Promise, which again provides free tuition, free college to those that are completing Oxnard High School, that are completing at least or registered for at least 12 units. And the Ventura College Promise is still in place as well, funding first year. What we're still in the process of learning is what's the level of resources that we will be provided from the state to expand and enhance those programs. So
students should still go for those programs like the state legislation had passed.
They should.
To be careful.
They should. And we'll get more information out as we learn more about it ourselves.
Good morning.
Morning.
One important piece of the P20 partnership is the relationship with the business community. And you'll see here that one of our initiatives then is outreach to business that can take a lot of different forms. For example, there are businesses who wonder, how can I get interns to come to our place? And we can help facilitate that. By the same token, creating opportunities by which students become aware of internship opportunities or opportunities to job shadow and learn what the workplace is about, to arrange for tours of businesses. So again, people, young people, as they look and think about where their education is going to take them, can think about the careers that are available to them here in Ventura County. And so what we want to do is continue to work on the partnership to develop pathways, directions, roads that students can take that lead them to good jobs in this county, and as well be attuned to what the county employers need from the educated workforce that comes out. So you see 3 parts of our vision here, as I say: preparation for students to be ready for the careers that are here and to have the skills, hard and soft skills, that our employers need. Also, that we can be a resource for businesses to know, here's a place we can go to kind of navigate the educational world. We can go to the P20. And then, even more broadly, to be a clearinghouse for educational information across the county, from P to 20, public. I'm here representing an independent institution. We're all partnering together in this. So I would also ask the supervisors and the audience and others to please check out our website, VCP20. A lot more information there. There are places where businesses can go in, submit their information, and get connected to students and others, and a wealth of other things that are available there. With that, I will say thank you and allow Dave to close up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you again for this opportunity. I'll be leaving behind some brochures if you want more information. And if you have any questions, we're happy to take those at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. I think it's a great partnership, to help the community, help the businesses and our students. And I just think it's just a great program that all of you have put together. And thank Michael, too, for being in that P12 committee.
Thank you so much.
If I may, Chair Zaragoza, thank you, David, and all the P20 Council members and supporters, and Drs. Gillespie and Kimball and Dr. Phil. It's an amazing organization. It's one of those where you think, how did we not have this before, right? And yet you have every level of education represented from pre-K all the way through college and university, trying to make sure students stay on track and are job ready. And it's a privilege to serve on it with you all. And it's a great tie-in for our economic vitality plan, which we're going to talk about coming up next. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And it's good to see the president of Oxnard College here, too. Thank you for being here.
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, soon. Soon. Okay, thank you. It's a receive and file, okay. Need a second.
Thank you for everyone coming today. It was a wonderful presentation. Yeah,
Okay. Okay, our next item is item 25, approval of County of Ventura Economic Vitality Strategic Plan, and that's going to be Mr. Powers' office.
All right. Thank you, Chair Zaragoza, board members, community and county members here today. So appreciate the time and the opportunity to present this to your board and to the community here. Our County of Ventura's very first economic vitality plan. And I think we couldn't have a better lead-in than we just did. Number of items, how can the county impact and improve the economy here and make our economy and our community stronger? And you just heard adoption and permanency for some of our most vulnerable children, children's health, flood protection and infrastructure, and then the P20 Council talking about workforce readiness. And I think those are the kind of things that we want to build on in the county's plan. And we feel like, cities have them and the county ought to have one. And so that's one of the reasons we thought we would do this. And I think it's turned out really well because of largely the work of the folks who are in the room here today, the stakeholders who came to most or all of our community forums on this plan, and that you've helped create this. So I really appreciate that. And we also thought, well, overall, how can we make things better? Counties impact the economy different than cities do. Not better or worse, just different. We do some of the similar things, but then we also do a lot of social health and safety services, a lot of infrastructure, as well as we're a regulator, and we partner well with our cities, and we want to partner well on workforce readiness as well. So one of the things we also wanted to do was bring in an economic development professional, a group that's what they do for a living, and we're very pleased after an RFP to select Nadelson Dale, and Roger Dale's here today, and he's going to walk us through some of the information. But just go over our goals here real quick. I won't read all this to you. I think it pretty much speaks to itself. But we don't have any illusions that we're going to solve all the economic issues, but we can make it better. We can improve the local economy here in a number of different ways, and that's why we thought it would be good to sort of look from A to Z, all the different ways that the county, as a government and employer, can impact and improve the local economy. So one of the things that we heard from the groups is the importance of being a regional partner. And I think when you hear the groups that are here today, you heard some of the presentations by P20, it's really maximizing a lot of the groups and the entities that are already out there. And they're already doing great work. If we bring them together and we can come together and work more closely as partners and share information and make employers and future employees aware of the services and that are available for job training and so forth, we can make the economy better. And the county can be a neutral convener in that. And some folks in the community groups asked us to do that. And of course, the county affects quality of life in a lot of different ways. You can see there, safety, health, social, libraries. But also, some of it's just a mindset, right? Promoting a business-friendly approach, recognizing that businesses, particularly small businesses that drive our local economy, they take risk. They take risk, and we have to be thoughtful and empathetic to that as we are regulators as well. And I know that county employees are doing that. They're being consultative in their approach to regulatory compliance. One of the things we heard at one of the sessions also was that they like to have a navigator, and we didn't wait to bring this plan. We hired somebody, and that's Rachel Linares, who is, I think, here with us today. Oh, there she is. Hi, Rachel. So sometimes, when you have to deal with different departments, everybody's working along, and you might get stuck, and she's going to help with that. And so we're trying to really listen to our business community there. Things that might not be readily apparent, but trying to keep fees low. I know a lot of our departments, RMA, Public Works, Fire, really work hard to try to keep fees low, particularly those ones that impact small businesses. Your county being Lean Six Sigma County, 8 years going now, trying to improve efficiency, reduce wait times, and then to support a startup culture. Really try to be that innovative incubator for possible new enterprises, particularly ones that are in some of the key industries like healthcare, IT, ag. We've touched on infrastructure a little bit, but the county provides, I think it's maintains over 550 miles of roads, bridges, and you can see it, bicycle paths and so forth, pedestrians, and that's going to tie in well to your board's adoption of a bicycle-friendly program for the county here, and that all ties in well as well. Of course, we know about water supply and energy being important in and of itself, but also a very important economic sector. Housing, of course, one of the big challenges and issues that we had, and how can the county help with that? And you're going to hear a little bit more about that, and you can see some of the ideas there. And later you'll hear from Chris Stevens, RMA, about having standard construction plans for farm worker and accessory dwelling units to really streamline that process and make it easier and more feasible to move forward with those. This plan will also tie in well to our general plan update that RMA is working on, so sort of double effectiveness there. And then workforce readiness, we just heard from P20, right? Well, how can the county help with that? And I think just by serving on P20, but also bringing these groups together, because there's a lot of great groups out there. Workforce Development Board, P20 you just heard from, but the America's Job Centers. A lot of folks don't know that HSA, along with the state EDD department, runs these job centers, it's just an amazing place where you have employers looking for employees and employees looking there for interview skills, resume writing, job training, whatever it is, all in these locations throughout the county. And it's just this great place where you can match up and employers and employees, and that's going on just about every day. Homeless services. You might not necessarily think of that in this context, but it really is. Number one, it's intrinsically the right thing to do to improve folks who are facing homelessness, but it also has an important impact on our local businesses, and we've heard that from a lot of our downtown organizations. The Film Commission, really want to support. That's a big economic driver in our community and big opportunity for us as well. We want to leverage the unique assets we have here in the county, like the Naval Base, the Port of Hueneme, the universities, college districts. Arts and culture is a big part of course, who we are here at the county as well. And that's important, as I say, in and of itself, but it's also an important economic driver. And definitely don't want to create new committees or make things harder. We want to sort of leverage what we've already got and coordinate them better and more effectively and leverage and maximize the effectiveness of these groups. And I think one of the things that we felt really good about putting all this together was the number of partners who came to the table. So what does a regional partner look like? Partnership. Well, it looks a lot like that. And that's just page one. And so you just had an amazing number of partners from, of course, leading the way, EDCVC and Bruce Tinsley and his team was there, Visita, Sandy Smith, and the area housing authorities, the cities. Cities were there at just about every meeting. Our colleges, our chambers were there. And it just, I don't know, it was just great to get all these different perspectives in one room. And I think that's what really helped make this process successful and informative for us. And the other thing that was important for us is to get data. You know, there's stories and so forth, and that's important, but we wanted to have data. What are the industries we can see where there's opportunity, where we're growing, and where we could be growing more than we are? And I think Nadelson-Dale really helped us shine a light on those areas. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Paul Stamper, and with a big thank you to Paul, who led this very thorough process, and I really appreciate your leadership, Paul. So take it away.
Thank you very much. Chair Zaragoza, board members, CEO Powers, Paul Stamper at the CEO's office. And as CEO Powers was mentioning, that was just page one. Here's page two. But we had over 100 participants in this planning process. And it really says a lot about the community, and also the fact that that we have that here is every bit as important as the plan itself, that we have the ability to work together on identified goals. I want to call out particularly our three sponsoring agencies for the summit, which included the EDCVC, Visita, and VCOG. And each of those groups helped us gather the people at the table and helped provide input and guidance as we worked our way through that planning process. With your board's approval today on the plan, the next phase will be implementation. And in order to be successful with that, we created an online resource. The intention behind that was, number one, to create a site where resources are available to the community, businesses. You can get full access to the strategic plan, to the economic studies that were completed, to the outcomes from all of the summit meetings that were held. And this can be added to over time. In addition to those resources, it's a place to get involved, where you can contact us, ask how you can get involved, submit ideas, and stay engaged in the process. And this is also the same place where we'll be able to post results as we proceed and recognize the accomplishments that the groups made moving forward. You'll be able to, anyone can go and visit the website, and you can easily navigate through and see the different strategy groups that have been identified and drill down within those to take a close look at the actual action plans or action items that are intended to improve the local economy. And you can go download the full PDF version of the plan, which has much more surrounding information and background supporting how we arrived at the different action items listed there. So at this point, I want to recognize, as CEO Powers did, that in order to be successful, we brought in consultants who are experts and do this work, and they helped guide us through this process. And so I'm going to invite up the managing principal from the Nadelson-Dale Group, Roger Dale, and he's going to talk to us about how the process worked and walk us through the plan itself. Roger.
Well, good morning, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, and CEO Powers. I am excited to be here this morning to give you an overview of the planning process we've gone through and some of our recommendations for moving forward.
Good morning.
Thank you. So our team has been involved with the county for just over a year now, and the process that we've gone through has taken a careful look at recent and longer-term trends in the Ventura County economy. We've also taken a look at how the County of Ventura, and by that I mean the county as a government entity, has an impact on the local economy. And all of that has culminated in this document, the Economic Vitality Strategic Plan, or EVSP for short. And that lays out a framework for the county, and again, I'm talking about the county as a government entity, to strengthen the region's economy and to systematically address some of the opportunities and challenges that we've identified through the course of our studies. And today I'd just like to take a few moments to walk you through that process. One of the first things that we did was look, as I mentioned, at the existing impacts that the County of Ventura has as a government entity on the local economy. And as you know, the county is a major employer, has about 9,000 full-time employees and a total budget of $2.4 billion as of fiscal year 2016-17, which is when we started the study. And beyond your own staff and payroll, of course, the expenditures that the county makes within the local economy, especially in key industries like construction, when you do construction projects, or in healthcare through your extensive healthcare system, those have a direct benefit to the economy as well. And those benefits are in turn extended through what is often called the multiplier effect, when county employees or county contractors spend their resources in the local economy. That trickles through the economy and extends the influence of your impacts. If we take all that into account, the county has a total footprint, if you will, in the local economy of about $3 billion per year, and that activity supports about 21,000 public and private sector jobs in Ventura County. These are impressive numbers and provide a very strong backdrop for what the real focus of this process is the strategy, the EVSP, that really addresses the question, how can the county further leverage its investment, the investment that you're already making in the economy, through targeted economic vitality programs to have an even greater positive impact or benefit to the local economy.
Let me, before you leave that, is the multiplier effect a 2.5 times or 3 times the multiplier effect of those dollars?
So the multiplier effect in terms of jobs is about a little bit over 2. In other words, you have 9,000 direct jobs and 21,000 total jobs, which includes the 9,000.
About 2 times.
About 2. So throughout the process, the focus has really been on connecting overall economic progress in Ventura County with the county's potential role in supporting that. And while, as Paul Stamper mentioned, our process has included some very detailed market studies and demographic analysis to better understand what the opportunities might be, I would say that the focus really, or the emphasis, was not really on analysis per se, but on how do we use that information to focus on specific high priority issues that warrant some attention from the county and our opportunities to develop policies around. In identifying potential opportunities, we looked at external events within California and the larger U.S. economy that are relevant to you in terms of kind of understanding what your competitive position is in the larger scheme of things, where are your strengths, where are some potential vulnerabilities. And again, all of this culminated in defining a practical course of action, what we like to call an implementable vision. And that is intended to guide the county's economic vitality program over the next 10 years or so. And as I'll mention in more detail later, the action plan consists of a set of county-led strategies that will be implemented in concert with the many partners that were identified on those initial slides. And we want to very strongly emphasize that this plan is not intended to replace the efforts of the partners or to redirect what the other organizations are doing, but to bring them together and focus on the priorities and maybe enhance the coordination on the priorities that have been identified through this process, in which they've all been active participants. Paul Stamper mentioned that a key component of the stakeholder outreach for this program has been what we call the Economic Vitality Summit, a set of 4 workshops that attracted over 100 participants. And this was really an essential part of not only helping us to understand the opportunities collectively that exist here and the challenges that exist here, but to provide a framework for leveraging a very strong culture of collaboration that, as you know, already exists in Ventura County. And I would add to this that our firm has done these types of summit processes for clients throughout California and also in a number of states throughout the U.S. This has by far been the most successful in terms of the number of participants, and I would also say in terms of the level of engagement. And your staff and the other partners that helped to sponsor this event did a tremendous job in bringing those people to the table and getting them engaged for what will be an ongoing process of collaboration. The documentation for our process and the materials that are available now on the new website that Mr. Stamper mentioned provide a very detailed inventory of the strengths and assets that Ventura County has to build on from the standpoint of economic vitality. And I'll just provide a few of the highlights. Some of these are already very well known to you. Of course, the world-class natural environment, the extremely high quality of life enjoyed by Ventura County residents are important not only from the standpoint of quality of life for your residents, but are a potential asset to build on from an economic vitality perspective. I think you can all enjoy the small town feel in Ventura County, but at the same time, you've got access to larger area amenities. So there's a great balance there. You've got some very well-established core industries that provide a good, strong basis to build on, including manufacturing, agriculture, tourism, and healthcare. And then we've already talked about the very active culture of collaboration or partnerships that are, I think, unique to this region. On the other hand, we've also identified some challenges, and again, at a very high, big picture level, just to summarize some of the more pressing issues, Ventura County, as we know, has been part of the ongoing process of recovery from the Great Recession, but has done so more slowly than the state and the U.S. as a whole. And also of interest is that the number of jobs has responded, has recovered, but the change in the mix of industries is something that warrants some attention. I'm going to talk more about that in a moment. Housing affordability, we've already alluded to this morning, and you'll be hearing more about that as we go along because it has the potential to become a real challenge from the standpoint not only of basic community functionality, but it becomes a fundamental issue from the standpoint of your long-term economic strength. And then finally, the ongoing need to balance that high quality of life that you've worked hard to establish with selected opportunities for growth to support the economy. This chart shows the trend of total employment starting in the strong years before the Great Recession and then the downturn that happened as well as the gradual recovery. Between the years 2005 and 2010, Ventura County had a net loss of about 5% of its jobs, which was somewhat worse than what happened nationally and pretty much comparable to what happened for the state of California as a whole. And if we look at what has happened since 2010, we can see that Ventura has lagged behind both the state and the U.S. in terms of job recovery. Whereas the United States as a whole is about 8% ahead of where it was in terms of total jobs in 2005, and California is even further ahead, about 10% ahead of the 2005 level. Ventura County is above that level, but only about 2%. So that's an area to be concerned or to give some attention to. The total number of jobs in the county is, of course, an important measure of how well the economy is doing and how it's recovered from the recession. But I think it's perhaps more interesting to look at the types of jobs that make up your local economy. And this chart shows some of the larger industry groups, or what are sometimes called industry clusters, here in Ventura County. And these numbers are as of the year 2015 when we were starting the study. Many of the largest employers are consumer-oriented industries, so things that serve your local population like retail and restaurant businesses, healthcare services, local financial services, and real estate. And that's pretty typical that for a local economy, most of the jobs, or a large majority of the jobs, would be focused on those local serving industries. But then there are also some industries that are smaller in terms of the total number of jobs, but still very important because of what they do to the economy in terms of multiplier effects. And these are industries that tend to produce goods and services that are exported outside the economy or outside the county, and therefore bring new dollars into your local economy. These would include wholesale trade, agriculture, of course, IT, biotech is well known as a prominent sector in Ventura County, and then, of course, tourism. So I've already mentioned the county's relatively slow recovery from the recession in terms of total jobs, and the situation is even more concerning when we look at the types of jobs that have been gained and lost coming out of the recession. And to take a look at this, we've kind of looked at a longer term time frame going back to 2001 through 2015. And to put things in perspective, I'll mention that the average wage for all jobs in Ventura County in 2015 was about $54,000. And if you look at this table, this shows the top 6 industry clusters in terms of new jobs added over that 15-year period. And the number 1 cluster is health services, which is great from both the standpoints of providing that resource to local consumers and needed health services. It's also good from the standpoint of wages because it's well above that average of $54,000 a year. It's about $5,000 higher at $59,000 per year. And then another strong growth area has been in the financial services cluster, which again has a wage well above the countywide average and also gained about 3,650 jobs during that time frame. But then if you look at the rest of these top growing or top job gaining industries, mostly are focused on retail and restaurant type businesses, which are again good for providing goods and services to the community. But from a salary or wage standpoint, they're well below the countywide average. So now we'll look at some of the clusters that have lost the most jobs between 2001 and 2015. And again, these are the top 6 in terms of the most jobs lost. And these include some very high-paying industries such as IT, insurance carriers, telecommunications, real estate, and the mortgage industry. So if we look at the overall picture for what's happened to the Ventura County economy coming out of the recession, on the positive side, the county is still growing in terms of total jobs, and in that sense we could say has fully recovered from the recession. But if we consider what's happening within the specific industries, with the growth in lower paying industries tending to outpace the growth in higher paying industries, it highlights a need to be more to achieve a more favorable mix of industries in future job growth. And that would, of course, allow the economy to continue to progress overall. And we should emphasize, I don't want to be overly alarmist about this, but we should emphasize that for these key industries where job losses have occurred in recent years, Ventura County started from a very strong base. These were industries where you have had and still have strong concentrations of jobs compared to what most communities or regions of this size would have, and therefore you had a competitive and still have competitive or comparative advantages in those areas. Generally, there are also industries that have experienced challenges nationally, so it's not necessarily unique to the county, but these are areas that you want to continue to build on as strengths and to ensure that we're doing all we can to retain and grow from within, to retain what's here and to continue to grow from within. So in that case, I think it builds a very strong argument for the need to expand the focus on business retention around these key clusters and all of the associated issues that support business retention, all the factors that create a vibrant location for these types of businesses. In the interest of time, I'm going to give you a fairly high-level overview of the EVSP or plan. And then I'd be glad, of course, at the end to come back and talk in more detail about specific areas where you might have questions or comments. The plan is organized around 6 major strategies, which I'll outline in a minute. And then the strategies are then in turn detailed in terms of 31 specific action items. Many of those action items are continuations or refinements of existing programs that the county and its partners are already active with. And in those cases, the intention is to make sure that those existing programs are fully coordinated and perhaps refocus a bit around the priorities that have been identified through this planning process. The county will take the overall lead in implementing the plan, but for each action item, we've identified several, or in some cases multiple, key partner organizations that would support the county in implementing those actions based on what those partners can bring to the table in terms of their expertise, resources, and existing programs that are addressing those issues. Just before we get to the specifics, some of the broad guiding principles that have guided this process and the way the plan has come together, and again, this has been strongly influenced by the stakeholder input throughout this year-long process. First, the emphasis, as I've already said, is definitely on growth from within versus a major emphasis on attracting new development or firms or industries from outside Ventura County. And in order to achieve that, there is a strong focus on what we call economic foundations, a sustained attention to foundational elements such as infrastructure, workforce, access to business capital, housing options, the amenities that support your high quality of life and high quality environment, and appropriate regulations to support that continued high quality environment. We've talked already a lot about collaboration, and that's really a key in this plan, is sustaining those partnerships that can positively influence economic vitality. And then within that context of partnership, a strong unified message. The individual organizations are going to continue to have their own constituencies and their different priorities and corporate cultures. But at the end of the day, through this planning process, we hope that there's a stronger sense of unity in presenting a unified front and message. So let's go over the 6 strategies and just briefly highlight some of the action areas involved in each. The first strategy, A, is to maximize the potential of the county's key assets. These are the things that were consistently identified as strengths to build on within the local economy. The first area there is to prioritize investment in critical infrastructure, to capitalize on agricultural-related industries, to optimize the use of remaining land, to establish a housing solutions coalition, also to establish an arts and culture collaborative, and then to leverage key institutional assets. This would include the Navy, the port, the airports, and higher educational institutions. Pardon me. And then, very consistent with what we've just heard from the P20 Council, to continue to promote a strong link between education and workforce development and the industries that rely on a well-trained workforce. Strategy B, related to that, is to maximize workforce readiness. And again, we would anticipate the P20 Council being a key participant in this aspect of the plan. The key areas here are to promote job opportunity awareness, to retain local workers or local recent graduates to the extent that opportunities can be provided for them that are consistent with their training. To coordinate with employers on their training needs and worker readiness issues. And again, this is something that the county and its partners already do, but to continue to focus that maybe specifically around the industry areas that we've identified as opportunities. All of this leading up to working towards a seamless path for training at all levels of education to employment. And then finally, to recognize, as we mentioned earlier, that the county itself is a major employer and to leverage that as part of a workforce opportunity. Strategy C is to grow important industry clusters, and as part of our work, we've done a detailed analysis of what's growing, what's maybe stagnating a bit, and where there are opportunities for retention and future growth. and that will be a resource. It's on the new website. That will be a resource for the partners moving forward. The first step is for the county and its partners involved in industry targeting to reach consensus on what the priority industries or industry clusters should be over the initial period of time of implementing this plan. Focusing on the actual programs would be an intensification of business retention and expansion, facilitating a culture where entrepreneurial development can thrive, and that would include expanding access to business capital. And we've already mentioned that business attraction is not necessarily a primary focus of this plan, where there's definitely a bias in favor of retention and expanding from within. But one very focused opportunity that we think exists and is already, I think, to some degree a focus here is looking at spillover opportunities from the larger economy in Los Angeles County, which we think can be an advantageous or win-win situation for both counties in some circumstances. Strategy D deals with marketing and focusing marketing and branding efforts. The first component there is to establish a countywide marketing collaborative that would focus on overall branding and messaging for economic vitality in Ventura County, and then follow that up with specific specialized marketing campaigns focused on individual economic vitality topics that have been identified through our planning effort. Strategy E deals with infrastructure, and I should mention that our plan is not a capital improvement plan or an infrastructure plan per se, but the intent here is to coordinate those other plans and processes that the county already has in place with the priorities established in the EVSP. And so the county has direct roles as a provider of infrastructure and also indirect roles in supporting other infrastructure providers, such as through its support of the Broadband Coalition and other agencies that provide infrastructure, to focus on critical infrastructure that is essential to support long-term economic growth. And that includes the full spectrum of infrastructure: water supply, water quality, transportation infrastructure, technology and broadband, and energy availability and reliability. And then finally, strategy F is to consider potential threats to economic progress and to continually monitor those and address issues as they come up. These are things that would potentially, if not given the right attention and focus, could potentially serve as bottlenecks to growth in the county. These would include, of course, housing affordability, we've talked about already. Homelessness was mentioned previously, and how that increasingly is recognized to have a potential impact on the business community as opposed to being an important social issue. Regulatory and permitting issues, and then the opportunity to maximize remaining development opportunities while still respecting the SOAR principles. If you have a chance or have already had a chance to look through our overall document, I think you'll agree this is an ambitious plan, and it probably represents more work than can realistically be accomplished within the first year or two of implementing it. So we have therefore set priorities and identified the things that we think should happen first or as highest priorities among the action items, and also provided some flexibility for the county and how it will begin to tackle these tasks that lie ahead. So to facilitate that process of refining the priorities and then monitoring initial progress, we're recommending that the county establish an EVSP steering committee, which would be led by the CEO's office and also include core partners from 9 other county agencies or other outside organizations. That core group would be the main structure of the committee, but the structure also includes 30 other organizations or partners that would support the core committee as needed on specific topics based on their specialized resources or expertise. So to take a step back from some of the details and talk about I'd like to talk about what do we really think are the essential elements to getting the Ventura County economy onto a course of long-term strength and sustainability. And I think really all of the specifics in this action plan revolve around several key themes that I'd like to just mention briefly. First of all, the county and its partners should continue to focus attention on retaining and expanding existing core industries. And I think we've emphasized that a lot, but I think it's right in line with the strengths that you have, some of the concerns we have, and also some of the resources that are in place in terms of your partnerships. That would be a prime area of continued focus. To support both the existing core industries as well as potential growth areas, the EVSP is really intended to revolve around the theme of providing an innovative culture or an innovative environment where higher paying industries can thrive and grow. And in that regard, workforce is a very critical ingredient. And it's really a question of how can Ventura County become a more viable place for workers to thrive in their careers and for their families to live. That, of course, leads us to the topic we've touched on several times this morning, which is housing is really key, and I would say across the board. Creative solutions are needed to expand the supply and affordability of housing across all income levels and demographic groups. I wanted to point out that when we started this process, we had planned to have 3 workshops as part of our summit process. Very quickly in the process, housing emerged as such a strong issue that the staff decided it would be an appropriate move to add a separate 4th meeting specifically addressing housing issues. And that meeting is well documented on the website if you're interested in the details. I want to also emphasize that we strongly respect the stance that Ventura County and its residents have taken through SOAR-type initiatives to protect environmental assets and quality of life. And one practical implication of this issue is that there's a need to optimize the use and the efficiency of the remaining land that's zoned for development.
Excuse me, I'm just
Yes,
going to
sir.
interrupt you right here because it's come up a number of times here, and sometimes you use the word optimize, and sometimes you use the word maximize the use of remaining developable land. And I would just offer to you, from my perspective, and what I'll really request is that you use the word optimize and not the word maximize. I think that the two send very, very different messages in terms of what maximize means versus optimize. And I think optimize is the most appropriate word, and you use it about 50% of the time, and about 50% of the time you use maximize. Thank you.
Well, and can I add to that, because I was going to ask in the comments, is why aren't we looking at the land that is currently developed and if it needs to be redesigned? I mean,
There is, in fact,
if we do have certain areas that are in the unincorporated areas that could be redesigned. And so I just would like to make sure we don't miss those opportunities.
And I appreciate that. There is, in fact, an action item that talks about basically inventorying opportunities where there is capacity for growth. And that would include land that has not been previously developed, but also land that may be subject to reuse or revitalization.
And how about mixed use there? Is that
Mixed use would be a potential way to use that word optimize. That's an opportunity to take land that is either vacant or underutilized currently, but to look at ways of further optimizing the use of that land.
And since we're interrupted and piggybacking on the comments made by Supervisor Long, I think a lot of people think that the real key in Ventura County is how we re-energize and reuse our existing urban infrastructure, whether it's in the unincorporated area or in the incorporated area. And so I just think we missed the point a little bit, because this keeps coming up, and that we keep talking about remaining developable land. But it's not just remaining developable land. The bigger key It's not what we do with our remaining developable land, it's what we do with our already developed land, how we redevelop that, how we re-energize that. If you look at the great metropolises around the world, Paris has rebuilt and rebuilt and rebuilt in an existing area. I think that's really a key vision here in Ventura County, and so I would hope we would capture that a little bit more sophisticated way than this. Thank you.
Michael.
Yeah, we'll make that adjustment.
So thank you. I appreciate that. The emphasis may not have come through in the brief summary today, but I can assure you that is the intent in the plan itself, and we'll make sure that comes through strongly in the way that it's finalized in the document.
Yeah, but that's a very hard thing. Remember, people own private land. You can't tell them what to do with their land. I understand what we're saying. What we can do, hopefully encourage cities and people to rezone that land that makes it more economical for people to use it better, those kind of things.
This isn't about telling anybody what to do, but it's making it economically viable to redevelop. I mean, downtown Ventura has been redeveloped in the existing urban areas, and you took stores that were underperforming and replaced them with higher-end stores. But that came with a lot of economic leadership by the city of Ventura to sort of say, okay, we've got to get a theater down here, we've got to get some attractive things to make that work.
I agree. I think that's
about.
what we could do or cities could do, and hope that's where we could encourage them to see a bigger vision. Yes.
I'll give you a prime example is the Fisherman's Wharf. We're trying to redevelop, we're trying to clean that up. That's a redevelopment. Thank you.
I have some comments on this too, if I might.
Yes.
I did also have concerns with the word maximize, and on page 11 of our packet that we have here, it does talk about not just maximizing the use of available commercial, industrial, residential properties for targeted activities, but it actually goes a step further, which is let's start inventorying all the developable land, including appropriate development characteristics. And, when the basis of this is because of SOAR, at least that's how it starts off with, respecting the SOAR principles, measures. SOAR really just enacts something that's been in place for decades and decades and decades here in Ventura County, which is you build in the cities and you leave the unincorporated area alone. It just makes it a law, essentially, to ensure that happens. So I don't want to use that as an excuse that all of a sudden, because SOAR has been renewed, we need to start looking at all the developable land and seeing what is the best use for it in terms of optimizing or maximizing. There is another approach to this. And to me, what makes our county livable, we have a policy called Health in All Policies. And we talk about we were rated one of the most, the most desirable place to live in the nation. And just recently, what was put out is the happiest cities in the United States. Our area of, I think, Thousand Oaks, Oxnard, Ventura came in 20th. The number one happiest city was Boulder. And what they're looking for, and again, I get back to what we need to look at here in our development plan, is also looking at sustainable development, because you can, build and build and make money off of the construction, but then what do you have left? So we do have to look at sustainability, and I don't see that word, I haven't seen that here. But in Boulder, I'd like to read a quote from the Boulder folks who said that cities like Boulder question the unquestioned virtues of development. This benefits visitors who can experience an emphasis on greenery, a high-quality culinary community, limited marketing onslaught, and no billboards. The greater message for locals and travelers alike is that happiness doesn't just happen. There's a genesis to it. Enlightened leaders make conscious decisions to favor quality of life over economic development or political expediency. So I just want to look at what is it that they chose as criteria for the happiest city. Things like walkability, air quality, civic engagement. And so when we talk about things like maximizing the use of land and inventorying the land and deciding what land should be developed and how much we can optimize it, I think we also have to consider, there is traffic and there's congestion, and there is air quality issues. So to me, if we look at it more of a sustainable effort, go for that walkability, go for what, the city of Ventura is doing in terms of, getting a core downtown that is working for them. But I just, I have a little concern with the broad, really building industry association emphasis of, like the CERF, the big emphasis of, how much development can we get, because we're hurting economically, because we can't get enough development. And to me, we have to look first and foremost is what is it that we want, and it's the end result of all that. And that, to me, comes down to quality of life. So we can do this. We can, ensure that we have a good economic sector. But I think we also have to look at it in how we can do it in such a way that we are enhancing the quality of life, enhancing our health and all policies, something we decided to do, and not just go for what's the maximum that we can do per, a piece of rural land, for example. So I wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, and I don't,
feeling
Roger.
this with the using words like maximize and inventorying
Yeah.
and finding out where we need to develop. We've always had the SOAR policies. It's been the general plan. It's the guidelines for orderly development. And so I do have concerns about that approach.
Okay. Certainly hear you. I guess I would say I think if you look at the plan throughout it, it's, I think, it tries to emphasize being respectful to the guidelines for orderly development, SOAR. I think it makes that as a key policy. In fact, we started the presentation with the fact that quality of life here and the beautiful environment we have to live here is one of our greatest assets. It's one of the things that makes our economy so vibrant, and so that's something that we need to preserve and protect. And I think I guess I don't see anything in the plan that's inconsistent with what you're saying. In fact, talking about some more density, which makes communities more walkable and so forth, is something that came up at the housing summit as well. So some of those specifics are in the plan. So I feel like we're tying into what you're talking about.
And let me share something too. A good development is over at River Park in Oxnard by the collections. River Park, has walkability. You can go to the movies. You can go to a restaurant. You can go to groceries. You can go to Target, you can go get a hamburger. That's a good place to look at how to optimize, the land use. It's at River Park and the collections over in Oxnard. And when I was in the city council, that's one of the concepts that we had is walk, to school, walk to the theater, walk to the restaurants, walk to the groceries. It's all there. It's a good example.
A hamburger with a Diet Coke.
With a Diet Coke.
There you go. All right.
Thank you. Can I go back a little bit to?
Sure.
I know we're talking about. I wanted to go back to infrastructure conditions. On I think on page 15, transportation infrastructure. I think one of the important things that we need to look at is work with VCTC, Ventura County Transportation Commission. Mm-hmm. We've tried to pass the tax to get our infrastructure, our freeways. For example, 101. We've had. If you drive from Oxnard in the morning to Camarillo, it takes 30 minutes just to get there. And that VCTC, the infrastructure in 101 is really important to really work on our transit connectivity for our transit between Gold Coast and the rest of the transit districts is extremely important. And of course, a repair of our roads are really, really important too. So I think those are the things that I'm sure there were some specifics that you folks talked about anyway. So,
yes, VCTC is definitely included as a partner as it relates to the infrastructure components of this.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And you want to continue?
I think we're really at the end of our presentation. The last point, again, is all about collaboration. You've got a great culture of collaboration here, and I think that's, if I can say anything about what this process has accomplished, if you look through this document, there's probably not one single brilliant idea that's going to create a great transformation or optimization of the economy. That's not really the way economic vitality works. It's a process that happens through sustained effort, through sustained investment. And I would say probably the biggest value that's come out of this process is that it has brought together these key stakeholders who've already know each other, already work together, but to refocus them on what are the opportunities at this point in time in Ventura County. And everything that each of you has said today is consistent with that. There is absolutely a focus on retaining the quality of the environment, the quality of the community, the quality of life, and there's nothing at all that would suggest changing any policies in that regard as it relates to use of particular parcels or in general. It's really just looking at what are the opportunities that can happen to best optimize the use within that framework. And that the partnerships that will come out of this are going to be critical to carrying this forward, and hopefully in 3 or 5 years looking back and seeing that there's been specific progress on those fronts where there's been a raising of the awareness of what those issues are and where the priorities need to be at this time.
And working with the, our partners like Visita, EDCBC and the
Yes.
P20, and we're all part
And
of it.
over 100 of them that participated, and that's, to us, that's the real value. The document is great, it kind of documents what happened, but the real value has been that process of that interaction that's happened
Working
throughout and
together.
that will continue
That
as we move
partnership,
forward.
Yes, I had a couple questions.
Yes.
One, on page 3, you were talking about leveraging the unique assets of the Navy base in the port of Hueneme, correct? It said Port Hueneme, and I wanted to make sure that was a clarification for people. And then also, I had a concern on 9, some challenges. I would have to push back and state that the regulatory burdens that we have on the state is a huge factor for our economy here in Ventura County. I didn't see that in that, what you were talking about. I wanted to make sure that we did note that.
Yes, we will.
I guess so a couple of things on that. I mean, I think we did highlight that, and a big part of the whole Lean Six Sigma program that we have is designed to do just that, is to look at the regulatory process, see if we can streamline it, work with the folks on the front lines to see if each step in the process matters, and if we can reduce those steps and reduce wait times. And that's also why we added a navigator in, as well as having Rachel in here to help with those very things.
Okay, and then on 12, we were talking about the emphasis of growth within. If we've already lost many of the some employers, we're going to have to reach outside to get some. I just want to make sure that we're looking at growth within and also bringing some in, as that's a comment for me. And then lastly, I just wanted to talk about the clusters. In reviewing the clusters, I was trying to figure out where the port was called out there in your categories. Want to make sure the port is called out, Port of Hueneme, because they do import and export, which is such a huge issue for us. Also, national defense, our Navy base is actually a very strong economy for here, and we need to remember that in that list. And then also utilities. I didn't see anything where we're calling out gas. We have green energy that we're creating that could be an economy for us that we need to make sure that we don't lose sight on as well. I'm kind of going back and forth with Ventura County Civil Alliance that also did a study on all of the different industries that we have here. So I'm trying to make sure that we're meshing and we're not forgetting any of the other important factors.
Okay, thank you. If I could just briefly mention, the port is not identified as a cluster per se, but as it supports and as a component to other clusters. For example, I mentioned that wholesale trade is very strong, and that would be a connection to the port.
Right.
When we look at the Navy, it drives potentially manufacturing and other types of businesses. So we capture it that way. It's not identified as a separate cluster, but as a part of other clusters that has an important engine for those activities.
Right. It just, with our foreign trade, that is an important aspect to make sure that we're utilizing, and I just want to make sure that we do not forget about that.
Sure will. Thank you.
Okay, any additional,
Do you have more to say? Are you done?
any more? You done?
Oh, okay. I just, let me just say, though, that I appreciate you guys did a good job. I looked you guys up on your website. You guys are a very credible organization that's doing this kind of thing, and so it's great. But there's a lot of great facts that came out of here, and a lot of people got to see a lot of real stuff. And there's a lot of great things that were in this that showed this county is doing some really good things, and there's some tough stuff. And and based on what I think, basically you'd say, what policymakers do, we can't ever create a job to help people live and enjoy this California dream and this Ventura County dream, but we can create an environment, and I think that's where you guys are coming from. It's what we can do for this environment to make it so that people can prosper and really enjoy this. So I thought the facts and the things that you brought out really help us understand. And we heard the other day some things about, based on the environment you do create, certain things, if it's heavily regulated and heavily in certain way, you're not going to get certain industries that come into those. If it's heavily unionized, you don't get certain industries in those kind of places. If it's whatever it is, a certain industry comes based on certain things. So we just have to know that we've lost a lot of great jobs. But by doing that, we've got to figure out how we're going to bring, if we're going to have this environment that we say we want to create, then we're going to have to bring in high-paying jobs, figure out how we're going to bring these people in to allow them to live here, because this is not a place where you bring in the lower-income jobs. So I think this kind of thing was very vital to show us those kinds of policies. And hopefully, this will also be presented in front of all the city councils, because this is a team effort. As in this county, we have a lot of oversight for a lot of things, but the growth in all the other areas to optimize, building areas, to bring housing so people can bring jobs, so my people have places to live, and are going to happen in the cities. And so I'm excited about where this is going and what you've done with it. So thank you very much for all the hard work. And I do agree. One thing about this county, as you said, I've seen this so many things. These people cooperate together. They really do have a community effort of a small town saying, it's all of us together, we're going to do whatever we can. And so I'm glad you saw it as somebody coming from the outside and saying, doing this probably a lot of places. You saw that here, huh?
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely did. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, board members.
One thing that I forgot to state, and I apologize, I've already hit the ground running with this, and I'm so excited that it's already going to be implemented, that I didn't say thank you to all of those that have put the effort in, and for all those that showed up for the 4 different meetings to make sure that we capture everything. I'm ecstatic that we have an environmental aspect to our general plan that's going to be coming up, hopefully, if we approve. And I'm really looking forward to this. So I apologize if I go right to the questions, but I really am that's why I'm so excited. I'm looking into it deep because I really want it to be as powerful as possible. And I appreciate all the work on it. So thank you.
And with that, we have some speakers also.
I did want to,
before we get to the
I
speakers.
did comment on that one F4, which I obviously had concerns with, which talks about maximizing property. But I do also want to laud the effort that was put together to put this together. I just really appreciate the input, and I do see a lot of advantages to this. But since we were on that topic, I wanted to point that out. At one point, and I see the Hader Alawami here from the city of Thousand Oaks, and he has the position of being able to help that economic growth in the cities, and I don't know if not all cities have the ability to have someone like that on their staff. But I know way back when the city at one time actually went and looked at all the properties on the boulevard and determined which made the most tax dollars that come into City Hall, and then we're looking at those were the properties that were underperforming and and to me, I find that to be intrusive in the private marketplace. People, the businesses, if they make it on their own, that is great. And so I have a little concern with the heavy hand of trying to steer what development should go where, because I like the free marketplace for that. But aside from that one, I also wanted to second Supervisor Long's comment regarding green energy. As we're looking at it, even later on today, we'll be talking about the potential of having more local green energy efforts going on through if we want to go into a way of doing the community energy alliance that we're looking at. So that you just think about the potential of having more solar and looking at wind and other types. People have been talking about wave, but we have a lot of opportunity here, so I think that's something that we could really push forward on. Also, it talks about spin-offs in here, and I like the concept of not only the spin-offs that are mentioned here, for example, with the naval base and with education, but we also, as a government entity, we have the ability to assist entrepreneurs because we have these facilities. And one example I recall is when we did a pervious pavement type of manufacturing company. They put pervious pavement on our parking lot, and the water just drains right into it. And so the idea that we have that ability to use our resources to encourage new businesses and startups, I think we should incorporate that too as a spin-off opportunity. I've gone to conference sessions that talk nothing but how government can use their facilities to allow for entrepreneurs to come in, and they can end up becoming quite successful as a result. And then I just have one question, and that's regarding the recommendation to establish a housing solutions coalition. I know that there are many, many housing efforts out there, different types of coalitions already out there. So I'm not sure about, are we talking about let's put them all together into one, or maybe we should join theirs? But I just note that there are many out there already, and perhaps we can help in making them more effective. But I don't know if we necessarily need to now form our own coalition and then bring everybody into that. So that's the question I have.
Michael? Well, certainly our preference would be to build on what's already there. We don't want to reinvent the wheel, so we'll check into that, and I'll talk to you about that more. Related to that, too, we talked about marketing before, and I think if you see on the plan, I think it's page 9 or so, I don't know that we need to create a new marketing campaign. Workforce Development Board, working with the agency, already has a great campaign out there, grow your business, live your life. So we'll be building on what's already out there. So thank you. Okay, Roger, you're done with your presentation. Thank you so much. And I have some speakers that I'd like to call. We have about 8 speakers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. Good presentation. 3 minutes. We'll start off with Hugh Riley, followed by Mike Pettit.
I will take 3 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Members of the board, Mr. Powers. As a member of the partnership, as part of I attended all 4 summits, I just wanted to come and say a big thank you to the county for initiating this, and compliment your staff for the leadership they put together to have this. We had a very powerful group of people at these summits. And finally, I just want to say that as Council of Governments, I'm sorry, I didn't identify myself. I think you know who I am, but I'm Hugh Riley, Executive Director of the Ventura Council of Governments. We certainly want to offer our help and as a continuing partner, especially in the areas of affordable housing and homelessness, but also in the broadband infrastructure categories and sustainable energy. These are areas that we focus on. And as members of, as your part of your partnership, we certainly want to offer that assistance. And thanks to Supervisor Long, your plan will be a highlight and a feature on our next Council of Governments board meeting on November 9th. So appreciate that, and I'd like to have the opportunity to continue to help with.
Thank you. Okay.
Supervisor Zaragoza,
Hugh,
brought up
we have a question by...
No, he brought up a really good point that when we look as a county government and what our mission is really to help people who are homeless, people that need to have, that have no other choice, because that's our first priority. So I like to have that emphasis in here too, because that's going to help everyone. Job training and getting these people, off the streets and not having a homeless problem is a huge, benefit to.
We're going to be working on that.
And I can tell you, it's in there. It's in there, and we highlighted it right up front because it's the right thing to do intrinsically, as I said, but it also is the right thing for our economy and our local businesses. It's absolutely a priority. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Hugh. Okay, Mike Pettit, followed by Melissa Livingston.
Thank you, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, CEO Powers. For the record, Mike Pettit, Chief Information Officer with the County of Ventura. Under your board's leadership and the innovative drive of our CEO, we have a little head start on the infrastructure strategy component of the EVSP. And so as you're all aware, about a little over a week ago, we had our first ever broadband summit, and it was well attended by more than 80 individuals. And somewhat of a surprise when you talk about getting together to talk about technology for 2.5 hours. People came and they stayed for the whole time. We had representatives from all the cities, our county, many of our economic development folks. And this was a collaboration between business leaders in the region, our municipal and local government leaders, and our economic development collaborative in Ventura County. At the end of the meeting, we passed out, we heard the imperative for broadband, we heard from Google Connected Cities on what broadband has done in bringing that technology to their areas, how that's spurred the economy, it's brought high-paying jobs, it's improved the quality of life, it's helped minimize the social equities and balance those of education amongst their community representatives. And so very, very powerful presentations. And then we've heard some local success even from the city of Westlake. Ned Davis shared on that. And then we had telecommunications providers sharing what we can do as municipalities and local government to facilitate infrastructure development. Lastly, we shared a municipal and local broadband development toolkit, and I have that here for you. I'll pass them out. And it's technology-based. It's on a USB drive. It has an assessment of broadband in our area, and then a toolkit for a local government to help facilitate broadband in our region. So I want to thank you for your leadership and vision and your unwavering support in this. And again, our CEO's drive. He's a firm believer in innovation and how that can better the lives of our people and improve the services of government in our region. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, our next speaker is Melissa Livingston, followed by Stacy Roscoe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Melissa Livingston, Chief Deputy Director of the Human Service Agency. I'm here in the capacity today of representing our Workforce Development Board, your Workforce Development Board, some of who are in this room today, as well as many of our partners. And I think it's really, in looking at this plan and being part of this process, this plan actually has put together a very comprehensive view of what we need to do, but it also is honoring and celebrating work that we've done over many, many years as a collaborative. And I want to speak specifically to the Workforce Development Board's contribution to that. Many of our partners are in the room today. Our partners, our role with the Workforce Development Board is to be a connector, is to be a convener, similar to what we've recognized the county's role is in bringing all of this together. And there's been a longstanding success record with the Workforce Development Board in those relationships that it's formed. It's formed relationships with industry. It's formed relationships with education, P20 Council, with labor, and with our America Jobs Center network and other workforce partners. And the work readiness piece of this plan really just celebrates the work that we've been doing and the work that we're going to continue to do. And I think it's somewhat ironic that the sector portion of this plan is very much in alignment with the work that our Workforce Development Board has done. We have created industry sectors. In fact, we've been recognized by the state as being the only region in California who's been smart enough to focus on those industry sectors and recognize the importance of strengthening those sectors and preparing our workforce. And so those sectors are manufacturing, their health care services, it's also clean, green, and our business services and hospitality. And so I think that the most important thing that we can do as we move forward is to strengthen this collaboration and increase our sphere of influence through continuing to do the good work that we do. And even though we've shared with you that we've seen some reductions in our core grants for our workforce programs, for adults, dislocated worker, and youth programs, we are starting to see an infusion of grant funding just to do the work that this plan has put before you. And that work is about building capacity, and it's about infrastructure. So we look forward to the Workforce Development Board and its collaborative network to be part of this plan, an integral part of this plan to assist in retaining our businesses, retaining our workforce, and creating quality of life in Ventura County.
Thank you, Melissa. Our next speaker is Stacy Roscoe, followed by Bruce Stenzel. Stensley. I should know.
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, board members, and CEO Powers. I'm Stacy Roscoe. We're retired from Procter & Gamble after 27 years working out of the Oxnard plant. I'm a lifetime member and past president of VICITA and currently serving on the board and the executive committee of VICITA. For 67 years, VICITA has served as an advocate for sound economic policy and a thriving business climate in Ventura County. And as such, we welcome the opportunity to partner with the county in support of sound economic policy in this public process that crafted the Economic Viability Strategic Plan. VCETA recognizes the important role that the county plays in our local economy and supports the plan's finding that the county is uniquely positioned to serve as a catalyst to strengthen partnerships and to build new public and private partnerships in support of a sustainable, vibrant regional economy. VCETA looks forward to the role it will play as one of those partners and in support of our mutual goal of realizing such a regional economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bruce Stensley, followed by Arthur Alawani.
Good morning, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Bruce Stensley, EDC, VC. 5 quick points. First, we hugely appreciate the report, its depth, its detail, its volume, and you can never know too much. It's an incredible achievement, and we really appreciate that. Secondly, looking at the report in specific, it's incredibly valuable. I want to emphasize that point, to understand what is the footprint of the County of Ventura, what is the significance of your leadership, and how the report articulates the roles that the county can play in contributing to regional economic vitality. That is a huge asset to have. Third, from our desk, what we try to do is look at everything in the world of economic development through a certain lens or perspective to ask the question, is it advancing the 3 fundamental elements of economic development being, is it really promoting the degree to which we are effective in retaining and growing our business base? It does that. Secondly, is it savvy about the notion of business attraction? That is, are we doing that on a strengths and assets based? Not a race to the bottom, but understanding what makes Ventura County strong and special, and can we be effective? And I think it does effectively address that. And third, it's really about entrepreneurship. That is, can we energize the innovation and creativity of people in the region to create new jobs and opportunity? You see all of that in the report. Fourth, looking at a couple of specifics in what is our role, and we are hugely eager and ready to participate in rolling this out. Our role is a partnership with the Workforce Board and others, and I think it's Strategy B, Strategy C around industry sector activity. That's where we spend our lion's share of activity, very focused on business access to capital, connecting industry to global opportunity, retaining and growing that base. And as you mentioned a moment ago, Ventura County grows business as an element maybe to Strategy D. The cities have collaborated with the county and others in the Workforce Board's leadership to identify how can we really communicate the assets, strengths of the region. Lastly, the last slide that we had up there about, that Roger had about what needs to be done, couldn't agree more. Just hitting those points again. It is about the key industries of Ventura County. It's a very diverse county. We can keep and grow those. It's about high-paying jobs and making sure that we have the incomes that allow people to access the quality of life. Workforce is the competitive advantage of the 21st century economies. We know that. Housing is key. In optimizing what we're going to do within the regional footprint, what makes Ventura County special is it does not look like Los Angeles. It is a unique community with a specific identity. But to optimize those potentials, we need to make sure we're looking very carefully at how we're taking advantage of what we have available to us, and agree collaboration is key. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bruce. Harder, and then followed by Jeffrey Lambert.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, CEO Powers. My name is Haider Awami. I'm the City of Thousand Oaks Economic Development Manager. And on behalf of the City of Thousand Oaks, I'm here to support the action today regarding the plan. As some of you know, the City of Thousand Oaks just recently presented our own economic development strategic plan to the City Council, which was overwhelmingly supportive of that, and to serve us in the next 10 years with regard to our own economic growth. This county's economic vitality strategic plan will complement what the city has already been doing. We will create a committee, just like what this plan is suggesting, to move forward with the actions and recommendations in the plan. Again, the county's plan will promote regional support and collaboration to help boost the local and regional economic growth. And finally, the city manager, Andrew Powers, sends his support of this plan as he prepares for a very important meeting tonight with regard to our future growth. So with that, thank you, and thank staff for for their work on this plan, and hopefully we will collaborate together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jeffrey Lambert, followed by Sean Peronsky.
Good afternoon, board members. Jeff Lambert, Community Development Director for the City of Ventura. A couple comments for you today. One, I want to reiterate what you've heard several times. Thank you for making economic vitality important for Ventura County. I really appreciate that. I also want to recognize your staff. This was a robust public process and discussion, which you should be proud of, and clearly you heard that today. I also want to just appreciate that the collaborative nature of the going forward. This is really about us all working together. We are clearly in this together. A couple local examples that I think you'll appreciate. Our council last night recognized a company called Spring Industries. It's not named after Mr. Spring. They actually make springs, and they actually to this day still export to China. Really amazing third-generation company in Ventura. Manufacturing is strong in our community across the county, and I think it's important that we really continue to focus on that part of our economy. The opposite of that is Trade Desk, which we're very proud of in Ventura that we helped create and spawn in our incubator. They're now a 700-person company around the world. When you look at all the offices they have, which is something like 13 offices around the world, Ventura is their top one. I'm very proud of that personally every day. And then one that you all obviously all know of is Patagonia. Not only are they a city employer that's now 550 strong in the city, they will soon be a county employer in the county. We obviously will work closely together between the two jurisdictions to make sure that they continue to grow in the city. I also want to acknowledge the positive comments about the city of Ventura by a couple board members. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We work hard to have a strong economy in Ventura, and we don't do it alone. We do it with all of our partners, as you do. And third, I look forward to working with all of you to deliver on the results of this and the promise of this report and plan, so we have a strong economy in Ventura County. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Okay, Sean. Where's Sean?
Good morning, board members. My name is Sean Porosky with Ventura County CoLab. I'd like to start off for thanking our county CEO, Mike Powers, and his staff for their excellent job in putting together this strategic plan. Their outreach effort in collecting a broad and diverse array of stakeholder input was an excellent example of how the county can engage with the public on these important policy issues. A strategic plan on how to promote economic growth here is needed now more than ever. In the past week, we've seen two stories highlighting the economic challenges facing our state and our county. The first was a revelation by the Census Bureau that because of California's high housing costs, we're the state with the highest proportion of people living in poverty, with over 20% of Californians below the poverty line. The second was the news that last year Ventura County was in a recession, our GDP having shrunk 2.7%. This in spite of the fact that California's economy grew by 2.9%, the same state where 1 in 5 people cannot afford their basic needs. If that many people are finding it difficult to make ends meet in a state with a growing economy, how much harder is it for them to do that in a place with disappearing jobs? It is a reminder that in spite of the wealth and natural advantages around us, there's still many people living among us who struggle on a daily basis to live in a decent home, find a well-paying job, and give their children the life they want. We cannot ignore their needs by looking around complacently at what we already have and calling ourselves satisfied. This is not sustainable. Indeed, the discussion we just heard about sustainability and maximizing versus optimizing highlights a fault line along which the discussions of economic vitality occur. Our history since the recession has been that of economic stagnation. This is sustainable for the wealthy and those who already have their nice home. But for those who are struggling and the strivers among us, that is not sustainable. Sustainability means being trapped where they are. So what can we do? It is good that the strategic plan acknowledges the role housing plays in economic growth. This is very, very important. Its commitment to engaging with the business community and industry groups is also a welcome method to gather new perspectives on how we can improve as a county. Our approach should be to create a welcoming regulatory environment for businesses. If we want companies and entrepreneurs to create jobs here, we need to make it easy for them to do so. I'm confident that by working with industry and business, our hardworking county staff can help the business community identify the solutions they need in order to make regulations easier and to bring jobs here to our county. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean. Supervisors, Supervisor Bennett.
Well, thank you. This is the first time that the Board of Supervisors really had a chance to weigh in on this effort that has been out there. So I appreciate it, and it's understandable that you're hearing sort of a lot of different things from the supervisors as we go forward. I've tried to, outside of the one comment about optimizing versus maximizing, I wanted to hold my comments until now. I want to compliment this effort. I think that the idea of having a focused economic development effort is a valuable one, a healthy one that's happened. I think a good faith effort was made to try to hit the proper mix in Ventura County. Our last speaker sort of highlighted the fault line that is out there, and it doesn't have to be a fault line. There's actually, but you're going to have some people that are always going to be pushing on this is what's wrong, and we have to, and there'll be people that be on the other side of that. But I think there's been a good faith effort to try to make this happen. So I'm going to jump a couple of different places, and I have a number of comments again because it's the first time. But my first one is just a question for the CEO. There is no cost estimate associated with this. We're sort of like doing this and then we're going to hear back in 18 months. Yet we have lots of cost identification in the report, some of them identifying, between $50,000 and $100,000 of one-time money for this and that, et cetera. Can you help me with, normally we have the cost estimate here. It's not here with this. I can see why it'd be difficult to do with this. This is a sort of an outline, but it's not necessarily that we're going to do all of these things. And so do the costs come when we actually put the estimate in? But it's probably one of the more important questions in my mind here is in terms of that.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor. Yeah, what will happen is, as some of them are already budgeted, and for example, the position we have for the navigator. And some of the things your board is already focusing on in terms of even the investment in Potrero Road for a bike path, that kind of thing. So some of them will be most of them, in fact, will come in the form of the budgets from the departments. We just wanted to give you a ballpark estimate of sort of how significant they were. Right. More of a guideline. We're not approving any budget items here today.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Which gets me to my next thing. There's a number of places in here where we say we're going to refocus. It's not going to be new dollars. It's going to be refocus. Other places it says, hey, new dollars are going to be needed. That refocus means something doesn't get done. And I just want to, in a healthy respect for the value of this, I just want to make sure that we have a healthy sort of clarification of the board, what we're not doing so that we can do more of this, that kind of thing as we go forward. That's not an easy request, I recognize, but it's, and I don't want to be fine tuning it, but there in terms of that major area, I want to ask on that. The second thing is the makeup of the committee. I know the CEO's office is going to be sort of chairing that committee, but it's in my mind, it's a little unclear what the makeup of that committee is going to be in. So could you help me with that, or should it be the consultant?
Okay. Paul?
Sure, thank you. I'll see if I can recall. There's a core committee that was identified in the plan, and that include a representative from key sectors, including cities, chambers, also nonprofit, and a housing representative. There were 9 other representatives. I'm sorry, I think I'm missing a couple in there.
You have anybody from labor too?
And the idea is that this core committee is going to help prioritize and focus efforts, but then reach out to the ancillary support from other organizations on their key areas.
So again, since this is the first time that we've had a chance to weigh in on any of this, like even the makeup of the committee, I just would offer that there can be a tendency for a committee to actually choose one of the two sides in the fault line. And I think that it could tarnish the very good faith effort that's been made here to reach that balance. So I'm just concerned that we make sure that committee doesn't get so loaded with it's got to be economic, it's got to be growth, that we don't hit this mix, because there, again, I think a good faith effort's been made to try to hit that mix. All right.
Mike, go ahead. Well, I don't think I would just say in response to that, Supervisor, and I think that you hit the right word there, which our goal in all this was to strike the right balance.
Right.
And that's, can be elusive, but it is certainly, we'll be cognizant of that. We have been and we will be going forward.
And so as the committee, as at the committee makeup level, I just want to make sure that we consider that. The issue was raised by this gentleman here, and it's been raised by others and stuff, about the number of jobs that we have here in Ventura County, and that our job growth hasn't been the same as California or the rest of the nation. And I just want to offer a perspective, and that is that the unemployment rate, if some place could have a lot of retirees move in even, bringing significant amount of wealth with them, and not necessarily increase the number of jobs, or potentially they could be increasing those restaurant jobs and those service jobs, et cetera. And that could be a trend that's happening here in Ventura. Certainly it's a trend that's happening in a place like the Ojai Valley. It by itself is not as accurate of a measure as I think the unemployment rate, and the unemployment rate in Ventura County's actually still been pretty healthy. So there's some subtlety to that I think is more important. What I do think is, so I would encourage that we focus less on the total job number and we focus on what you rightfully focused on, which is the mix of jobs. We want more of those high quality jobs, those high income jobs, and what are the things that we need to do to try to be able to do this. You point out that we've started with a strong base here in Ventura County, an above average base. And so inevitably you're going to have some people trying to attract those companies and jobs, et cetera. And so it takes me to the next thing, and that is that business retention and entrepreneurship development and startups strikes me as the far more appropriate way for us to go, rather than getting into the zero-sum game of business attraction that oftentimes takes you to the lowest common denominator and all that. And that's what the plan does. I'm just trying to reinforce that.
Thank you.
Trying to reinforce that's in the plan. I saw you getting ready to point that out. So I'm a hearty yes, but I'm also trying to highlight, because there are some comments about that. So that legitimate issue. There are two other specifics. I requested that we change the word maximize to optimize. There are two other very specific things on page 47 of the document. We have listed who is supposed to be sort of to help implement on each of these issues. On the issue of homelessness, we have this chart, and we have lots of different people listed. But what's not listed, and that's what I sent down in case I couldn't get here, is HSA, which is our agency that actually provides homeless services, is not listed as one of the stakeholders on page 47 to do that. Now, we have other departments, like we have the GSA department is the GSA department is listed to be doing item E4, but item F2, which is homelessness, we don't have the HSA department. And I assume that that's an oversight, because obviously if they're providing the homeless services, they would be doing that.
Yes, the HSA has been very involved in the development of this process, is very involved in the continuum of care, homeless services, our coordinating council,
so
everything that we do.
So I think it was just an oversight to not have that in there. The other one is on the pink document, and I'm not sure everybody has this, but this is one that I think we make a mistake by including it. There is, it states this, so this is the detailed action items, major theme, maximize opportunities for expanded economic development, and then A2, establish housing solutions coalition. And in it, it's just the wording that I think we need to be cautious about. It says, this action item focuses on raising public awareness of the critical connection between housing issues and Ventura County's overall economic vitality. Very good statement. Then it says, example, the direct influence on workforce availability and recruitment. That's okay. But this is an example, and I pulled all the notes to try to see where this example came from. I can't find it anywhere, so I think this is probably the consultants trying to add this, but this is what I have trouble with, and so I would take out the whole example. image and security problems in downtowns and other areas where homeless are present, etc. I think that has so often been used as code words to go harass homeless people that it's unnecessary to put that in there. We all know there is a connection. And so I would suggest that we drop that example. The sentence reads fine without it. Because if you just don't put in the example, you say economic vitality. This topic needs to be viewed as an urgent economic vitality issue, not as something peripheral to economic development. This is the whole issue of that. So, but to add that jab in there just is not where the County of Ventura probably wants to associate itself, I think, in terms of all of the issues that go around that. And then my final point that I would like to make, high tech is, my final points that I'd like to make. I think high tech is clearly, as Mike was talking about with broadband, but with everything else, if you think about what is really driving those areas that are really moving, it's technology, whether it's Silicon Valley or other places, and to the extent that we can incorporate high tech into genetic engineering here with Amgen, et cetera, it would be great to go. You made a statement about housing and that we need housing of all types of housing, and I would offer that by not focusing on the housing that we most need, we're making a mistake. It ought to be workforce housing. It is for that group of people. You have people say, we need executive housing to attract those. If you had to ask yourself, in Ventura County, you could probably find a fair amount of housing for executives if they're looking for a wide variety, whether they go to the Santa Rosa or they want to live at the beach or they want to live in a winery up in the Ojai Valley. But certainly we have a desperate shortage of workforce housing, and so I think we make a mistake by not differentiating a prioritization there. I appreciate that you have mentioned a number of times that we're going to be a convener, and a convener is a very appropriate role for the county. We need to be cautious about where we lead, which ones we actually take responsibility in terms of leading on, because we want to make sure that we are empowering the partners and that we're not having people just say, oh, we're transferring that over. And I think you've done a good job of doing that over and over again by saying that. Again, I just want to emphasize the convening side of this is the one that I think I really appreciate because it is the appropriate side in terms of that. So thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. Powers, you look like you have a comment you want to make on that one.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, any other concerns? I'd just like to share, that I want to thank, Mike, the staff, and thank all the partners. Paul, you've done a good job, and the rest of Bruce and Stacy and all the individuals that are working together, on this issue. I think it's really important that we continue working as partners. And I think it's a good plan, and I think that we're going in the right direction. Michael?
This is a receive and file, or it's actually taking some direction?
This is...
Because if we're approving it, there's a couple of things. Supervisor Bennett did mention, certainly we are looking at being able to get high-income jobs. I would amend that to high-income clean jobs, because that I think is something that we want to see again with the health in all policies. I can't support F4 in this, and if you look on the last page, it mentions all the partners that will help in getting it, making a database of all the land that's developable, and it's all the real estate and all the chambers of commerce in one room looking at land and what is developable. Again, I think we've always had guidelines for orderly development, looking at where you develop. I don't think we need to add steroids to that and try to see, how can we get more development on undeveloped land. Certainly, the cities are where we put the growth, and that is up to them to decide how they want to do it. If there's partnerships that can be made towards assisting the cities in that, I'm all for it. But I have a lot of concern regarding F4. It isn't consistent when you go to the charts that are on page 50 and 51, where it brings down with little X's and all. It actually includes in that the Cattlemen's Association. I think that was probably a mistake. It's all the realtors, chambers, and the Cattlemen's Association is probably not accurate. But at any rate, I can't support F4 at this time with this. And I would also encourage we get the word sustainability in there and really start looking at like green energy jobs and high income clean jobs. Looking at, I like the aspect of, we're not looking at all income levels that's what you had stated, as Supervisor Bennett pointed out, housing across all income levels. That's not really what the goal is of the county. I have to keep remembering this is the county, and we're not trying to find housing for all income levels. We need to focus our attention on workforce housing, certainly. And then the idea of adding the spin-offs to incorporate the county government too. Our government facilities are a great opportunity for entrepreneurship. But those are my thoughts in terms of let's get the whole concept of quality of life in here with sustainability, with green energy, with clean jobs. All those kind of things I think can make a difference. And but I can't support it with F4.
Yeah, and again, we're directing the staff to come back in 18 months, with a report, a progress report on this action items that we're looking at today.
Okay, so two things, Chair Zaragoza. And just to respond to one point Supervisor Parks made in terms of sustainability, it is in major goal number one. It's right up front, and so that's totally hear you, and I feel like we'll continue to emphasize that. In terms of the plan itself, so I believe Brian has incorporated Supervisor Bennett's recommended changes, and then one thought is maybe there can be a vote and pull out F4, just putting that out there as an option, vote separately on that.
Supervisor.
I would make a motion to receive and file this report and approve the strategic plan. It is a living document, and we will be continually modifying. And so we can take into consideration and bring this back as to what our comments are as well.
And return in 18 months.
And return in your 18 months. And I would return in sooner than that if needed, not state, well, we got stuff going on in 6 months, and so we can't come back. So that's why I would approve. There's certain things I can nitpick through this that I would like or not like, but the vision and the goals in which you're going for, the top level, that's where I totally agree with. So in that way, I would make the motion for what we have.
So Michael, that includes the impact analysis and the cluster of the MOU. And, okay, we got a first and a second.
Would you consider breaking the motion up to have everything but F4, and then you can vote F4 separately? Because I would support it otherwise.
Yes, I would support that.
Okay, so the motion is as staff recommends without F4?
Yes.
Okay.
With the minor changes that we've asked.
And the changes that we recommended. And those changes include what I was pointing out about clean jobs and things like that works for you.
Let's go ahead and vote then.
One second, sir.
Okay, we're working on Brian. It's a computer glitch.
Thank you.
Please vote.
And this is without F4 as part of the strategic plan.
Okay, and
I'd
that's
like to
approved.
make a comment on F4, if I could. Easily inventorying the land, the developable land in Ventura County is easily, given solar and everything else that goes on, is easily the most politically charged item in the report. And so given Supervisor Parks' comments about this, I'm not opposed to it, but I do think it's probably something that ought to we ought to kick back, spend a little more time on, let the CEO come back with it when he thinks he has it worked the way that he thinks it ought to be worked. That's what I would suggest. And that way we have unanimity on the whole plan, and we're not fighting, we're not politicizing right off the bat in terms of that, because otherwise we're going to split on this.
Sounds good. So, Michael? Okay.
Will do, definitely.
So anyway, that'd be my recommendation.
Brian,
Then we don't need a second vote, right?
All right.
There you go.
Okay, great.
We're okay with
She's
that?
got direction, huh?
The whole thing.
We're done.
We're not voting. We're just, I was suggesting we direct, but if, like she was saying, we don't have to actually make any motion on F4
No.
if he's got it in his head.
So you can bring it in the future.
So the last vote we did was with excluding F4, and we're just not going to vote on it.
Unanimous vote on that, we're
Yeah.
not going to vote on that. Right.
Okay. Thank you, Michael, again. Thank you, Paul. Thank you. Thank you,
Well, if I
everybody.
may, just real quick, I really want to thank Paul and Roger Dale and everybody in this room who participated. It's a lot of work, a lot of stakeholder, a lot of discussion, a lot of time spent. You want to get something done, ask busy people. These are all busy people who help make this happen. It's complicated. That's why you have a dialogue back and forth. Trying to strike that balance is hard. It's hard work, but you've been a huge help in helping us do it, and we really, really appreciate it. All the time and effort, as I say. And Henry Dubrov from Simcoe's Business Time was there. He came to everyone, he even brought his dog to one of them. So I'm not sure he was voting or not. But anyway, thank you again so much. We really
Thank
appreciate
you, all
it.
the agency directors and Steve.
And I want to say that it's not often that a county can actually, and this is where the leadership is good, can actually pull together the leadership to be able to make this happen. A lot of people talk about, well, we need to do economic development, but I appreciated your comments that this is one of the better efforts that you've ever been associated with. That wouldn't have happened if our county hadn't found a way to sort of really work this properly. And so I want to compliment the CEO's office and our staff that went out and found the right way to make this happen. It is very unique to get to this level of sophistication with an economic document that is this comprehensive and moves forward. That's leadership that I think is great, and now we move on to sort of this next role. Thank you very much.
And Hugh, thank you so much.
I think also
Roger.
that this will lead us to our general plan, right? We have an
That's right.
economic element of our general plan for the first time, so we can use this great information for that, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Our next item, item 26. It's a receive and file presentation from Economic Development Collaborative, Ventura County, and this is on the Ventura County Film Commission. Bruce.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Chairman Zaragoza, members of the board.
Good evening.
Powers.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, thank you. From that broad view to a little more narrow view, the soulful world of film, I'll be mercifully brief on this. We have, let's see, can I make this thing work? Wow, there you go. So I'm just going to try and cover 3 or 4 really quick points. I understand we've all been sitting a long time. Film is a lot of fun. We are the Ventura County Film Commission. We are one of 70 film commissions as EDCVC in the state of California. Our partnership is very close with the California Governor's Office and the California Film Commission. Our role is really about facilitating the industry's engagement with Ventura County in a way that leads to economic impact with the least disruption on our lives. And that's all about partnerships, ultimately, which is sort of our second point. What we're trying to do is be a facilitator with the cities in its communication in the county, with the cities, with properties, with location specialists, just making sure that as the industry is looking for opportunity, that we're doing it in a way that is the right location, the right permit, the right resources during and after. And a lot of it is also about lodging, which is where a lot of the money comes from. Let's get straight to the economic impact. Really want to cover 2 issues here, maybe a third in a moment, which is really, is the industry growing in Ventura County? And secondly, where do we see its footprint most manifest in the region? And a little bit about what is the ecosystem of the industry. So what you see here is the issuance of permits in 2016. Jurisdiction on the left, permits, film days, and economic impact using a standard indicator report that all jurisdictions across the country, and in particular California, the film commissions use, that's variable based on whether you're doing a still shoot, a commercial, an indie film, a full industry production, and so on. You'll see that the County of Ventura is large and far away the largest issuer of permits in Ventura County. I think only once in 2007, the year really before the recession started, we see a higher number of permits issued by the County of Ventura. What you'll see there is a lot of variability across the region, so in terms of where they're at. I also want to call out the one line near the bottom there, other permitting areas, which is a huge piece of the activity. That's state highways, state parks, and we'll come back to that.
And I'm sure you're going to mention that 25% increase in permits.
I am. I'm going to hit that on this slide right here. So what we see in looking at 2014 to 16, the 3 years that we really have eyes on the data, is an increase by about 25% in the total number of permits issued. But the bigger numbers are on the second and third numeric columns there. It's the number of film days is increasing, so we're not only getting more permits issued, but more action out of each of those permits. In other words, more longer-term commercials, longer-term shoots, even though we're not seeing a ton of the really major Hollywood productions. And the economic impact of those is also on the rise. We want to make a little bit of caution on looking at how the data is growing. We don't want to come here and say to you that we're solely responsible, having served more aggressively as the Film Commission the last 3 years in generating more activity. There's a couple of variables in there. One, we're getting better at collecting and identifying the data, particularly from the other permitting areas, better partnerships with the cities and others to gather the data. Certainly there's more going on in the film industry. The film flight scenario that was so major, with other states throwing incentives like mad at the film industry and finding that it wasn't working if you didn't have its infrastructure already in place. They were simply borrowing jobs that came back to California, so that's turned around a little bit. And the film tax credit in California is also paying off, and Ventura County benefits from that because it not only is working to benefit the core down in Los Angeles, but areas outside the area of LA get a little bit of bump out of that. But however you want to look at it, the activity is up.
Bruce, before you go
Sure.
back on that slide, is there a reason why we have 3 cities that were declining so much, or do we have any?
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't mention that. If we looked at 2014, 15, and 16, you would see a little bump up and down. I think only one city did we see a movement negative in each of those 3 years. It's the city of Ventura. We're not sure exactly what that's about, but it was a really high number.
Are they tough on filming? Do they make it hard?
Yeah, there's a little bit about how you're managing the permitting process, and there were some changes in staff and turnover. But there's another issue that's going on in Ventura that I'll digress with for a moment because it's sort of part of the film ecology of Ventura County. While the city of Ventura is not finding as many actual shoots going on, we're seeing a lot of activity in terms of base camp action. For example, a lot of the films in Santa Barbara down through Carpinteria don't find hotels. They want to pay the high rate, and so they're staying at the Crowne Plaza and the Ventura Marriott and setting up base camps at those parking lots, or more commonly even at the fairgrounds, and then driving up in the morning. So we're getting a lot of the economic impact, but we're not seeing as much of the issuance in permits. My guess is if you look at this over another year, you'll see a little bit of bump. When you're looking at a small city and an industry that is not spending a whole ton of time in any one city, you just see a lot of volatility.
Yeah, and I think in the city of Ventura, to be fair to them, there were a couple of movies that specifically focused on Ventura, and so then that kind of overloads you for a year or two when you have those movies. So you drop. It looks like you're dropping when maybe you're getting back to your normal average.
You're back, and we'll see them back again.
So Bruce, the city of Fillmore is 724% increase.
Let me
Fillmore.
focus on that.
Fillmore.
That, again, for a small town, that can be wildly fluctuating. It's not so much in the permit issuance, it's in the
total
number of film
economic
days.
impact.
And you'll see, I think that number is likely to go up with the resolution of the film train activity, and so we'll probably see more action. Hard to say. It's whether a production wants a railroad or not is going to make a huge difference there.
Well, the railroad's used quite a bit, right?
It is indeed.
Yeah.
It's a nice asset to have. Yeah. So where is the activity concentrated? This map isn't real easy to read, and not every dot on there is a single film. Some of those will show a single dot, but there'll be a lot of activity on that. But I would highlight 4 areas where we really see the concentration of activity in Ventura County. One is that stretch from Fillmore and Bardsdale out through Piru, going out toward the county line in the Santa Clara River Valley. It's a high concentration activity, great set. Some of it ends up in Santa Paula as well. We saw a little bit less this last year, but over most years we see it a lot. Downtown Fillmore has a perfect set piece for downtown anywhere America, as does Piru, as does Santa Paula, the railroad bridge, a number of those assets. Moving sort of clockwise around that, a cluster in and around Simi Valley. You have a studio in the city of Simi Valley, Levinson Studios. We're not issuing permits there as much, or the city is not when it's internal. There's a bunch of movie ranch activity up in the hills above Simi Valley where it gets a lot of action. You'll see a real cluster there just south of the 101 in Thousand Oaks, Lake Sherwood, Santa Monica Mountains. It's long been a high-value proposition region for film industry. And then fourth, while it doesn't show up as much on this map, it's the Highway 1 corridor and the state parks in the bottom end of that Santa Monica
What's the rule for the Union,
Yeah, the 30-mile zone. I've got a
miles.
slide coming up in
Yeah.
a couple of slides. Let me get there in a moment. Let's get there now. Well, one slide before that. This doesn't illustrate it so easily if you take a moment, but if you look at the left-hand side, I think what we see here is about 137 permits issued in state park properties in Ventura County, and about 129 of them occurred in the several properties, from Emmawood down through, but more Mandalay, Magoo State Park, Sycamore Canyon, Thornhill, Broome. That's incredible, but you'll notice that most of these are 1 permit, 1 day, 66 permits, 77 or 72 shoot days. In other words, these aren't so much movies. These may be 1-day commercials or a lot of still shot activity. The industry loves that region. The other thing I really want to point out it's not as apparent on this slide, if you look at the number of permits issued by the California Film Commission for properties owned by the state, Ventura County is about the 4th most active in the state. So number 1 would be Los Angeles County. They've got the most action on the Malibu coast, of course. Second is Sacramento. They're probably shooting in the capital. I'm not sure where else they're going in Sacramento County. Third is Monterey County, the Big Sur coastline. Fourth is Ventura County, ahead of Orange County, ahead of San Diego, ahead of anywhere in the Sierras. So we get a lot of action by virtue of the gorgeous coastline that is Ventura County. So really, just last 2 things real quick here. No conversation about film is complete without a discussion of the 30-mile zone. That would be a radius drawn around, I believe, Beverly and La Cienega. You'll see the 30-mile zone there cuts through Ventura County, right on the county line at the Highway 126, down through the edge of Moore Park, capturing most of Thousand Oaks. But the other story on the 30-mile zone is it's a variable sort of thing. And you'll see that there's a secondary studio zone curvature around there. For example, Piru is considered inside the zone, even though maybe it's technically out. And Fillmore, the railroad district, tends to be considered inside the zone, et cetera. This is sort of a mutable boundary. But the significance of this is, in a shoot outside the 30-mile zone, in agreements between the industry and its studios and labor, is everything outside the zone is paid per diem. So if you're working in Ventura, for example, you're going to be paying hotel costs and meals and so on. So we get a big economic boost out of that when they're taking the hotels. But Ventura County benefits on both sides of that equation. Much of the county is inside the 30-mile zone, so they're quick and eager, and it's accessible relative to their rules. And when we're outside the zone, we get the bump in the money that we love because those investments in hotel rooms are high value. This is a continuing to evolve 30, 40, 35, whatever you want to call it, zone. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have where in Ventura County that the predominant amount of filming is being done?
Yeah.
In the unincorporated is what I mean. You showed this within the cities.
Yeah, in the unincorporated area, the 2 primary zones, 3 actually, would be Piru. Secondly, it would be the hills above Simi Valley. Third, it would be the Lake Sherwood area and Santa Monica Mountains, just south of Thousand Oaks. And fourth, it would be the coastal state areas along Highway 1 and state parks. Almost all of the activity that has high concentration is in the unincorporated
Point
area.
Magoo's very popular, right? the Point Magoo.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And most of those are in that 30-mile, would you say?
Yes, actually, they all are. Indeed, they are. Either by hook or by crook, as they say. We modify them in, but
They
yes.
do it by as the bird flies, right?
Yeah, that's right. Their 30-mile radius isn't quite exactly a perfect compass, let's say. And I think, lastly, what's next? Before I leave you, the most important thing I want to say is a huge thank you in a couple of different ways. Number one, thank you for the board for the support of your contribution that allows us to maintain the capacity to work with Bill Bartels as our consultant, as the film liaison, doing the hand-to-hand engagement with the industry and the permit agencies, et cetera. But most, and right on the point, is county planning, Kim Prilhart and Chris Stevens at RMA and their team. You've seen it, it's the highest volume of permits issued by far. It's an incredibly efficient, smooth, and well-run operation, but that also extends to county roads, county safety, because when a film crew is out there, it's not just the permit, it's managing while it occurs. In a partnership with the cities, one of the things that we're trying to do is consistently communicate across all jurisdictions in Ventura County that while we are a film-friendly community, we are a film-regulated area that wants to make sure that they don't come in and cause misery, so we want to make sure that they come back frequently, but that they do that in a way that is conducive to our neighborhoods, builds community, builds the spirit and the investment, and we're finding that that's been working incredibly well. Film is growing as a contributor to the region. I'm happy to answer any questions.
And Bruce, you also made, and the report says, there's almost a $50 million direct economic
And that's
impact.
just what we can measure based on permit action, not counting the rest of the infrastructure that is in the region. I think 3,500 card-carrying union members belonging to the unions that work in LA and live in Ventura County, and that's just one other indicator. And a lot of that action from Levinson Studio, we're trying to start picking up more of that in Simi Valley, but
It's
that
huge.
footprint
It's
is
huge.
far beyond what we're able to capture in terms of what's going on in the economy.
Board member, I just want to, I belong to EDCBC, and I just want to share something that you said the other day at our board meeting that I think is really important, that we've been talking about jobs and so forth. You lend money out to small businesses, and I think you said that for every $15,000 that's lent out, we generate one job.
That's correct.
And you've lent out a couple of $1 million, so I just want to thank EDCBC for the good work they're doing for the community.
Thank you, much
I
appreciated.
think it's
Bruce,
important.
two things. One is, are you going to the cities with this presentation?
We haven't gone, I'll be in Moorpark next Wednesday evening, and we've chatted with City Manager's Office in Simi about doing a more robust presentation because it's a much more rich presentation there. The answer is we should, but we haven't, we're just gathering
I was just
data
thinking
now.
because it's important, because the second question was, is there anything else we can encourage or do to even encourage more of it? Going back to this, we talked about clean jobs, this kind of stuff. There's a lot of opportunity, and a lot of money is spent just not with those people coming in. People need to be catered, people need this, people need all these other things that go along with a lot of this stuff. So I was just curious if there's anything that you would say could do to encourage.
Well, we haven't presented to the councils. We're in very close contact with the city permitting agencies and others. And we found pretty much across the board with modifications in the regulatory scheme in each of the city, there is more normalization, there is more consistency.
Good.
And I would not identify a single city in Ventura County now that would even remotely be considered to be film unfriendly. They're film friendly, but they're certainly interested in making sure that it's done in a manner that is consonant with our values and priorities for spending your money here, but leaving it in the manner that you found it.
No, I appreciate you guys. You guys is just doing great work, so that's
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you.
I also wanted to thank you for the work you've done, and also Kim Prilhart and the Planning Department. I know as we first looked at trying to consolidate all the different city permits and all, the idea of having the one county website or, website for all of them is a great idea. It'd be wonderful if we could, continue to try to integrate as much as we can, the same costs, for example, or the same permit procedures, and just really working to try to make it as easy as we can because it is to all of our benefits. Thanks for the effort, and we continue to see improvements in this.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
So we did a motion.
I'll make a motion, but I'd also like to thank Piru is a very small community, very tight roads, and I appreciate our RMA and also Dave Sasick with helping out with our roads and painting and so forth. That one location, because of the way it's built, is very unique to some of our filming. And so I appreciate our departments trying to make sure we work with our community so that we can have this boom on economics and still look out for the health and safety of the others. And I look forward to hearing what the miles that it gets stretched out to now, what the new rule is going to be. And I hope that we're going to get more information. I'm sorry, Dave Fleisch. I mix those two up all the time. But thank you again.
Okay, well, thank you. Please vote. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you.
Okay, that's approved. Our next item before we go into closed session is item 27, to receive and file a report regarding standard plans for farm worker and ADUs and unincorporated Ventura County. Chris.
Good afternoon, Chair Zaragoza, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I'm Chris Stevens with the Resource Management Agency, and wanted to take just a few minutes here to talk about a project that we've been working on for quite a while in the Resource Management Agency, and that was the development of some standard plans for farm worker and accessory dwelling units. Before we kind of get into it, I want to do something that I often forget to do, and that is recognize all the hard work that went into this, particularly through our Building and Safety Division. And Ruben Barrera is here to help me with the presentation. But I do want to call out Roman Smith and Teo Francu from our engineering staff within Building and Safety. Without them, we wouldn't be here in front of you today. They did a lot of work. As you see, these, when we talk about building plans, they're not just the copies that I had in the PowerPoint. They're actually a full set of building plans. A lot of hard work went into that. So. With one last thing before I get started, and it is not just an RMA project. In addition to our Building and Safety Division, our Planning Division and our Environmental Health Division have a role in this, as do the Fire Protection District and the Public Works Agency. Have folks here from those shops in case you have any questions, but it was definitely a team effort to get us where we are today. So with that, we'll see if we can get that to move. There we go. The project objectives, wanted to highlight those for you. And as I said, this has been in the works for quite a while. I was thinking about it this morning, and I think actually it's probably close to 8 or 10 years, believe it or not, from the idea that first came up in discussions, probably between myself and John Christ. I think it may have taken place at the Hanson Trust Advisory Board. It took on some life at the Ag Futures Alliance meetings that used to be held some time ago. And since then, we've had discussions with the House Farm Workers Group, as well as most recently with CoLab and others, to talk about what we can do to make it a little easier to develop farm worker housing and accessory dwelling units here in Ventura County. So you'll see that that was one of our initial objectives, but since that time, the board adopted a housing element that included within it a program to develop pre-approved building plans. I think it was recognized at that point that this was a way for us to streamline the process and make it a little easier. So with those as our objectives, we spent quite a while working on these plans, and I'm going to ask Ruben Barrera, building official, to come up and kind of walk you through some elements of the plan, and then I'll finish up.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Zaragoza and members of the board, Mr. Powers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through a few sample slides showing some of the plans that we've developed. Again, these are just samples, but we essentially put together plans for 3 different units. One is a 700 square foot unit, a 900 square foot unit, and a 1,200 square foot unit. And these are basically homes or accessory dwelling units that I will go over in just a little bit. But this is a sample sheet from our plans that shows some of the detailing that went into this. Our intent is to have the plans ready for construction so that a contractor could come in, pick up the plans, and build the structure from the ground up right away without having to come back and do redesign work. So the plans are complete, and they contain all of the necessary detailing and information. So I'll take you through some of these plans. This is a 700 square foot unit. As you can see, it's very simple. It's about 26 by 26 feet. It has a single bedroom. Well, it's got a bedroom, a bath, a kitchen, laundry, and a living and dining area. It's all three units are single-story units, and as you can see here, we have a little bit of additional information on some sections and the roof plan. But this is 700 square feet. Next one is, oops, I think I may have gone one too far. They're pretty much the same. The second unit, the 900 square foot unit, is, let's see if I can, I'm sorry, I'm getting, okay. The 900 square foot unit is a 2-bedroom, also with 1 bath, and also has all of those amenities, the living and dining room, the kitchen, and the laundry. Okay. 1,200 square foot unit is 2-bedroom and 2-bath. So these are pretty simple. There's nothing really fancy, but the idea is to have the contractor come in, go through the process of obtaining clearances from the fire department and the health department, and getting the plans from our office, which we will keep on file. We will just give them the plan that they desire to build, and then we give them the building permit. The process will take a little bit. It'll take a little bit more time to get those agency approvals before we can issue the permit, but in essence, it's going to be streamlining the whole design process and the plan review process that happens in building and safety.
Question, will you be presenting us a 1,800 square foot layout? I notice we have the 7, 9, 12, but the requirements go up to 1,800 square foot. So I was wondering if we'll be reviewing that as well at a later time.
That was not the plan to do so at this time.
The 1200.
But it can be done.
Because the requirements is at the 1,800, and we were just talking at our strategic planning for economics that we were looking at how do we help with the farm worker housing, and therefore if you maximize the requirement of your 1,800, it would be good to give them a plan, just like we were doing with the other housing. And then the other question I had was on that, is it a family dwelling or is it a dorm type situation, if there's a way that we can do that as well?
To answer your second question first, it is either or. We do not, the county, regulate who is living in the unit.
Right.
So it could be shared unit amongst unrelated individuals, or it could be a family unit.
Because I was just at a farm, the writer's farm, and we were talking about farm worker housing, and with H2A housing and so forth, the need for single farm worker dwelling, putting a more dormitory style in it. There was a question, so I thought I would ask you to, because you know all this.
What zoning would that require to? Was that
The same zoning as.
Same zoning?
Yeah, the zoning does not make that distinction. The zoning addresses it whether or not it's a farm worker dwelling or an accessory dwelling. We do make some distinctions there as to how the zoning works, but not whether they're a family or individuals.
Okay.
Yeah. And these size units were selected because there are limitations, as you'll probably recall, within our accessory dwelling unit and farm worker dwelling unit ordinances related to size that limited some to 900 or 700 square feet because of issues related to be it traffic or perhaps nitrate issues. So we focused on those. The other reason was in our conversations, particularly our early conversations with the farming community, they were more interested in the smaller units. They thought those were more practical and easier for them to develop and provide for their workers. So that was our focus area at this point.
Yeah, and I think the 1,800, don't they? They require you have certain differences for a manager unit and that kind of stuff. I think there's some different requirements. Because not everybody, almost everybody can do these.
That's correct. In fact, the 1,200 square foot unit surpasses a requirement that we have. Any units above 1,000 square feet require a soil report different. So these smaller units, 700 and the 900, will not require those additional studies. The 1,200 will, and obviously an 1,800.
Right, but in 1,800, they could do that as well.
Right,
And
good.
the cost for for drawing up the lot, all the designs and so forth is so high. To be able to provide guidelines like this would be very beneficial. And I know people that have 40-acre lots with their maintenance crew that's on there that lives in the 1800, and it works quite well.
Can I ask you one question? So here's the plan. All that's available, that's great. So I've got my farm and I got 300 acres or 500 acres or 1,000 acres. How difficult it is for me to get all the other permits I need, my planning permit, my, you know, I got to make sure where I put it. How difficult is that? I know this part about just the building side of it.
Okay, well, that's a perfect lead into my next slide.
We planned it well.
Oops, I'm going the wrong direction. Okay. New clicker. Here we go. I just wanted to touch on one other thing. This is actually a chart that we worked on with our environmental health division. There is no way for us to have a standard design for the septic system, but we can provide some guidance, and this is kind of a handy table for a property owner when they do their soil study to determine the percolation rate. They'll actually can do a very quick and dirty kind of sizing of that septic system and then get an idea of what the cost of that system would be. The idea was to get them as much information on cost up front before they make a decision at the end of the process.
Okay.
So last thing that I wanted to touch on, we have put together information packets to try and walk folks through the process. And we actually had a meeting last month with Farm Worker Housing Group and kind of ran this by them, got a lot of great feedback and input from them, questions about how do I get that fire permit, how do I get that public works permit. So we've put together these kind of, one of them we call a checklist, you know, to step by step to help them through the process, because it isn't just building and safety. That's where we're going to get the biggest bang for our buck in terms of the impact. But we think with the work that we've done with all of the permitting agencies involved, and with this description, that if you have a unit that does not run into issues related to slope or other issues, they could get through this process, we think, within a couple of weeks, easily. So we've had our first folks coming in and talking to us about it. We're very excited about that, and we'll have a much better idea 6 months from now how it's going. And it is a new process, so there may be a few hiccups, but I mean that's our goal. Is that
2 weeks?
It can be done as quickly as 2 weeks.
Yeah, but I mean this is real impressive, and I really appreciate where you guys have gone with this. This is something that's needed, and that's great, because before this could take, instead of 2 weeks, it could take months and months or a year, and nobody knows. And I think that what you're doing here is try to give you as much information up front, like septic. I can afford the house. Well, I didn't know the septic was going to cost me another $12,000.
That's right.
You know this stuff up front before you do it, so it's really good.
And we're trying to provide fee estimates to them up front as well. From the county fees, there's other costs, of course, outside of what the county does, but in terms of what we do here at the county and our fees, try to get that information up front as well.
That's right. It's great stuff.
And if I could point out, this is exactly the workforce housing that we're talking about, that the unincorporated area ought to be focused on. Farm worker housing in particular. But, it's not the high-end stuff. But this
is an opportunity to take people out of apartments somewhere else, to drive on the roads, to get to their place. They can live on their communities. I mean, there's a lot of other things.
It doesn't have to be farm worker. But
that's right.
We need these small units.
Right, and so let me just ask that next question. So if I have 80 acres, I can't put two houses together, right? It's not one 1,800 square foot house per 40 acres.
Is that Chris?
That's correct. I have from the planning division the experts on this, but you get a primary dwelling, you get a second dwelling, again, if there's no other issues associated with it, second dwelling, and then you can, if you are farming on the property, you can also have farm worker dwellings.
Right.
So there's.
So could you do two 900 square foot dwellings?
If they're farm workers, you can have up to four, I believe, four farm worker dwellings on one parcel.
Okay, good. I just wanted everyone to hear that.
That's okay.
And that's great. I think that's opportunity. Go back to what Steve was just saying. If somebody has the opportunity to have enough people, you put 4 homes on there. First of all, besides some of the people get to live in a nice area and to be on these places, that stuff would freeze up a lot, but that's a lot of opportunity for some more housing. That's
great. They get to live where they work as well.
Yeah, exactly, that's right, no question.
So Chris, is this your last item?
I believe so.
Okay, because I have a speaker here,
Yes.
too.
I have
Have
a
a-
question,
Mhm.
which, when you're looking at farm worker housing, how do you ensure over time that it's farm worker housing?
There's a process, an affidavit process, that the property owner signs on an annual basis, I believe,
Okay.
the ordinance requires.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a speaker, it's Lynn Jensen. You got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Lynn Jensen with Ventura County CoLab, and we're very happy about this. We very much thank Chris Stevens for shepherding this through all the different agencies. I'm sure it was not an easy process. I didn't know that this started a long time before us. I know we brought it up with Chris in May of 2014, and we also brought it up in the meetings with the CEO's office in 2014, 2015, and 2016, just hoping to get this through. And we recognized that it wasn't on the plan for RMA. It was something that they had to fit into their already aggressive schedule of things they have to do. And the purpose was to develop standard plans for farm worker dwelling units as a means to expediting the permit process for these units. And in these meetings, we requested standardized performance requirements and fixed regulatory fees, which I'm hoping will be discussed. I think some of the regulatory fees could be fixed, and then some, of course, are going to depend on whether you need a soils report or those other kinds of things. Supervisor Foy also attended the meetings with the CEO's office, and he brought up an example of an applicant who had a mobile home, brought it on his property at $35,000 and ended up costing him another $75,000 in permits. And that's a problem with bringing a mobile home on, is that it's hard to get it through building and safety. So this is nice. You can start with the plans. And we think that this is being opened up now to not just farm worker houses, but also accessory dwelling units, and we think that could help with not only farm workers, but also multi-generational houses on farms and ranches, which again is important. And that these kinds of units that are built on farmland are unequivocally the best housing for farm workers in the county. We support the standard plans, but in order to make this a successful program, we do have a couple of recommendations. One of them, again, is adoption of some standard fees, or perhaps coming up with some of them, or maybe an estimate of costs, so people know when they start down this process how much it's going to cost them, get at least an idea. And also, we very much agree with Supervisor Long that there needs to be an 1,800 square foot unit, requirement for the farm worker dwelling is 1 unit per 40 acres, as you said. 40 acres of crops, actually, with a maximum of 1,800 square feet for either the accessory dwelling or the farm worker dwelling. And so in many cases, it may make sense to build the maximum and to be able to house the maximum number of people. The other thing we are talking about is perhaps allowing the plan to be reversed, mirror image, so that you put it on the lot, it'd be exactly the same plan, but you could flip it such that the kitchen is on the opposite side. I know it says that there can be no changes to it and cannot be modified in any way, but we're wondering if that would be one modification. And the other thing to consider perhaps in the future is an amnesty plan to bring existing units that are allowed here into compliance without penalties, in order to increase the housing stock out there in farm worker territory as well. So again, we appreciate it. We think that this program is really an excellent way to produce farm worker housing in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, so we need a motion.
Maybe, just real quick. I think you already talked about the estimate of cost. You're already putting that out there and all that kind of stuff. Is that thing about the idea of flipping a plan if it doesn't quite work where you flip it? I mean, I don't know.
I was just talking with Ruben about that. He thinks that it can be done relatively easily. We'll look into that.
Okay, yeah, because I do think if you put something here and the door's on the wrong side, if we could flip the kitchen, I agree, but I appreciate that.
I think, excuse me, I think that makes common sense.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that there isn't some technical reason like, oh, they got to check something out. So as long as we give them the authority to go,
We can
okay,
do
so
it,
make
let's
sure it
do it.
doesn't create a permitting, like the plumbing goes the wrong direction or whatever.
And is there any objection for coming up with an 1,800 square foot design, just like they did the 12, the 9, and the 7?
I don't think Ruben says there's no problems.
Okay.
Or Chris.
I'll make a motion on this, no problem.
Do you want to do one for like Santa Rosa Valley? That's going to only have, what is it, a small, was it 750 or something?
That was the 700 square foot unit was to
Okay, that was-
address
yeah.
some of those
Okay.
areas where we have those limitations.
So kind of
Yeah,
give an idea.
and as was mentioned earlier, this was a project that we kind of had to weave in and work through our workload. And one of the things that actually held us up, and you're all aware of this, we have to update the building code every 3 years. We had done some work, and then with the building code update this last time and the new green building code requirements, we had to kind of go back to the start again. So that's my way of saying it. The 1,800 square foot unit, if we were to do that, we may wait for the next update of the code before we get started on something like that.
Okay, we're going to first and a second. Please vote.
Again, thank you, Chris, and
Thank you,
appreciate
Chris.
all your work and what you guys have done. And if you can fix those, do those other things, it'd be great. So, thank you.
Great
Mr.
job.
Chair,
Great job. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just for the record, this is just receive and file, ma'am.
It's a receive and file.
Oh, I'm sorry. I motion to receive and file.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And by the way, just for information, the board's going to go into closed session, and I'm going to have to leave myself personally, and they'll be in closed session for, how long, Michael, you're going to be in closed session? Briefly. So any,
Ready to go? I don't know. It says negotiations. There we go. All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order, and we have our 1:30. We're a little bit late. Sue, we're going to receive and file a presentation, provide direction to our staff regarding this Central Coast Regional Technical Feasibility Study, or the whole thing that you used to say. Go for it.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Mr. Powers, for the record, Sue Hughes with the County Executive Office. And I'd like to start out by thanking everyone who worked on this study for the past 2 years. The study was introduced and we were requested for our participation by the County of Santa Barbara some 2 years ago. And so I want to thank them. There are folks in the audience both from Santa Barbara and Thousand Oaks. And when I'm finished, if they would have be given the opportunity to say a couple of words, staff from Santa Barbara and TO, that would be great. But I do really appreciate the expertise that came with this, with the staff members from the entities that participated. And to give you an idea, the entities that participated were the Tri-Counties, San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura, and 8 of our cities, 6 out of the County of Ventura and 2 in Santa Barbara County. The 2 in Santa Barbara County were the city of Santa Barbara and Carpinteria, and then in Ventura, it was Ojai, Camarillo, Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, Moore Park, and Thousand Oaks. Did I do that right? I think I got everybody. 6 out of the 10 cities participated. So today we're going to give you a little CCE background. We're going to talk about the regional approach that we used for the study. We're going to tell you about the study's outcome and sort of the drivers of the feasibility and perhaps where we go from here. And I'm going to use several acronyms today. CCE is the Community Choice Energy, and that's the program or the service that's being provided by the local government or a JPA. Whereas you also hear intertwined with that CCA, which is commonly known as the Community Choice Aggregator. In other words, they're the local government or JPA that's running the CCE program. Also, you're going to hear me say IOUs. That's the investor-owned utilities. And for us, that's Southern California Edison. In North Santa Barbara County and San Luis Obispo County, that, of course, is PG&E. So how does Community Choice Energy work? I've learned a lot in the last 2 years, things I did not know. So currently, our source of energy is from Southern California Edison. They are our source. They are the generator. They deliver the energy to all of our residents. But when you form a CCE, it is your Community Choice Energy or Community Choice Aggregator that are the entity that is buying and building the electricity supply, and all of the energy is still delivered, in our case, by Southern California Edison. this gives you an idea of who does what on this next slide. So as you can see, the Community Choice Energy Group is the one that purchases and generates the electricity, whereas the IOU, in our case Edison, they build and maintain the grid, and they deliver the electricity to our residents. The IOUs also maintain, they read the meters, they do all of the billing. Both entities provide customer service to anyone who's calling in with an issue. Both CCE and IOUs provide on-site generation. They offer programs. So, for example, like the CARE program that is offered to low-income residents, that program is offered whether you're an SCE customer or a CCE customer. Those follow through. One thing that we're going to be talking about today, too, in a couple of minutes is something called the Power Cost Indifference Adjustment Charge, PCIA charge. That'll come up in a minute, and it has to do with the exit fee if you are receiving your energy through the CCE as opposed to the IOU. So if anywhere along this I get to acronym laden, please let me know, because there are a lot of them in this presentation. So currently, these are the...
Go back one slide, please, Sue.
Sure.
Down at the bottom, you talked about acronym. Provide incentives for on-site generation, NE and FIT. NEM and FIT.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Down at the bottom, your bottom line.
For on-site generation?
Yeah, what's NEM and FIT mean?
Ooh, the audience.
Well, you asked me to ask
That
you
was
if I
very
didn't
good,
know
thank you.
an acronym.
See, there was an acronym I didn't practice.
Could you repeat it, please?
Say it was.
Net energy metering and feed-in tariff, they're just
Got it.
incentives to build more on-site.
Got it.
And this is Jen Krieger, who is quite the expert on this. She is from Santa Barbara County, and she is the technical expert in all of this that has been happening for the last 2 years. I really appreciate her help on all of this. So if you look at the map on the left-hand side, that shows the current IOUs. If you look at PG&E territory, they have the highest geographic service area, whereas SCE, which is the territory we're in, Ventura County, has they're the largest generator, as opposed to PG&E being the largest geographic area. Now, what made the study interesting for us is that if you look at the map on the left-hand side, you'll notice that the northern half of Santa Barbara County and all of San Luis Obispo County are in PG&E territory. The southern half of Santa Barbara County and all of Ventura County is in Edison territory, and that becomes important in a couple of minutes. But the map that's shown on the right-hand side, that shows you the CCEs that are either up and running or are in some stage or other of exploring the CCE potential. So with the CCE, this is how it competes with the IOU. So if you look at this, the box on the left-hand side, currently we all get our power from Southern California Edison. It's generated by Edison. The delivery comes from Edison, and we get a bill. With the CCE would be the generator of the energy. And remember I mentioned that PCIA charge? That PCIA charge we often call an exit fee. The CCE customers pay that exit fee, and to everyone, it's the same for all CCE and IOU customers on the delivery portion of your bill. And the reason that you have an exit fee is that normally, well, what has happened over years is we'll use Edison as an example since we're in Ventura County. Edison has purchased power out into the future for X amount of accounts, X amount of customers. As a CCE comes on board, they will now be losing those customers for power they would have purchased out into the future. So the PUC says there should be an equitable arrangement made so that the IOUs get a portion, and it's on a CCE bill. Now, currently, in round numbers, in SCE territory, this is round numbers, currently that's about $75 a year.
You said get a portion, and then you said currently. Get a portion of what?
So if you are a CCE, you are generating your power, you still get a bill from Edison, none of that changes. Your bill looks exactly the same, except there will be a line item on it for the CCE charges, the generation charge. There's a line item on there for the PCIA charge. That PCIA charge currently in Edison territory is about $75 a year. So $625, $650 a month is on your bill. But
What's the PCIA charge?
the power cost indifference adjustment, it is what
That's the exit fee.
it's the exit fee.
Okay.
Awesome. Yes. And what is happening right now is currently that's before the PUC, that PCIA charge. The charge is higher in PG&E territory. Currently, it's around $200 a month, or a year, excuse me, $200 a year, $75 a year in Edison territory. But because there are so many CCEs developing in California and so many customers who Edison, in our case, would have already purchased power for, that cost indifference to make it equitable for the current IOUs that have already purchased the power, that exit fee, Edison has asked that exit fee to be raised to be more equitable for them than the in round number $75 a year. So that's just a note, sort of a sub-note, footnote to keep in mind that that's before the PUC currently is to raise that exit fee. But everyone pays the same delivery and other taxes and fees charged, whether you're a CCE customer or you're an IOU customer. And again, you don't see any difference on your bill. Your bill still comes from Edison. There's a line item on there for the CCE generation charge, and there's a line on there for the exit fee. So I wanted to give you an idea of the process that we used. There were 3 counties and 8 cities that participated financially in the study, along with CEC in Santa Barbara County participated as well. The decision was made amongst the advisory working group that the study and the advisory working group would be composed of staff from the municipalities that have provided the funding for the feasibility study. So in our case, for Ventura County, I was the representative for Ventura County with Heather Allen, sitting over here from the CEO's office, as my alternate. Each one of the cities, with the exception of the city of Ojai, had a staff that participated in all working group activities. Ojai participated financially, but they're so short-staffed that we said we would keep them informed of all the activities that we're following through with on the AWG. Additionally, we kept in touch with the cities, the 4 cities that did not participate financially. Those are Oxnard, Fillmore, Santa Paula, and Port Hueneme. We wanted to keep them apprised of what we were doing, and we said that we would have their best interest as we move forward with the study, that it wouldn't be anything that we would leave one of the cities out. So the study area for Ventura County was the entire geographic area of the county, so unincorporated plus all cities. And keep in mind that Ventura County is the largest entity of the 3 counties participating with our some 856,000 residents. So we were by far, had the most accounts, if you will. But this is the period of time it took us as we worked through this. I should note you know, when you work on something, when you work for, when you work in government, a lot of people think you go too slow. But there's a lot of moving parts in all of this. And so, for example, we needed the load data for every single account across 3 counties and all of our cities. So there's 27 eligible jurisdictions in the region. So it took some time to get the load data from the utilities, and we're talking 2 utilities. So that takes some time in and of itself. And we were pretty strong about what we wanted to see in the feasibility study. We wanted to make sure in the study that we were hiring a firm, a consulting firm, that was not going to be an implementer should this move forward. We didn't want someone to be biased with how the study came out. We wanted them to look at just the facts of of what they were looking at. So, again, it was 10 jurisdictions plus the Community Environmental Council out of Santa Barbara who funded this financially. There are 27 eligible jurisdictions, meaning the cities and the counties. The only entity that was not eligible is the city of Lompoc. They have their own utility. So we oversaw the feasibility study. We provided outreach and developed a website. We even gave ourselves a name, Central Coast Power. So again, 6 of our 10 cities participated financially in the study. So we wanted to make
Sue,
yes.
Can I ask you a question before you? So that's how your committee met, and since you're on the committee thing, is there a reason why the committee process wasn't open for public viewing?
We thought as a group that it would be, well, one thing, I suppose efficiency is one of the issues. Plus, we felt we had an obligation based on the fact that everyone had contributed financially. We were talking about a lot of different municipalities that were participating, and we wanted to give ourselves some sort of a timeline to do it, knowing that we'd be doing public outreach at the same time. And part of the issue with a study like this is all of that load data is confidential. So, for example, I didn't even have access to looking at the load data for the customers in Ventura County. Only Santa Barbara staff and the consultants had the ability to look at that.
So if the load data was confidential and wasn't even shared at the committee, because you didn't get it, it could have been, I mean, I'm not talking about the committee, I mean, the public getting to comment, because you could be forever, with public comment, but being able to just watch the process. Was that common? Is that how the CCC processes were set up?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if it's common in other areas. That was just what we had decided to do, is to operate under those circumstances. In fact, even CEC, who contributed $50,000, when we mentioned that we were just going to keep it in the municipality, AWG, I don't know for sure. I don't know that there was a complaint that was that went forward, especially from them. They participated financially.
Okay. Yeah. People raised that it didn't feel transparent, and if we're now coming to the public and trying to get them to buy in on the results to the extent that people saw that in process, it makes a difference and stuff. But okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So we wanted to make sure that we would have a program that would increase local renewable energy generation. We wanted to make sure, we thought that was important. We thought that's what we heard from everyone, was that you wanted to be able to generate your renewable energy locally. We heard that this gives residents a choice. Currently, your choice is Edison. So people have said over the years, well, we want a choice. Well, CCE offers that ability to have a choice. We looked at the idea that you could create new green jobs and that you were saving residents money. That's what we wanted the study to look at. We wanted to see if all of those things or any of those things were possible through this study. So this is what we studied. We studied 24 different scenarios. I'm surprised it only took 2 years to get this done. So there were 8 city-county combinations. So for example, To give you an example, I said that in Ventura County, we studied the entire county. So we had 4 cities who didn't participate financially, but we thought it was important that we throw them all in because we wanted to know what it looked like overall for the entire county. In San Luis Obispo County, they studied a different scenario. Santa Barbara studied a different scenario. So we had a variety of different scenarios. One of the cities, the city of Santa Barbara, said, we'll pay extra. We want to run a scenario that's just the city of Santa Barbara. So we had a lot of different scenarios that were run. One of the runs was just those of us that participated financially. What did that look like with the AWG members? We wanted the pro forma assessment that's in the study that looked at forming a new CCE program only. It didn't ask, what if we join with somebody else? What if we do this or that? It only said, if we were to form a new CCE across the Tri-Counties, what would that look like? So the study results we're talking about is that. And I might get a little ahead of myself, but just to mention that in forming a new CCE, so we're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of probably 1.5 times, I think. We would be 1.5 times larger than any existing up and operating CCE. So the numbers are sort of huge because if you start out with a brand new CCE with all of those accounts and all of those customers, the study says that if you are going to offer your customers clean energy at the rate of 33% renewables, that's going to cost you $542 million to start out because the majority of your operating cost is procuring power for all of those people. If you start out operating at 50% renewable, that startup cost is $575 million.
$500 million.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
For that brand new, everyone included CCE startup. And it became apparent early on, and I'll get to that in a couple of slides, that we decided that we shouldn't be offering a brand new program at 33% renewable because the current IOUs would already be cleaner than that. So with the notion that you want to start and be clean and offer choice, it was important to us as the AWG that we started this greener than what the utilities would be selling.
What's the utility clean at now?
Currently, we have a cheat sheet.
Oh, okay.
Currently, Edison, and I know Rudy's in the audience. In 2016, our documentation shows us that Edison is at 28%, but in 2020, they'll be at 41%.
Oh, wow.
So that'll become important.
That's even ahead of the state requirements, isn't it?
Yes, they will be ahead of the state.
Wow.
So the state is already requiring us to have higher levels, whether...
The state statute says in 2020, whether you're an IOU or a CCE, you must be at 33% renewable. By 2030, you must be at 50% renewable. This is why we thought it prudent to have everything looked at as if we started at 50% renewable, because why would we start this greener program at a, quote, dirtier offering than what the IOUs were doing?
I think that's a good way you did, yeah.
And so that's where you end up with that startup would be $575 million. Because the biggest portion of that, not only, so you're hiring folks to run the CCE, but the biggest portion of your cost is in procuring energy for those residents. So but again, keep in mind that this is 1.5 times larger than the largest currently operating CCE is the best way to say that. Just to give you sort of an example of how big that is and why that cost is so high to start up.
Is it all really just relative because it's a large area? You have to buy more energy, but then there are more customers that will be buying that energy. So is there just kind of a delta between, which to me is the bottom line, between how much you're going to end up paying for all that versus how much you're going to get from the customers?
The issue arises in who provides that initial $575 million to get started.
But it does come back right?
Yeah, and I'll show you what happens
Okay.
in a couple of slides, that according to the study, what happens with the scenario. So Willdan Internext was the company that we used to do the feasibility study. And again, we chose, and it was the advisory working group that interviewed the consultants. We're the ones who hired the consultants because, and you know, sort of our rule number one was we don't want you to be applying to be the implementer later. We didn't want somebody who just came in and said, yeah, it's going to work. We thought we needed to do our due diligence. We were spending a lot of taxpayer money to do this study. So Willdan found that none of the 24 scenarios proved viable. We even asked them, we went back and asked them to change a lot of their assumptions. So we asked them, could you adjust and have us purchasing power at a lower cost? Would you adjust and take out a bunch of the staff that you've included, and we would start with a smaller staff? Didn't matter what they did, it still showed that it wasn't viable. So we asked MRW to peer review. Now, I know there will be some discussion about the fact that we used MRW to review it. MRW concurred that in Southern California Edison jurisdictions, it was not viable. And yes, MRW used the pro forma that was in the study. They didn't start from scratch. They didn't reinvent the wheel. They used the data that came out of the original study when they peer reviewed it. Okay?
Just real quick, you made a comment in Edison's area. Is it different in other areas?
It's different. The study showed that it was potentially more viable in PG&E territory. And I'll get to that in a second, too, and why we think that is the case. So this is the question you asked about where the utilities are and will be. So I've since gotten information from Jen, thank you, that she's updated the information on 2016 for SCE, they were at 28% renewable is what they were purchasing for all of us. So we do know, based on what the IOUs have purchased out into the future, that in PG&E territory in 2020, there'll be a 43% renewable.
And tell us what RPS means, please.
A renewable portfolio standard.
Thank you.
And that is so in state statute, in 2020, everyone must be at 33%, whether you're an IOU or a CCE. In 2030, everyone must be at 50%. So 33% by 2020, 50% by 2030. That is in statute, no matter who you are. So as you can see, in 2020, the requirement is 33%. But if we started at 33%, Edison would be already ahead of the game and greener than what we would be. That's, again, why we said, let's look at what it looks like if we started at 50%, with likely starting this very large CCE in 2020 because of what you have to go through to get these started. So this gives you an idea, according to the study, of what a bill would look like under the scenario. So the advisory working group jurisdictions, that is those jurisdictions that paid to be part of the study. So if you look at PG&E territory, in the 50% RPS, so renewable portfolio standard at 50%, their bill, a customer's bill, would be essentially 29% higher than it would be in PG&E for getting your bill from PG&E. And if you look at it in Edison territory, the bill at 50% renewable would be 50% higher than what, this is what the study showed, it would be 50% higher than what your bill would be with Edison currently, because you have to include the cost of purchasing the power and that exit fee. And again, we used 50% as opposed to 33 because we wanted to be as clean, if not cleaner, than the current IOUs. So now I think this will help answer a question. So here's what MRW's rate comparison for, and we're only talking about Edison because we're only in Edison territory. So if you look at this chart, when MRW compared when they did the rate comparison off of the feasibility study, every year that MRW projected, the CCE rates in Edison territory would always be higher, especially in the beginning, at 44% higher in 2020 than Edison's would be. And it doesn't get close to parity, and it's still 2% higher, according to the feasibility study, in 2030. So according to the study, we would never be equal or lesser than the rates that are offered by Edison. Now, here's the big question. What is the driver of this infeasibility? Because I have to tell you, we've heard it from everybody in the state. Everyone, including all of us, were shocked at the results. We kept saying to each other, wait, what? Did I read that right? That cannot be right. Because this is the first time for any CCE in the state of California that a study came out and said it wasn't feasible. And we thought, how can that be? That doesn't make any sense to us. Everyone else is doing this. Now, keep in mind that currently there is only one CCE up and operating. There may be 1.5 right now. Apple Valley may actually be running. But the city of Lancaster, a year or so ago, started their own CCE. They opened it to their municipal accounts. They're the only one in SCE territory. They opened it to municipal accounts, and then a few months later, they opened it to all of their residents. So their residents are part of the CCE. Their city council is the JPA, essentially. They're the board of the CCE. So they are the power generators. They're the only ones that are up and running in Edison territory. So, but there are a number of them running in PG&E territory, and they have revenue in the bank. So it surprised us, like, what is going on here? Well, one of the first things that became apparent was we're in 2 IOU areas. You're in PG&E and you're in Edison. And we're at the end of both service areas. So it makes it a little more complicated. The billing is more complicated. Everything is a little more complicated. And what makes it really complicated is if you're the county of Santa Barbara, you can't offer a CCE to only part of your residents. You have to offer it to all of your residents. So it's much more complicated in Santa Barbara County because they have 2 IOUs. Whereas for us, we're only in Edison territory. But as a region, we were huge. There's a lot of us. When you put the population of the 3 counties all together, it's 1.5 million people, much larger than anyone we've ever seen in the state before. And something happened that we noticed. The IOUs have had time to adjust with these coming on board over the past number of years. So, for example, from 2014 to 2017, according to our intel, SCE delivery charge, the delivery charge from SCE, it went up 89%, while the generation decreased by 13%. So when you look at that, you can see where it would be an interesting aside that a CCE would likely be more costly in an area where you have higher generation costs because the CCE is the one generating the energy as opposed to distributing it. So we saw that shift happen during that 2014 to 2017 period. And then again, remember, you have to add that PCIA charge onto each one of the CCE bills. And, like I said, there's a proceeding under consideration to the PUC to make that exit fee more equitable to the IOUs because of the fact that they'd procured power out many years for customers that could be moving to a CCE. So that's what we believe the drivers of infeasibility were for our area as opposed to some other area. So, Santa Barbara.
Could I ask a question about the rates that the companies charge? Does the mothballing of San Onofre or Diablo that gets passed on to the ratepayers. Is that factored into the costs of the different costs that would be for the CCE versus the energy company?
I don't know the answer to that. I know that, I don't want to put him on the spot, but I know Rudy's in the audience, and he may have a better understanding of if that, I don't know if that's the case or not. I can certainly ask and find out for you.
Decommissioning costs have already been collected. Decommissioning costs have already been collected. So it
Thank
shouldn't
you.
factor in.
Thank you. So we are busy, the advisory working group, having presentations to our boards and councils about the results of the feasibility study. Santa Barbara County has, they took this to their board a couple of weeks ago. And what we heard out of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors is they would like to look at one more assessment, and that assessment would look at if you were a new CCE, not as large as the entire Tri-County area will say, but for example, if you were a new CCE and you were starting out and you had X amount of customers, Santa Barbara is looking to do one more assessment with a company that has done assessments for CCE on the funding portion of it. So in other words, they would look at, if we were to do this, any number of us, so if Santa Barbara County was to start their own CCE, would there be a bank or a lending institution willing to back the CCE and lend the money to start a CCE? So essentially, that's what Santa Barbara County staff is looking at, is to find a company, a consulting firm, that would look at this with the remainder of the funds that we have, that we've all thrown in a couple years ago. So for the County of Ventura, we put $50,000 into this feasibility study. There's $5,500 left out of the county's portion of the money. I will tell you that those of the original advisory working group that said we're not going to move forward was San Luis Obispo County said we're not going to move forward. The city of Camarillo said we're not going to move forward. But Carpinteria has said we're going to wait for a presentation and see what our council says. The city of Moore Park said we're going to wait to see what the County Board of Supervisors does, and then we'll get back to you. We have not talked yet to Ojai, but Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, and Ventura, those three cities of the 6 that joined with us, they're interested in hanging. They said, keep our money. We want to see what this final element, we want to follow this through to the end. Those 3 cities in Ventura County have said that. We have not responded because we were going to, I'm coming to you today to have this conversation about where we go in the future.
Can I just make a point? It was brought up to their attention this law, SB 100, has been modified or amended. And so it states here now, so it's 33% by December 31, 2020, 44% by December 31, 2024, and 52% by December 31, 2027, and 60% by December 31, 2030. So I just wanted to make sure it has been amended, so it is increasing faster, but I just wanted to make sure we made note of that.
Supervisor Long, what numbers were you that was for the CCE or for
It's the quantities
Edison?
of eligible renewable energy source to be procured for all other compliance period reflecting reasonable progress in each of the interviewing. It's SB 100, and maybe we can come back on that at a later time, but I just wanted to make sure that we reference that.
Well, in SB 100, I know there were some issues with the legislation. At one point, there was language in there, or proposed language in there, to, I think it was 2045, everyone would have to be purchasing energy at 100% renewable. So the bill sort of stalled, and we're keeping an eye on what happens with that next year.
Right, and so that's what I was just reading off the California Legislative Information webpage as today's law as amended. So I just wanted.
And you see that the legislature, that was this session, each session, I think they're going to continue to work to push towards getting us into renewables here in the state of California. I know the Santa Barbara is where you were at, talking about what their Board of Supervisors has asked for, and that also included looking at the County of Los Angeles. And I just want to point out that at the Southern California Association of Governments, we did have a presentation from the County of Los Angeles. They've got a deal for us that I want us to hear about. They did present it to the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance last week, so we were able to get that information. But I believe it's accurate to say that Santa Barbara County is also now looking at Los Angeles. And I don't know if part of the funding for the next study that they're proposing is going to incorporate that.
No, the funding they made, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but as I understand it, the funding that's left from the advisory working group contributions would be used at looking at another assessment if the board decides that they want them to move forward to looking at, because in Santa Barbara they would have to go to two separate CCEs, one that's in PG&E territory and one that's in Edison territory. So I think that's a little further down the road, correct? So that's where Santa Barbara County is at this point. And as I mentioned, they're also asking all of the advisory working group participants, those who participated financially, do you want us to send you a check back with the remaining funds from the original study, or do you want to hang in for the last portion of this? So I know for sure 3 of the 6 cities have said yes.
And you'll share with our board what the Energy Alliance decided to?
So, did you have a question?
Yeah,
go ahead.
No, I guess I'm looking at it from a standpoint, okay. So, reading just what she read and what you're telling me and what Edison's doing, our whole goal with this was to try to get pushing to green energy, right? That's what the whole goal is. And it sounds like everybody's under that mandate to do that, Edison, PG&E, or whatever they are. So I don't see, I guess I'm trying to figure out, I mean, I can see why the feasibility didn't work. I mean, in the sense, because these other agencies were moving so far faster and they're being to do it, so I don't know how we could even be greener than anybody else. Is there?
Well, and I think the other thing that would be said about this is that CCE provides residents a choice. So you have a choice of participating in the CCE, or you have a choice of staying with your current IOU. So it's a matter of choice. It's a matter of can you save money and can you be greener? So it's sort of the legs of the stool.
Right. I understand the choice, and some people may make a choice if it's close, but nobody's going to make a choice if it costs me a whole bunch more. And then where do you find, does your study, let's say if some bank lends you $575 million, $500 million, is that, the studies include the interest carry and all this stuff to do this and all those other additional costs, or were those all part of that?
That's the startup
They're shaking their head
costing.
behind you, so I guess it does. But anyway, okay, so I would imagine they understood that. It's very, it's an interesting, that study. So.
I want to be 100% clear on what Santa Barbara, the additional study is going to produce. You made reference to it was going to produce a financing. Is there somebody out there willing to finance this? Is it going to be a new study of these rates, or is it just going to be financing, so that I know what we're deciding to do or not do? And then the other one is it $5,500 of our $50,000 that is left?
Yes.
Because it's more than $5,500 total that is left. That's just our percent.
Right. Our portion is $5,500.
Got it.
And I'd like to introduce George Chaptian with the County of Santa Barbara, who will answer your question.
Great,
Good
thank
afternoon,
you.
board members. I'm sorry to step in just to help out with where Santa Barbara County is going. And I've been in this process for 2 years now as well with Sue, and I want to thank you, the board, and your staff. It's been tremendous working with your staff on this project. In terms of what the direction we received was look at a study where maybe a smaller model. Can a CC exist in this Tri-County area, or maybe even Santa Barbara County, if it was just residential and government accounts? And so that's part of what the Pacific Energy Advisors, although we haven't chosen them at this point, that's what part of what the study will look at is there a model that would work in a CCE?
And does that model is going to be primarily focused on what Santa Barbara options?
No, it'll be on both options. It'll be Santa Barbara and the working group that stays in this in the further study. So we'll look at
So
both
it's,
of those.
it's looking at the same study, just with a smaller
Smaller
field of
and using
people.
their own data, their own assumptions.
So that makes it a different study.
Are we just
Now, that's
trying to
different.
change it to make it work, or what are we really trying to do here? So
Well, no,
that doesn't sound like a very, from us up here, that's a little bit difficult.
It wouldn't change to make it work. I think what we heard was, is there a scenario where it would work in this process? And I think Sue was right. We looked at a study, we had peer review look at it, and the peer review came out, that said it wasn't feasible. So our board asked them to take more time.
So what are the different assumptions? Do you know what the different assumptions are that you're
Oh,
going to
boy, I'm
make?
going to have to call the expert at that one, the different assumptions. And I know it's the price you pay. Go ahead, Jen.
Hi, good afternoon, Board. My name is Jen Krieger. I'm in the County of Santa Barbara Energy and Sustainability Division. So we're trying not to predetermine the outcome of any of our studies, not the study done to date, the peer review done to date, or this new third evaluation that we're planning to do. The main difference is going to be that the firm that we're looking at working with right now, they have their own financial model, their own pro forma model with their own assumptions about the cost of power, what interest rates should be, what our staffing model and organizational model should look like. So we're going to allow them kind of open footing to look at it from their perspective. There were, from the advisory working group's perspective, and I know some of the community's perspective later on, there were some concerns with some of the assumptions that the original consultant made. We do feel like we addressed those both through the peer review with MRW and by calling around to some of the staff at some of the existing CCE programs to kind of ground truth the data that was going into the model to make sure that we were confident in the data that was coming out of the model. So we do feel like we addressed it, but the Santa Barbara County Board did hear that there were still some potential lingering issues with that from some members of the community. So we want to give another opportunity to take a look at it with a fresh eye.
So from your perspective, you did challenge those and felt like you would address the concerns about the assumptions that were made.
We did, again, in two different ways, by using the peer review who used the same pro forma model, but made their own assumptions about the data that would go into the model. And then also based on some of the findings from the peer reviewer and from some of our conversations with other CCE programs, we had the original consultant, Wildan, do some sensitivity testing. The biggest piece, the biggest driver of whether or not a CCE program can be feasible is the biggest cost input, which is how much it costs to either produce or buy the power. Our original consultant was fairly conservative in their estimates of what that would cost. So we actually had them lower those power costs all the way down to about 40%. They brought it down in line with what the CCE programs today are seeing in the market. And they still, they saw that we may have the potential to be more closer to rate competitive, but we still couldn't stay solvent in the long run, meaning we couldn't necessarily cover our cost every year.
With the lower
Even dropping the power
purchase.
cost by 40%. And as Sue referenced, adjusting some of the staffing assumptions,
And-
adjusting some of the assumptions
and-
about the rates.
And you, as staff, agreed with that analysis?
We
that it did-
agreed
that it did
with-
not make
that we
sense
did a
even at 40%.
thorough job analyzing the data that we had.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks.
So I'm going to jump into something that Supervisor.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
Just to clarify on the data for what we're looking at in the future, we're also, the assumption is that we're going more to putting more solar on homes and generating it that way and more solar at our businesses to be off the grid. Is that part of the model? Because I know that's where
so
people
that
are going
adds
through.
a little bit of complication to it because yes, you would look at wherever you can produce solar, correct, or wind, or whatever those other renewables are that you're building locally. But if I understood a little, something that you said, if you put them on your home and you are now generating power and you generate more than you use, it's a PUC regulation that you still must go through Edison. Because they maintain the grid, if you're producing solar power on your house and you produce more than you use, you have to go through Edison. That is not something that goes right to the CCE.
Thank you.
Okay, so Supervisor Parks mentioned Los Angeles County. So I'm going to give you a couple slides on some LA County things that I've looked at. And again, we invited LA County staff. Their head sustainability fellow is at a conference, an energy conference in San Diego, and their number two, who really tried to make it here but has a presentation this afternoon down in Pasadena, was unable to attend. So I'm going to give you some information. They provided a lot of information to the VCREA staff. Currently, LA County, they did something a little different than we did. Ours was called the feasibility study. They did what they called a technical study, and they wrapped it into a business plan. So theirs looks quite different than ours does. But they got approval from the LA County Board of Supervisors to begin forming a CCE in Los Angeles. It's called LACCE. They have 84 of their 88 cities are eligible. In part, 4 of their cities aren't eligible because they have their own utility, like LADWP, City of Pasadena, Glendale, and Burbank. They all have their own power entity. So 84 eligible cities. Right now where they are is they have 5 cities that have signed on, and the county unincorporated. Their county unincorporated population is, in round numbers, about 1.1 million people. So they'll be a big entity. The entire region, all of LA County, is in Edison territory. The LA County Board of Supervisors gave them $10 million startup fund to start, hiring people, have a staff. That clearly is not acquiring. That's not procuring energy. And then they're looking at how they're going to borrow the money to get up and running and have to be able to procure the power. They are offering an open enrollment period through the end of 2017 with no cost to join if any entity is interested in joining in LA County. They think phase 1 will start in 2018. They are going to start with their 2,000 plus municipal, so all of their government buildings is what they'll throw into that. And they have something on the order of a little more than 2,000 buildings that they'll start with. And then later in the year, later in 2018 is when they will offer it to residents, and their residents would be up and running and unincorporated.
So I'm sorry to drag us out with these questions, but trying to get all this down. When you say open enrollment period through 2017 with no cost to join, what's no cost to join mean?
So currently what they're saying is we welcome you to be part of LACCE, and there's no charge to join. They're forming a joint powers authority, so it will be, and you have a seat on the JPA if your municipality, your city, your county is a member. So in other words, let's say the County of Ventura said, yes, we want to be part of LACCE. A board member would be on, because it has to be an elected official, one of our board members would be on the JPA. They would be a member. But what they're saying is that board will decide in the future if there is a cost for participating, because let's say they start out with 5 cities and the unincorporated, and they borrow money to procure the power. Now you have an entity with 100,000 people who says, they say, well, we want you to procure our power, and we're going to pass this ordinance. Someone needs to pay for procuring that power for those 100,000 people. So the door would be open for them to say, we want you, X entity, to pay for the procurement of the power. That's a possibility. They haven't said that 100%, but I think that's what they mean by you can get in free now, there may be a cost later. I should note one other thing that to me is a little risky, but one thing that was said too is the question was asked of LA County. Let's say your municipality goes into LACCE. LACCE doesn't have an exit fee, so if an entity decides to pull out and say, we're going to go back to Edison and we don't want to be part of LACCE, the potential is there for the JPA board members to say, we procured power for your residents going out 10 years. there's an exit fee. You need to pay for that power for those residents. That's just sort of a reality of this. So it's something to keep in mind. Now, what could also happen is you could just have residents who, I suppose, pulled out of it and opted out, because you're automatically in if there's a CCE. You could have residents that would opt out, and the municipality would never opt out, so to speak. So it's just something to think about. There's a lot of what's the devil's in the details kind of thing. And just to be clear, because we were talking about the RPS, so the Renewable Portfolio Standard, if you look at where LA County is on this, so what they're currently looking at is they would be purchasing power in 2018 at 25% renewable. But if you move forward to 2020, they're at 33% because that's what the law says. And if you go out several years, so in 2027, they would be at 45%, heading towards that 50% by 2030. However, if you're trying to compare apples to apples, what we said in our study is that we would start in 2020 in a newly formed CCE across all 3 counties at 50%, because Edison will be at 41%, a little more than 41% in 2020. So if your goal is to be greener, our study looked at, number 1, being greener, and number 2, are you less expensive than the current IOU? Now, LA County has said we will always be cheaper than Edison. That's what they say in their presentations. We will always be cheaper than Edison. But they've also said, because we will use our reserves if we have to bring the rate down. So other CCEs, I don't know if they use reserves to bring down their rate. Most CCEs use their reserves to procure, but more importantly, to build new renewable local energy sources. So it's just something to keep in mind that this is in LA County's implementation plan.
This sounds a little risky and a lot of ifs and whats and buts and everything else. I guess, just real quick, the assumption to me is, I would imagine as the solar, all the green energy stuff has been over the last 5-10 years, is growing and continue to grow. I would like to ask, or I guess assuming what the assumption went in, I don't know if, Rudy, you can tell us this, what your guys are seeing future cost of power versus what you were talking about here, because I thought that maybe, I don't know, can I ask him to speak for 1 minute, please, Rudy, or just real quick? I just want to, because I'd like to know from what you guys are doing, what do you see in the future cost of power? Because they said it was coming down, is what they proposed. Are you agreeing with that, or is future power going up, or is it going down faster?
So, the state has always been, first of all, good afternoon, supervisors and Mr. Powers, sorry. The state has always been wanting to be seen as a leader in green energy and being environmental. Sure. So in order to kickstart the renewable industry, back in the year 2002, the renewable portfolio standards were established. So in order for the investor-owned utilities to meet those mandates, we needed to go out and sign long-term contracts to be able to deliver on those mandates. So we expect that as time goes on, just as the cost of solar has come down, the cost of all renewables will continue to decline, and we expect that once our high-cost contracts are off our books, our rates will be very competitive. And I need to state a disclaimer that Edison is neutral in this whole community choice issue.
Right. I know you are,
Yeah.
but that's why I was just curious about, you're in the industry knowing. So kind of what we heard when Gray Davis was here, we bought all these high-end contracts and we had to get, that's what you kind of did because it was new back then, or the newer stuff, and you just had to meet requirements, so you had to go buy it.
So we had to meet requirements, and in order to do so, we had to sign these long-term contracts.
Okay. That's why I was curious, where the future is of what you believe, plus all energy is getting cheaper to produce in a sense, even your new power plants, even your new, all this kind of stuff.
Sure.
Okay, that's I just would, thanks for doing it.
You're welcome.
Rudy, maybe
Since you're up, I've got a couple other questions for you. When do the high-cost contracts start to drop off? And what percentage of them drop off?
Typically, 20 to 30-year contracts. So if we signed them back in the early 2000s, we expect that in the year, 2020 to 2030, the cost of those contracts will start coming off the books, and we can now look at entering into lower cost contracts.
And, the reference was made that as Edison has been switching so that your bill is becoming more and more delivery charge and less the purchase of power. Yet you still have these high-cost contracts out there. So is this a shift that's on paper, or is it a shift that somebody audits and says it's really real, that your cost of delivering the energy is going up and your cost of acquiring the power that goes into the wires is going down?
So as a highly regulated industry, I have to assume that all those costs are real. So, if we want to be challenged on it, people have the ability to go through the CPUC to challenge us on those costs. So I would imagine that there are actual costs.
So it's the confidence people have that the CUP is actually allowing delivery rates that are really the real rates and that they're going up. So in spite of the fact that the high-cost contracts are out there, the delivery rates have been going up substantially on the bills.
And when you talk about delivery, you talk about all the infrastructure necessary to get it from the generation point to the end customer user. So that includes transmission, distribution, all the infrastructure that goes with that. And those are where our major costs are.
Okay. I think those are my questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, we appreciate you coming up.
If you're done with Los Angeles, are you going to go on? Because I'd like to throw in some points about Los Angeles if you're done with yours.
Yeah, I mean, we interrupted you. I don't know where you are.
No, I have one slide left on what you'd like.
Okay, why don't we let her finish her
moving
slide,
forward.
then we can ask. Okay.
Well, in relationship to Los Angeles, they did present a couple of times, once at SCAG and then last week at...
Can we let her just finish that one slide and then you do
Okay.
all of your
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so where we are, this is very last slide. If I'm just looking for, it's a receive and file with direction to staff. So we think we have a few options. One is to continue with the advisory working group. 3 of our 6 cities I know for sure want to continue with that to see what that financial feasibility or assessment looks like. Explore joining another CCE, form a whole new CCE, or discontinue any other CCE evaluation. So that's where we are.
I thought she had another thing on Los Angeles.
I think we do have someone, from Santa Barbara here, and so he can answer the question regarding what their Board of Supervisors is doing, whether to study Los Angeles also.
Yeah.
And I think there's some big things to say about Los Angeles. One, they're kind of the big gorilla in the room. They have a large population, they have a large budget, and they have stood up and put $10 million in so far of their money towards this. And in addition to that, from what I recall from the presentation that we received at VCREA, they are looking at potentially another $50 million going in. Do you remember that figure?
Yes, that's correct.
So the idea that you have the County of Los Angeles stepping up and doing this, they must have confidence in their numbers. I know our staff has some questions about them. But looking at the PowerPoint that they presented, I just want to give you a couple of more points on that. One, I also recall that there's the potential that the customer could actually decide how much renewables they want for their energy that they're getting. So they could pay a higher amount because they know that they're getting 100% renewable, for example. So I thought that was a nice feature. Additionally, to join, as we were saying, is free. They're saying that lasts till the end of this year, December 2017. So it does make me want to look further into this option. The Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance did vote that this was worth vetting and considering. I think they were pretty excited about the prospect of joining with Los Angeles because they're going to start moving in 2018 with purchasing. The idea that where they will be looking for local clean energy, renewable energies, will be, first of all, in their Joint Powers Authority members. So the idea that if we're in there, we could start looking, and we were just having our economic vitality plan, we can start looking in our own county for potential sources for green energy, and I like that aspect of it also. Additionally, the governance structure would be that each person who joins gets one vote, or each entity, each city, each county, they all get one vote. And here you have the County of Los Angeles, as we were saying, is the biggest one there. They have decided that they're only going to have one vote. And I think that, says a lot about the willingness to be collaborative and partner. I talked with the people in Santa Monica. They're doing their study. I know a lot of cities throughout Los Angeles County are doing studies, whether to do their own like we did or join it with others. And those studies are coming back. I think from what the gentleman I spoke to in Santa Monica was saying, he's running their effort, that more than likely they're all going to end up with Los Angeles because you do have so much going for it. So I think while they don't have a lot right now, I think that there is going to be an increase in the number of entities that are on the JPA in Los Angeles. They're also looking at, as Sue was saying, that this will be less costly than the rates that we're currently paying. So, while there may be some doubt out there, if this is true and what they are saying and the money that they have put into it, I think it definitely merits our consideration of it, as the county board in Santa Barbara is doing. I think that's primarily the points that I wanted to make, and then also the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance, the couple of questions that I asked there, as was indicated, the County of Los Angeles is doing this in a phased approach. So in the beginning of next year, they're going to first have their first customers be themselves. So I asked, could we do that same thing in Ventura County, have our first customers be our facilities? And they, certainly they have an open mind towards that. And then also looking at the potential for the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance itself, maybe joining with the JPA instead of each individual, and then we could maybe have a few more votes on there because it's made up of cities and the county on that too. So we do have that ability. We've also voted to increase the VCREA to include all the cities in the county, to invite them to come to the table and then to start meeting more regularly. So I think we're kind of setting the stage to see that we can be as successful as possible. I really, from hearing the presentation, and I'm sorry that we aren't able to hear it today, I would recommend that we do bring that forward at a future board meeting, to hear a presentation from the County of Los Angeles, to hear whether we want to consider joining with them or not. But I definitely think that has merit. And if Santa Barbara is looking at, well, I guess we'll hear from them, is looking at joining, or at least doing an analysis of whether they want to join, I think that will be valuable information. But I think a lot of entities are now doing that same analysis, like Santa Monica, because it does seem to be the big game in town, if not the only game in town, in the sense that it's local, and we could have a good say on it and have the benefit to our citizens in both rates and then also local power generation here in our county.
Okay, we've got 10 speakers. Are you done?
I just would like to really quickly invite George up to speak about the process, and also Helen Cox from the City of Thousand Oaks is here and participated as an advisory working group member too as well. So.
Again, Supervisors, Mr. Powell, thank you for having us here. And I just want to say it has been a pleasure working with your staff. Very bright. The entire working group is a very bright group. For Supervisor Parks, just to clarify, we are looking at potentially joining two CCEs, Edison in Edison territory and in PG&E territory. I have to tell you, sitting through the VCREA meeting, I didn't hear a lot of detail from LA County. So I'm really going to be looking at it with a critical eye, because I have to make this recommendation. Jen and I will have to make this recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, and I want to make sure that we are on safe ground. And I didn't hear a lot of detail. I heard a lot of a rosy picture, and I know there's some detailed questions asked of LA County, but I'm going to really need to hear more details before I make any recommendation to the board. The exiting concerns me that it would be a dirtier product than Edison currently is providing. And also, I don't know, our two studies didn't show that our rates would be competitive to Edison, so I'm not sure how theirs shows that. And when we did ask them about that, Their consultant really didn't take an in-depth look at it. It wasn't comparing apples to apples. So we really have to look into that a little bit more, and we'll make that presentation to the board.
And I think also they give you an opportunity to, after 180 days, right, you can step out of that if they haven't already started purchasing. So it may be a good start, and then make that decision later.
Right. So, we'll have to work all of that out, and, you know, what the exit strategy would be if a county or a city decided to exit. But again, I want to thank you, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak and for working with Sue and Heather. I think you've got tremendous staff here. Thank you.
You appreciate that. Yeah?
Hello, Helen Cox, City of Thousand Oaks. I was the Thousand Oaks representative on the AWG, and I also want to thank you for participating in the study and echo the comments that George made. It was a really professional and very well-informed and highly technical group of people that participated in that. I don't think we left any doors unopened, anything unturned, and as Sue mentioned, when the results of the initial study came out, we were shocked. We were really floored by the fact that none of the scenarios for none of the geographic, none of the energy mix scenarios came out as being financially viable. And of course, our first questions were, let's dig into this. What is happening? And to the extent that we were opening the pro forma spreadsheets and playing with cell values and changing values to try to make things work and then really examine all the assumptions. And ultimately, that's what we directed Wilden to do, was to go back and explore all of these sensitivity to all these different factors that we felt were not or might be questionable. Then at the same time, when we sent it out to MRW for their peer review, we asked them, how would you change any of these assumptions? We asked them to make those. So we're very confident that the results that came out of those two studies, they were very different. The first one was much more conservative on the assumptions, but even after we had allowed the sensitivity studies to be done, including reducing power procurement costs by as much as 40%, which we believe is more reflective of actually today's rates, we still didn't come out ahead for a number of factors that have been touched on today, one of which was the large startup costs and the debt service that would be a result of that. So I just wanted to comment on a couple of things. As far as the LA program is, one might ask, well, how can they beat the rates? And my answer to that would be, well, we don't know that they can. That's what they say they can. But, the proof will be in the pudding, and that will be determined as to whether they can beat those rates. And I think the other point, comment I wanted to make is about participating further in what the County of Santa Barbara is doing now. We felt that it was worth the added value that we would get from that, considering that the amount that is actually left from the original study, our contribution is relatively small. For that small amount of money, we can really delve in and get some more details and understanding. And one of the things that hopefully we could get an answer to would be not looking necessarily at different geographic scenarios again, but something that it might answer is different entities have different tariff rates. So if you're small commercial versus large commercial versus industrial versus ag versus residential, all of those have different tariff structures. So some of them are paying much lower rates than others. So I think the question might be, well, if this was a resident-only program, is there a way that it might be, we might be cost competitive in terms of rates of supporting our residents as supporting necessarily every entity in the jurisdiction. So that's one thing that we didn't look at in the original studies that we may be able to look at with this particular one.
Can I ask a question? The Los Angeles, the gentleman who's chief sustainability officer, I love
Gary
that title.
Giroux.
Yes, he also said that the study that we had commissioned was very conservative, both in the cost of energy and the cost of renewables, and all down the line. So that, and you agree with that?
The original study,
Yes.
yes. I think less so with when they did the sensitivity analysis and not so much with the peer review. But the original study was very
And I would
conservative.
think, again, as we compare our options available, and I would, say that Los Angeles is an option out there, the fact that they have putting a lot of money in at the beginning, as I see starting up any one of these is going to be an expensive venture. And in our three tri-county area, well, now we're even looking at Santa Barbara and Ventura. I think San Luis is bowed out. Just starting that is going to have I would think, and this is the question, would cost us more than going with another entity that has more customers like Los Angeles. That makes sense?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know the answer to that. I mean, in one case, we would be forming it, so we'd be setting the rules. In the other, we would be joining something that somebody else was setting the rules, but I don't know
the cost of starting.
That's,
anyway.
Thank you. Anything else you want to say? Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you for your work on it.
We've got speakers here real quick, so let's see if we can get through Sue. Nobody else, Sue, speaking? Okay. All right. We're going to do this for 2 minutes, if we could. Rick Gardner.
Yes, I'm Rick Gardner. I'm with an informal organization that we formed, Ventura County Energy Choice. I stand in support of community choice, aggregation, or energy, whatever term you want to use. I worked with Navy Task Force Climate Change for several years, and I was in charge of sea level rise analyses for Navy bases around the world. And so I've got a very climate change focus. And of course, that's the basis for greenhouse gas emissions to start with. I think we have a major climate crisis on our hands right now. We have to get off fossil fuels as soon as possible. And I think that's a real critical aspect of community choice, because it's about reflecting community values. It's not just about rates. We can, look at the rates, examine them. We can point out, hey, how can LA County be cost effective if we've been shown that, if it's been stated that Ventura County isn't. I might add that Lancaster has been operating at lower rates than Southern California Edison for 2 or 3 years now, and they're within Edison's area. So that's another possible city you might talk with about community choice energy. But again, I think it's about values, community values, not just corporations, and which is, after all, they're responsible for their shareholders for making money. We need to make sure our community values are reflected in our community, in our choices of what energy we purchase, and also that we ourselves can generate our own energy. The more local we are, the more we can explore our own local options for the generation of energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Agnes Simmons? And then Katie Davis on deck.
Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. I think it's important that when we look at community choice energy, we look at real-world experience, and we know that there are 8 CCEs up and operating and some 17 underway. I want to quote from the energy staff of the PUC, which has held 2 on-bank hearings about CCEs because they've got to learn how to regulate them. They said, beyond the CCEs, which are already serving customers, the CPUC has also certified a number of CC implementation plans, which are scheduled to serve customers in 2017. These include Silicon Valley Clean Energy, Apple Valley Choice Energy, which is obviously an SCE territory, Hermosa Beach Choice Energy, and Redwood Coast Energy Authority. In addition, MCE has significantly expanded its territory. And they go on to say that there's a feasibility study for LACCE. This feasibility study resulted in a business plan which concluded that CCA in Los Angeles County is financially feasible and would yield benefits for residents and businesses. Well, obviously, LACCE is in SCE territory, and we had a great presentation at the VCREA a couple of days ago by LACCE. Now, forecasting the cost of energy is a very challenging activity, but I wanted to note that LACCE was using, and we asked this at the VCREA, $42 a megawatt hour for their charges for renewable energy. And that was based on, because they've had a feasibility study and they've had a peer review by ARC Alternatives, and their numbers were based on the prices obtained by municipal utilities, so they have a high degree of confidence in those. There's also a Luskin study, which came out in May from the UCLA, which shows comparative costs being offered. LACCE offered 4% under SCE charges.
Your time's up, sir, so we got to go.
I'm sorry, I don't have more time. But,
thank you. Katie Davis, please.
And I thank you, too. I know the UCLA Lesson School is doing some analysis that we should probably get geared in on.
Mike Stubblefield on deck, please.
Hi, I'm Katie Davis with the Sierra Club. This is an outlier study. We know that community choice energy programs are feasible because they are operating successfully up and down the state. If it's feasible for Little Lancaster, it's feasible for us. I've been involved with several startups that have turned into successful businesses, and I can tell you if we'd done a Willdan type study, none of those startups would have launched. In a competitive market, you have to approach your business plan from the perspective of how could we make this work? How can we maximize our competitive advantages, lower startup costs, and win? In this case, we excluded anyone who might help us start a CCA from participating in the feasibility study, and what we got was a very theoretical approach. In the real world, you wouldn't start a CCA with a bond and huge debt service payments and reserves that go on, for payments that go on forever, and you would buy at the current market rate. We'll then use the price for renewables that Edison is paying with contracts that were done a long time ago. They assumed a price of $80 a megawatt hour when it should be half that, $40 a megawatt hour. A Berkeley Lab report found that no solar power purchase agreements over $50 a megawatt hour since 2016, but many under $30 an hour. So it was just wrong. When the peer review revised some of these assumptions, and not by enough, they only revised that renewable price down to $60 a megawatt hour. It's still too high. They found it was much more feasible. The peer review also still had to use the Willdan model, which they did not recommend. They didn't mention that peer review said this is not a model we would recommend. So that's why the County of Santa Barbara and the City of Santa Barbara have decided they need to get more eyes on this and get the perspective of other consultants who know the business, as well as consider the alternate approach of joining LA County. The benefits of starting something locally is it would give us local control and programs we want. For instance, an Alameda County study found community choice energy would produce 2,300 jobs in their county. That's another benefit we've not talked about. There are approaches that would reduce risk.
Please wrap up,
please. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mike Stubblefield. Ron Whitehurst on deck, please.
Wow, it's going to be hard to follow up Katie's comments. Mike Stubblefield,
Much energy.
Oxnard. I'm also here on behalf of the Los Padres chapter of the Sierra Club. Katie and I and some of our other colleagues in the Sierra Club got involved in CCA a couple of years ago when we went to a workshop down in LA, a weekend workshop, and we learned that Lancaster, little old Lancaster, started a CCA in a year, and they're all Republicans on the city council. And it's quite successful. It's doing well. I think the thing to keep in mind here is that I don't think the science says anything other than we have to lower our carbon dioxide emissions. And so there are many, many ways we can do that. This is a democratic, creative, cost-effective way to do that because it allows the consumer to decide how much he or she is willing to pay to get cleaner energy. It's as simple as that. And I got to tell you, the cost of renewables, at least in the state of California, is going down, down, down all the time. They're very, very competitive. As time goes on, they will achieve parity and probably be more affordable even than non-renewables. Good example is the power plant at Oxnard. You know, some of you that read the news know we have fought another fossil fuel-fired power plant on our beaches for literally years. And in the last week, we've learned that we did prevail, and there isn't going to be another fossil fuel-fired power plant. It's going to be some combination of renewables, computer-controlled wind and or solar. So this is just part of that larger picture. The public wants cleaner air, and so we need to find effective ways to do that. This is just a common sense approach to doing that. So I ask you to seriously consider CCA for Ventura County. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ron Whitehurst, and then Jan Dietrich.
Ron Whitehurst, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Garbage in, garbage out. Santa Barbara refused to talk to anybody who knew anything about CCEs, and so this is what we got. So let's throw it in the recycling bin and move on. Edison pays low wholesale rates for power produced. Looking at the models of Sonoma and Rin CCEs, they pay top dollar for locally produced power. I'm a small business person. I want to make money off of my roofs and my parking lot to produce energy and to offset my utility bills. CCEs partner with organizations to put together larger solar projects like Limonera, Gills Onions, and the Thousand Oaks Water Treatment Plant. CCEs foster developing technologies that make sense locally, such as Sonoma buying locally produced geothermal energy. World Business Academy demonstrated that there are enough roofs in the local industrial corridors to cover the expected load of a power plant proposed for Goleta. In Oxnard, there are lots of roofs where solar panels could be producing earthquake-resistant power. All of you businessmen with roofs or parking lots have the opportunity to turn these into assets and profit centers. For battery producers such as Simplify up in Ojai and battery installers, CCE will be good for business. It could possibly support an apprentice program like the IBEW 10 Net Zero Plus Training Center in LA. For those developing wind, solar, hydro, and geothermal, you will have an engaged partner in the local CCE. Dong Energy just announced plans for 3.5 gigawatts more offshore wind in the next 2 years, and the CACA might attract that to our coast. Let's move forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jan? And then Michael.
My husband's a hard act to follow. I have 3 comments. 2 are about how time is of the essence, and another is about transparency. Electricity has a seasonal cycle. SoCal Edison makes a lot of their money off of us in the summertime compared to the winter. A delay during 2018. I mean, the reason that the LACCE representative spoke Thursday about getting started as quickly as possible and having the 2,000 accounts in place in the first quarter, 25,000 more in the second quarter, focusing on the big users, the industrial and commercial accounts, is that especially if we continue having 100-degree days, air conditioners are going to be running like crazy next summer, and LACCE is determined that they are providing that energy and making those marginal revenues to build a reserve for during next summer. Our business is seasonal. I've been, managing up and downs for 27 years. It's not just a slogan, you make hay when the sun shines, okay? This is the smartness that I see in LACCE wanting to hurry. There's another, the energy market. I would just refer you to our local resource, Don Dame, who's been buying energy for City of Lompoc and 10 other cities for 20 years. And he can tell you it's never going to be better than now to start a CCE. And it has to do with the price of natural gas. About transparency, I get a notice every time Monterey Bay's Clean Power has a meeting, I can go and see what they're talking
Your
about at their
time's up,
meetings.
ma'am. Appreciate it.
City of Santa
Thank you.
Monica
Thank you.
has a citizens advisory committee to the city's
Michael?
public works department.
All right.
We need
Thanks,
the
Jan.
same transparency here.
Thank you. Thank you. Alan Mosier after.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Chiakos, representing the Community Environmental Council, and we're a nonprofit founded in 1970 that works throughout Ventura, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo counties on clean energy policy and implementation. And we were the ones that contributed financially the same amount as you, $50,000 to the CCE study. And to set the record straight, we weren't offered a seat at the table. However, we would like a seat, and we've made that request again. And particularly because this study, if you've heard, was quite an outlier, much different than the findings from the couple dozen other studies that have been done, we really think that this would be important for the community to have a voice at the table. And we have reviewed the study as well as the peer review. There was the peer review raised substantial concerns with major assumptions in the study, as you've heard, and we urge the County of Ventura to follow the lead of the County of Santa Barbara at their board hearing and further investigate these differences by engaging in a more comprehensive peer review. As you heard, the cost of renewable energy, the reason the numbers look so bad there is because the consultant looked at prices that are twice what the current CCEs are paying for energy. It's very conservative to be twice as high. There was also disagreement on startup costs and financing. And because of that, we believe that it's really important to take another look, utilizing a different model and industry consensus assumptions. There are 9 existing CCE programs and 8 more are set to a launch in California. These real-life examples prove that CCE is working in California. A locally controlled program would lead to the greatest additional co-benefits, such as job growth, renewable energy development, and energy programs designed for our region. So we really urge the county to look at a locally developed CCE program.
Thank you, Michael. Alan? And then Judy Lextere.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alan Mosier. I live in Santa Barbara. I recently moved here from the Washington, D.C. area, so you can see I used to be from the federal government, but I'm here to help. I worked for the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission and then the American Public Power Association. I've got about 35 years of experience in the utility industry. I can tell you overall that this is a risky venture, but I think you can make it work. And let me start with the bottom line, which is slightly different than what's been talked about. You can get to economic feasibility on this program, but the real reason for doing it is to take control of your energy future through some vision that you might have for Ventura County for smart cities development and for integrating all the different things you do on energy and the environment and land use and transportation together in a strategy. This is a vehicle to help you get started there, and to get you the economies of scale of doing it on a multi-county basis so that you can lower the overhead costs, have professional expertise to do the power there, and then customize the programs based upon the community expectations that you've got. Public power systems throughout the country do that. I'd say 850 out of the 2,000 municipal utilities in North America are members of joint power agencies that do the wholesale power procurement through a large agency and then customize the programs locally. Now, they all run distribution systems, not what you're going to be doing, but nonetheless, that business model, I think, would work for you very well. I agree on earlier commenters' points on the cost of renewable energy. It was too high in the study. You can vet it. That's really hard to forecast. You've got to use a market-based forecast rather than historical costs. The power cost indifference adjustment is also important. You've got one big advantage in the long term compared to Edison. Long-term competitive advantage. In the long term, this agency is likely to be building power plants itself. Your cost of capital is half of what Edison's is. You can do it for less. A lot of the investment in renewables right now is tax-driven for the production tax credit and investment tax credit that applies to wind and solar. Those are going to go away. In the long term, you've actually got a major advantage here. And just like municipal utilities across the country, I think you can do it for less. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Did we lose the other? We did. She's a 3. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. We need to keep going through. Okay, so this is a received file with some direction to Sue and her group. And so Anybody have a comment they want to make, or a motion, or what are you going to?
I was just wondering if Susan can come up and give us her thoughts on how if we wanted to check with Los Angeles County and pursue that, how that would be, and if that would be from a different funding source, or if that's something, if Santa Barbara is looking at that same thing, if that could be part of that.
Sure. Hello again, Jen Krieger with the County of Santa Barbara. So we received two kind of bifurcated directives from our board. One was to continue studying creating our own new program, whether that's just for the unincorporated parts of Santa Barbara County or regionally, depending on which of the advisory working group members want to continue working with us. So that's one track that could be regionally funded. The other track is to look at what it would take for the County of Santa Barbara to join LA and Monterey Bay to the north. That scope is not within the scope of creating a new program, so that is separate funding discussion.
And can I just get a little bit more clarification? When you say considering joining with LA, Santa Barbara joining with LA, do you mean the unincorporated area of Santa Barbara or with its cities?
This direction was from the Board of Supervisors, so just the unincorporated parts of Santa Barbara County, and just for the Edison part of Santa Barbara County, which is the South Coast region, our North Counties and PG&E territory.
And that would be what you'd be considering looking at with Los Angeles County's CCE?
The southern portion of Santa Barbara County would be looking at LACCE. The northern portion would be looking at Monterey Bay Community Power.
Okay, thank you. And as I understand it too, I mean, we aren't limited necessarily, as Santa Barbara isn't. You know, looking up north, there are some successful examples up there also. What I do like about having it local is I think we might have more ability to use local resources to create local jobs and local energy. But I'm feeling that we have a good option here, at least with Los Angeles, and I would like our board to consider moving forward on that in terms of having a presentation by Los Angeles and seeing what they have to offer, and we can ask those questions that our staff isn't feeling comfortable like they're getting the answers on.
Okay, Steve?
Thank you. What a huge topic. I mean, when you think about it, and you're talking about big dollars to start up, et cetera. So I'll try to be as concise as I can in terms of saying this. Number one, I think it's good government if we could come up with appropriate competition in situations. What's appropriate competition is different in every market. In general, there's almost no competition right now in the electricity generating market. It's Southern California Edison, and so consequently, people have to live with all of those policies that are approved by the CUP and you know, that monitors them. So, if there is an appropriate competition model for Southern California Edison that's out there, I think it's good government for us to try to develop that if we can. In terms of doing that, because the competition could help us potentially help us in terms of rates, but more importantly, probably help us in terms of different values about how fast to move for clean energy. And I think you're going to find different people having different values, and in general, the utilities have not been pushing the envelope in terms of doing that. They've been responding to regulatory pressure to do it rather than their citizens saying we want to go that direction. So the second thing is I think it's good government for us to move towards clean energy, all right, to green energy for a whole variety of reasons out there, and it's potential that CCE could let us do this. So I know that you said, you know, we used a 50% scenario because if we're not going to be cleaner than Southern California Edison, we shouldn't do it. I'm not sure that that's really the right way to look at it. If we could be tied with Southern California Edison on clean energy, we could still potentially get appropriate competition. If, on the other hand, we could be tied with them in terms of rates, but we had more flexibility on that could be. So it's not a one way or the other way model. And certainly, if you look at LA said, we're going to get the rates down. And I think they're making a wise political decision, because although you have lots of people telling you they want us to be more green, when their rates go up, those people are going to say, why are we paying more? And they have the option to go. When you get those electricity bills next summer, when it's 100 degrees and all of that stuff, you're going to find a lot of people saying, I'm not that committed any longer in terms of doing that. So LA is going for the rate, the lower rate, and then just basically tying Southern California Edison. It looks like, although it's a little bit vague whether they are or not, right? So, good government if we can get appropriate competition. Good government if we can get to clean energy. But it's also good government to have it make common sense financially. In a study, there is absolutely no way that a board of supervisors can vote to do this without a really reliable study that says yes. So we've got one study that says no, and we got a lot of people questioning that study, and that's very appropriate, and that's what part of why I'm saying if it was more transparent, people would have less questions potentially right now. But bottom line is people are questioning that study. But the burden for me is I have to have the evidence in hand. I have to be convinced not that they were wrong, but there's actual evidence that it makes common sense financially. The other thing is that I have to be convinced, and this is a complicated one, but I have to be convinced that it's going to be reliable. I'll tell you one thing, you see this over and over again. If the water doesn't run, if the electricity doesn't come on, nobody's going to sit here and congratulate us for making the clean energy choice. All right? They're going to sit there and say it's not reliable. So I need to be convinced on those two things. But because there are some significant benefits to appropriate competition and significant benefits to clean energy, I'm not ready to close the door on this effort. I think that people talk about other places have made this work. I would caution people, because other places were able to make this work earlier when there were different factors, different exit costs from the power plants, et cetera, doesn't necessarily mean that translates into it works now. My guess is if we really looked at the Lancaster issue, Lancaster with all that solar energy, and maybe they, had this commitment that we're going to put it in, and, they were able to take advantage of some things that maybe we can't do right now. I don't have all of that information in front of me. So the questions I have in front of us right now, and with Supervisor Park saying, hey, let's get a presentation from Los Angeles, I want a lot more than a presentation from Los Angeles, but maybe a presentation is what it would be. I want us to actually look at it. There's some potential benefits here. Santa Barbara has the complication of PG&E and Southern California Edison, and all of that, LA is all Southern California Edison. LA is already doing a whole lot of the startup cost and doing a lot of that heavy lifting. They may view us as a marginal a marginal cost, marginal revenue kind of, and they may give us a good deal. They may not give us a good deal. I don't know. So where I would stand is I want to keep looking at the Los Angeles option. If Santa Barbara, when they finish their study, for some reason want to approach us, I think they know we've been certainly willing to do that. They may look at Los Angeles for half of their county. I don't know how they end up doing all of that, but that's all thing. But I need a lot of information, and if LA County says you got to decide by January 1, I find it really hard to imagine that we would have all of the data that we need for us to say we feel confident this makes common sense financially and from a reliability standpoint. So the first question I have is, will LA move that date? Would they say, hey, we want you enough that we would, let you come in after that? My guess is they would. They alluded to that fact at the meeting that they had, but there's a lot more to go down the road. So I would lean that way, and I'd lean to this board. I think we owe it to our citizens to explore something that almost all other municipalities are exploring in the state, and that is there a way to create some appropriate competition for Southern California Edison and for us to maybe give our citizens more flexibility on green, clean energy? Is there a way to do that? I think we have a responsibility to look at that from a healthy good faith effort that is reasonable from the use of county resources. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Go ahead, Supervisor.
No, go ahead.
Oh, no, you good? That's all right. You going to say anything?
No, I mean, I think we should be looking at all aspects, and then we should have a portfolio of energy. Whether it's cut and dry, we have to go join LA right now. Based on the costs associated, it hasn't won me over, because we are looking at the taxpayer dollars and knowing all the different programs that are being placed right now and how solar is going through and the individual residents and so forth. I haven't seen that evidence that we should spend a lot of money towards this. But I do think that we should be looking forward to it. And I appreciated the gentleman who was talking in regards to connecting with our cities in respect to energy and how we service our community. So I appreciate everyone's hard work, and it's very hard to trust one account versus another based on facts versus feelings and intuition. So we have to look at all of that. And I appreciate everyone for understanding both sides.
Thanks. Yeah, with myself, I thank you for what you've done and what you're doing here. I struggle a little bit here in the sense of if you're wrong, it's very expensive and it's difficult, and the people that were out there say, wow, you bought something that's dirtier, it cost us more money. You know, that's it. Like one gentleman said, it's a risky venture to go down that path. So I would just be more cautious. I have no problem just sitting back and waiting, see what LA does and see if it really works and doing that. I mean, we have nothing to lose by doing that. There's no way we're coming up with, if it's not $500 million or $300 million, where are we going to do that? I mean, those kind of things are already out there that it's a little bit different. I think it's better for us to sit back and just watch and see where they go. I would, I'm not sure we could do another study right now at all. All we can do is have one city against one. At the end of the day, let's just see if it works and see if somebody like LA is buying power cheap and they're really doing it well. Let's just see. They tell us they're doing it. It's not going to hurt us. If we're said right now, it sounds like if we went that way, we'd be buying dirtier energy. Why don't we buy greener energy that we're already buying? Let that happen for a while. And then I have a feeling that something this big, they'd want us to jump in, because I would imagine it would add an awful lot of efficiencies if a large county jumped in. So down the line in that. So I don't see there's any reason to wait. And I agree with you, Steve, the idea that you got to join us now and that kind of a thing without giving all the details. I don't like that. I mean, if they're not willing to give the details and prove it to us or prove it to somebody else, I really struggle with that thing. So from my standpoint, I'd rather just have us sit tight and wait. I don't need a presentation from LA to tell me, oh yeah, just join us, it's all good, we'll just have lower rates, we'll use our reserves. We know that, we've seen a lot of agencies do that, and that does nothing but get them in trouble. And the worst thing you can do is when people have that out there and sitting in the poor and everybody else is paying higher rates and the business is it, everybody else we're trying to do, that's not smart. But it is good government. I agree with you. If there's competition, we always want to drive and create the environment for competition. I agree with that. And as even Rudy said, it looks like the renewables for everybody. It doesn't matter if Edison's buying it or these other groups are buying it. It's going to be coming down as people put more in and do that. So there's nothing wrong with us sitting waiting. We're not, because again, we're not saying that even if we paid more, we're going to get 50% cleaner, because we're already probably cleaner than any of these other ones doing that. So that's right. Go ahead, sir.
I'm not sure that I agree with you that there's nothing wrong with us sitting and waiting.
Okay.
Because if you look at the places that have done it before, they took advantage of the earlier terms, and so they now are up and running and they're profitable. There may be a disadvantage in waiting.
But we don't know that, though.
We don't know that. So I'm not saying that we go, right? But I'm saying I think there is a disadvantage in just sitting back and not looking at it. If we're attractive to LA, we're far more attractive to LA right now than we would be after 35 other cities step up and they've got all that they need, and now we're sort of jumping in. So my sense is there is some value in a prudent examination of what LA is doing.
Well, I agree with you. But if you, like I said, if they're just going to come make a quick presentation, they said like we did before. But if there's a proven something, that's a different story.
Well, I want a lot more than
exactly.
I want somebody good looking at the LA, asking what are the right questions to ask LA, what's all that stuff. I think that would be the appropriate thing so that we don't look back and go, I wish we would have done that a year ago.
Yeah, I have no problem with that, but I agree with you. It has to be a proven thing versus let's just go jump.
As we see startup costs involved, and the idea that we would be going with a larger entity is going to, it just
seems on its surface clear that it's going to be less startup costs than if we try to start up one ourselves and have to pay for those. And secondly, I think there is a window of opportunity, not just the window that Los Angeles is offering, and it might be if we, show that we are interested and, while we're in that pipeline of making up our mind, maybe they will give us some time break. But the other window that I'm talking about is what's happening at the state and the potential for legislation to come along that could make it even more difficult. I know that the stake, I would call them more special interests up there, are working the legislature to try to prevent these from occurring. So I think having the mass of working with Los Angeles and the cities in Los Angeles can help us to work with their state legislature too. So there's a lot of benefits, I think, working with Los Angeles, but I also do think there is a window there, and sitting back and doing nothing, that window could close on us. So while I'd like to see us go ahead and move to have Los Angeles come and make a presentation, have our staff has reviewed it once already. They have some questions, and I think we need to get those answered. We need to vet that, and I think that's where you begin.
Could I just try this? I'd suggest that we direct the CEO to look at this possibility with Los Angeles and craft what the CEO's office and whatever experts he needs. What are the appropriate questions, and what do we have to do to get those answers? And if the CEO's office needs a budget authorization from us because it's more expensive, come back to us. But if not, if it's something that they can do with the $5,500 that we're going to that we would get back from the other thing or whatever, if they can do it, but just direct the CEO to try to capture the essence of what you and I just said, which was, okay, you don't mind a study. I'm more interested in, I don't want a big study. I'm more interested in our professionals saying, what are all the right questions that have to be asked and how do we get those answers? That's what I'd like to find out and stuff. So
I have no problem with that.
And it is something to say too that Santa Barbara, who's asking, for this further study of this new one that we could potentially start up, up north, they're also considering Los Angeles. So them coming along too, you just get a good mass together. I think you have a better chance of being successful.
Well, you could.
We don't want to be left out of that, right?
What we said.
Just trying to make sure I'm clear on this. So,
sure.
In terms of a time frame, what would you be considering?
Well, one of the first questions would be, is the January 1 deadline?
Right. Yeah, because you'll never get back
how hard
in
is
time
that?
right. Stuff,
if that's the case, then what questions can you get asked before January 1, right? Okay. And what would you come back and say, hey, we just can't get, there's no way we get these answers, but we could get these answers, and then we could go, okay, what are we going to do there?
Okay.
And they are very welcoming, and I would say if you wanted them at the next board meeting, they will be here. I mean, don't you think that's the case? They have been very welcoming and attended our meeting last week and would have made it here, except we called them, I think, last night to ask them to be here, right? So, I mean, that's not really a fair way, but I certainly think we can get our board at least advised as to what is before us.
Well, I guess my recommendation would be the better order would be for the CEO to find out what all the questions are, kind of all that. Then, when we feel like it's ripe, that's when we have LA come, so we can all ask those questions. That's what I think. Because if they come before
that, we're going to be asking all this stuff.
We're just kind of popping around.
I agree. Because at the end of the day, no matter what, the number one question is, we're not going to make it by January 1st. So we got to figure that out. We're probably not going to make it by January 1st. We did anything. We had a lot of knowledge.
Making the hard decision by January 1st, we would definitely. I don't see how that happens. But making a decision to keep it alive or making a decision not.
There is though a way that we could get in January, and that is you get a seat at the table. And then you can pull out within 180 days, and that's probably before they'll start purchasing energy. You have the ability to get it started. So I wouldn't close the door on the potential of getting us in January if we
decide that is something we want to do.
Okay, so let's make a motion real quick.
Just real quick to that, and that is that specific thing, I just would want to know that the CEO's office had actually checked it out, that we actually could, et cetera.
I wouldn't go into it blindly for sure.
Well, no, but I'm saying that you're mentioning that, I would want to make sure that was checked out.
Okay.
But the motion would be to direct the CEO to craft what the CEO believes are the appropriate questions that need to be asked of Los Angeles and use his professional staff to try to determine how we get those answers and come back to the board if the CEO believes that there is a substantial budget request that he needs to make to do that.
That sound good, Mike?
Adding to that, and if we find that it's something that could be feasible, that you, and in that time frame, come back in time so we can meet that time frame.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll get back to you, and we may need a consultant to help with this.
Sure. Yeah, you're right, because we're not experts here. So
that's right.
Yeah,
exactly.
So
So
we
you
can
had a
figure that
question?
So the one question I would ask then is that $5,500 remaining, that some of our cities are just leaving their funds in with the funds that we put in, that $50,000. Are we then going to be asking Santa Barbara to return those funds and we're finished with the advisory working group as far as them doing this financial assessment? That's a question.
I think I would.
That would be my suggestion.
Do you have a different opinion over here? Anybody else?
My thought is that the county of Santa Barbara has taken a path, and they would like to. They feel obviously if they're throwing their money into it, that it's worth this extra $5,000 worth of study. How much have we already, put into this? Was it?
We've put in $50,000.
$50,000. So it's the last $5,000 for them to get closure on and making sure that that's infeasible. Obviously I've got my desires to see us go south on this in terms of going with Los Angeles, but
So let's don't waste money if we don't have to. I mean, if we're not going to do it.
Well, and it sounds like we have to pay a consultant to get the questions that we would like answered.
So, yeah. So my idea was that part of your motion then add that we would just take the money back and just focus it here?
Yeah. I'd be willing to go with the $5,000 because when LA came before us at VCREA, they did point out, and our staff pointed out, look, the reason why your study didn't work is because you way too conservative in this, and this, and so now, they're starting to see that this study,
we have to be careful.
that it could work. So
yeah, but when everybody's talking about this conservative, realistic. Trying to be realistic. Don't say conservative in the sense of. We want to be conservative because if we make a mistake, it's a huge deal. So I'd rather say, well, maybe the power would be a little cheaper. Under promise and over deliver would be a nice deal. So just the idea, because we could change all those assumptions till you get to the point where something works. We don't want that. We want reality.
And I think the study was specific to financing, wasn't it? It wasn't actually looking again to see if they're making their analysis right. It was a further study regarding the financing and how they can, what banks would be available. And I know in LA they're saying, that they can get government loans and it's less costly, so they, they do have a plan towards that. What do you think, Steve? Do you want to do the Santa Barbara one?
I think at best it would be a 2-2 vote, which means we would not.
We're not going to get anything.
We would not keep the money there since we're going south. So I would be inclined to vote this way if for some reason in the next 2 weeks before our next board meeting, I just need more information about what Santa Barbara is going to do to know whether that's a worthwhile investment of $5,000. I don't have all of that information. I mean, I really appreciate these people they strike me as very professional in terms of that. I see somebody wanting to say something. Go ahead. It saves me trying to get the information in the next 2 weeks, right?
Again, thank you. I just want to clarify. So the study, again, is just looking at forming a new CCE program, so it is not within the scope to look at the feasibility of joining LA or Monterey Bay to our north. So it's just starting a new program. It's not specific just to financing options. One of the potential limitations of our original study is that our consultants thought that our upfront financing needs would be so large that our general fund couldn't loan to us and that a commercial bank wouldn't be able to loan to us the full amount we need. And so they thought we would need to issue a bond. That was one of the economic difficulties of a tri-county regional CCE program. So one of the aspects that this new consultant will look at is what are our upfront funding needs and what are options to meet those funding needs? Can we get that through a conventional bank loan? That is not the sole scope. The scope really is just to take one last general look at, can a new CCE program be feasible either for the unincorporated parts of Santa Barbara County or a regional CCE program?
Great, thank you. So I'd just like to make this 2 motions. I think it'd be the cleanest. So just we got the one motion out there for the CEO, and then the next motion will be to pull out of the Santa Barbara option. And I want to speak frankly. Over the next 2 weeks, I'd look at that just to see. But right now, I've got to be
Brian,
convinced that there's a reason
you
to
good
stay
with
with
the
Santa
first
Barbara.
one?
Right.
Okay. Okay. So we could vote on this one. And then, and the next one's going to be,
The way it read is if there is a substantial budget request. I don't think that is the basis of whether our CEO is coming back or not, or just whether he thinks it warrants our review. Just want to get clarification.
I can read it back to you. I believe those were Supervisor Bennett's words, but it's to receive and file.
I wanted to say a substantial budget request that the CEO thinks
yeah, because,
we need
I
to
mean,
review.
Mike has the right to go spend whatever money
Yeah.
anyway,
That's
so,
what it
yeah.
says.
Right.
Well, I mean, since everybody's already taken the money out of your pockets lately anyway, so.
There goes the budget.
There you go.
All right, let Mr. Palmer read it back.
Mr. Vice Chair, the motion is to receive and file and to direct the CEO to craft the appropriate questions for Los Angeles and use professional staff to determine how to get those answers, and come back to the board if there is a substantial budget request, and if there is something feasible that can be done, return to the board.
If there's a
That's
substantial budget request that he thinks we need to approve.
Sure, yeah, that's exactly.
All right.
He's always going to come with something.
I still
big.
don't quite understand the motion. Is it whether he needs a budget request
Whether-
to study it, or that this project will be such a huge thing that it will
I think
need
the
a
deal
budget
is we've
request,
asked
and
him to
he's
go, he
mixing
said he
it?
might need a
budget
consultant or
request
something
to
like
study
that.
it. Obviously, it's going to
Okay.
be a budget
Got it.
request to do it, right?
Okay.
This is a budget request to study.
Well, it's free to
Okay,
begin with.
Thank you. No, it's good to be clear.
Brian,
Right.
you can have that.
So do we need to vote again, Brian? Do we need to vote
No,
again?
I
just
think it's
clarify
the-
and confirm your vote.
Clarify.
It's
Okay,
to
great.
receive and
Thank you.
file and direct the CEO
so-
to craft the
We
appropriate
could drag an
questions
item on.
for Los Angeles and use professional staff to determine how to get those answers, and come back to the board if there is a substantial budget request to study it that he thinks we need to approve, and if there is something feasible that can be done, return to the board.
Great.
And
then
so
the second.
we are anticipating a coming back then on this. Okay.
Sure.
And then the second motion would be to.
Mike, you want to say, real quick, you want to say something, Mike?
Well, I would just say thank you. We'll definitely come back because we want to get back to you in terms of what LA says in terms of that deadline too,
Yes,
and so forth.
yes,
So,
yes.
and then we'll come back to you after that.
Yes.
Probably more than once on this.
Okay, second.
And then the second motion would be to request our $5,500 back and not continue in our efforts at this point in time with Santa Barbara County while we're focused on the Los Angeles option.
Okay. Okay, and I want to thank everybody, Sue, your whole team and everything together. I know it's a lot of work, a lot of time and energy and effort you all put in. And sorry we dragged it on so long. But like Mike said, it's a big issue, and it has impacts on a lot of people for a long time. So again, thank you.
And thank you to our Santa Barbara partners
Yes.
for coming down and being so helpful and
Yes.
with all your
Yes.
knowledge and
Thank you.
expertise. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Right. And thank you for the people from the warming shelter for hanging in there with us. So, okay. Do you guys need a 2-minute break or anything, or you good?
I need one.
Okay. Okay, we're ready to go? All right, so we're going to move on to our next item, which is receive and file report on the status of the warming shelter. There she is. All right, it's all yours.
Afternoon. I almost said good morning. Good afternoon. Christy Madden with the County Executive Office. We're here today to give you a brief update on where we are with winter warming shelter plans. You may recall in May, your board heard a report on the status of progress being made in Oxnard and Ventura to develop permanent shelters in those communities. And at that time, the communities both indicated while progress is being made, they didn't think that they were going to get to permanent shelter for the coming winter season. Your board adopted a series of guiding principles that suggested if the county was going to make a contribution to winter shelter for this coming season, that they would have to, the operator would have to comply with low barrier, trauma informed, screen people in, not out type of operations at the shelter. The parties, the cities and the county were trying to find a solution that would provide for 24-hour winter shelter. We were unsuccessful in that search. We had issued an RFP requesting responses by last Friday. We did not get any responses from anyone willing to operate the shelter for the coming winter. The city of Ventura has been in touch with the Ventura Armory, and they have confirmed that the shelter would be available to us if that's what we wanted to do. They are making the shelter available for slightly longer hours. They would let people in at 5:30 p.m., and then we would need to be out by 7:30 in the morning. So that is a couple of extra hours. It would come with a slightly higher fee for that extra time. The cities of Oxnard and Ventura have been in touch with ATTI, the people who operated the shelter for the last 2 years, and Mr. Carnices has indicated his willingness to operate the shelter so long as the county did not serve as fiscal agent. They're not interested in contracting with the county for those services. So at this point, county staff is seeking board direction on where we want to go from here. There has not been an official request of any of our local nonprofits asking them if they would be willing to operate. We had put an RFP out and said, asked them if they would be willing to apply for shelter operations, and the feedback that we got from operators was that they didn't have enough staff capacity to staff up for a 4-month shelter operation. Especially if there was no guarantee that they were going to be able to transition to year-round shelter. Most of our providers, including St. Vincent de Paul, who got out of the winter shelter business, have said that their interest and incentive is going to permanent year-round sheltering. So I'm here before your board today to get direction as to what you would like staff to do and how you'd like us to proceed. We do have a lot of representatives here in the audience today. Both cities are here, and Mr. Carnices is here, and some of our nonprofit organizations are here as well.
Okay.
Happy to answer any questions.
Does anybody have any questions for you, sir? Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
Yes, I do have some questions. Could you explain a little bit more of the reference? Because, you know, we've been reading reports that there's no provider that's been willing to step forward. There is a provider that's willing to step forward, but he does not want to contract with the county as the fiscal agent. What does that mean? He doesn't want to contract with the county as the fiscal agent. I know he's here, and we can ask him to also speak. And I'd like to ask the city Ventura representative to speak. Sure. Is he willing to operate it with some of the modifications that we've asked for? And what does it mean when he doesn't want to have the county be the fiscal agent? So. I'll ask.
I would have to defer to the other parties. We've not been in direct conversation.
Bring him up to answer that.
And when you say not be the fiscal agent, in the past, have we been the fiscal agent?
No, the DVO has been the fiscal agent in the past. The Downtown Ventura organization has served in that capacity.
Do you know if the DVO is willing to be the fiscal agent again this year? Yes. Great, okay.
He's given a thumbs up, so that would be a yes.
So would you mind coming up and speaking on behalf of the city of Ventura? Yes, right.
Sir.
Thank you, Christy.
Good afternoon, Jeff Lambert, Community Development Director. Do you want me to say a few words or answer questions?
Why don't you
introduce yourself?
Well, go ahead if you want to say a few words, and then I'll ask the same question that I was asking.
I'll just maybe highlight some of the things that Christy said. So, number one, first of all, thank you all for being part of the solution to address this issue. We really appreciate the two cities in the county working together on this. We've worked a lot together over the last several months. I also just want to note that the city has been trying to deliver on a permanent shelter. As you know, we've done a few things since we were last before you. We changed our zoning to allow permanent shelters. We actually changed our zoning to prioritize permanent all-day shelters as opposed to overnight shelters and make that something that we would clearly want. That was clearly a message to the community that that's the preferred operation that we were looking at from a structure perspective. The City Council just last Monday dedicated $300,000 from our Measure O money specifically towards a shelter, and that's for acquisition capital for a permanent shelter. When one becomes available, even though we don't have a site or an operator, we wanted to show a good faith effort that the city was serious about being part of that solution and had money set aside as the county has done. We've also subsidized the application and entitlements should the shelter come forward, that we would subsidize the cost of that application so somebody would not have the risk of having to pay something like $35,000 in application fees to get through the process. So we agreed to do that as well. And we continue to actively look at sites in Ventura. But as the county's experience, we have the same experience. We have not been able to locate a building or a vacant property that's available at a price or even available for us to purchase for a permanent shelter. So we continue to work through that. As Christy said, we have worked with the Ventura Armory. I toured it last week. It's been beautifully restored. As you might recall, the last couple of years, we had to rely on Oxnard to be the shelter in their armory because ours was under construction the last couple of years. It's no longer under construction. It's fully available. I talked to the armory as recently as 1 o'clock this afternoon. They have given us additional hours, a couple hours extra a day, 5:30 p.m. till 7:30 a.m. daily, 24 hours during Christmas, New Year's, and I hear it might be available for Super Bowl Sunday as well during this winter. So that's helpful to us. The armory has also suggested that more county services available on site, like the mobile medical device, might be something that they would make more available in this year than they have in the past. That would be supported by them. So we've tried to make the Army better than it has in the past, even though it's not something any of us would want as the permanent location. At least we have the opportunity to have it more available for services than it has been in the past. As you might recall, up until this year, the Armory's been 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And what that meant, people had to be gone by 5 so we could clean it by 6. So that's a pretty ungodly hour to send somebody out into the street in the morning. So leaving it open till 7:30, we hope will give us more of an opportunity not only to be more humane in the way they exit the facility daily, but have the opportunity for the county and our other social service providers to be able to offer some support and some help and some services in the morning before they leave for the day. And so we think we've done the best we can given our circumstances. The city's also this year, as has Oxnard, set aside $100,000 each for the winter shelter. So we're putting our money there as well. Some of that, frankly, a small portion of that is CDBG funds. In our case, $30,000 of CDBG. The balance is all general fund. To make sure that we can pay our share and have a shelter open this year. It looks like, given the time of year we're at, we wouldn't be open until middle of December. And just so for all disclosure on the Armory, they do have about 2 days a month where it wouldn't be available to us because they have exercises off-site, and so that we would not have it for a couple days a month. We're looking at opportunities of what we'd have to do during those 2 days to continue to operate the service. It might even be adjacent property that could be used for some temporary use for those couple of days. We're in the process of trying to figure that out. We just learned of those dates about 3 hours ago. So we're working closely with the county, the city of Oxnard, and all the other players to try to do what we can this year. But I also say we haven't taken our eye off the ball of a permanent shelter. We continue to look for space. The money that the council set aside was for that purpose. If a property becomes available, and I can tell you, I can't speak for my council, but if property become available and 300 wasn't enough, we'd go back and see what else we could do. We just haven't been able to find that site to buy yet. So that's what I have to say. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Jake, more for me?
Yeah, if I could. So,
sure.
You're aware that in May, the Board of Supervisors adopted this policy about trying to fund a less shelter barrier option and stuff.
Yep.
Have you had conversations about the city's? My impression was that the city was supportive of the county wanting to move that direction. Have you communicated to Mr. Carnesi, and is he willing to modify some of these operation procedures, and is the city of Ventura willing to support that?
I think first of all, I think the structure is the same that we would suggest that it was last year, where the cities would have an agreement with the DVO, the Downtown Ventura Organization. They would then have an agreement with ATTI to run the shelter. So we replicate that same structure. So whatever conditions we need to put in place would have to be in those agreements. I can tell you, yesterday I had a couple-hour meeting with Steve, and we also had a discussion separately with county staff about what that looks like. We have some work to do, but I think there's room to reach agreement on the logistics that would be required to run the shelter. Some of the examples are making sure that it's clear to all parties that the breathalyzer concern from last year wasn't a barrier to entry. It was used based on behavior. So making sure we're clear that if that's used, it's used because somebody's exhibiting behavior that is just disruptive, and the breathalyzer is intended to show whether they actually are inebriated or not, as opposed to a breathalyzer before you can walk in the door. So I think we can clarify some of that. The more we can clarify that in paper, in writing, in black and white, I think that will help all of us know that we're all on the same page. And I believe there's room to reach agreement that all parties would have agreement on how we'd operate the shelter.
And DVO comfortable with these modifications that we're talking about? Right, okay.
Yes.
Great, and if I could ask county staff, the city indicated that they thought that there was room to have this work. Is that your sense also?
County staff hasn't had any direct communication with Mr. Carnices at ATTI about these issues. I feel like from county staff's perspective, we would be remiss if we didn't request that your board authorize us to reach out to other organizations and inquire whether they would be willing to take on this function at the same price that we were paying Mr. Carnices to do that. We understand that timing is short, but you guys were pretty clear, and we experienced some pretty significant issues last year, not saying that they couldn't be remedied, but we would like to explore those options. And with your permission, we could reach out and ask other organizations if they'd be willing to do that.
Timing is an issue.
Short.
Mr. Lambert, would you come back up, please? What's your sense on the timing, and if we took time here to reach out?
I think the short answer is we're already well behind schedule, as we all know collectively. And our hope is that we reach agreement today, that the cities and the county all are on the same page, subject to some fine-tuning language, and go. That would give us the chance. We still have staff training to do. We still have contracting with the Armory to do, and we have to let people know we're actually going to do this year.
And we're going to be opening a little bit later already.
We think we're already pushing it to December 15th, so we're already a couple weeks behind schedule on our opening date.
Right. All right. Thank you very much. Right. I'd just like to suggest this to the board. Number one, just a little bit on the history here. I think we all got comfortable with the fact that Vincent DePaul operated the shelter, and they operated it in a way that people are generally comfortable with, but we also just sort of took it for granted that Vincent DePaul would always be there, and we'd have the shelter, and they did their stuff. When they left, that's when things really started to become a problem, was that you didn't have Vincent DePaul. But in addition to that, now with Vincent DePaul gone, I think this really speaks to why the winter warming shelter option is not a great long-term solution for us, because there's number one, service providers don't want to do it. It's hard to gear up just for this short period of time. Two, you have this transportation cost. You actually transport homeless people there, then each night you transport them there, each day you transport them back. Where do you transport them back to? People, all of that is just, it's not a very efficient use. And the thing that I think drives me up the wall is when it's raining cats and dogs at 6 o'clock in the morning, we're saying, you're out of the shelter, right? And so that's why the second half of this thing is this whole issue of a foul weather shelter. I think given the tight time frame that we have here, the idea that we would get a foul weather shelter ready for this winter is pretty unlikely that we could do that, and we would be slowing everything down in terms of that. Given that we're already behind and we're at December 15th and nobody stepped forward when we put out the RFP, we might go back and ask people, would you please do it? But I'm not sensing. In fact, we should probably hear from the two speakers before we make a motion. But I'm inclined to say we ought to get this done for the winter warming shelter with these modifications, so that we can actually start working on a long-term 24/7 shelter, because there's a lot of work, a lot of agreements that have to be made. It's very difficult to get a long-term shelter going forward. It's a fair amount of work to get a foul weather shelter effort going, but a permanent shelter with a foul weather shelter, when it's going to rain, and we know it's going to rain for 2 or 3 days, it makes sense to operate a shelter. But in many ways, doesn't make sense if it's nice weather and everything else just because it's January 15th, if we operate a very expensive transportation-oriented kind of winter shelter like we have with this. I know Supervisor Foy we sort of pledged that this would be the last year. I'm glad we talked that way because we obviously are at this spot, but we really need to, I think, come up with foul weather shelter for a year from now is what I'm leaning towards, a foul weather shelter for a year from now, and work as diligently as we can on all the hard work that has to take place to get a permanent shelter out there. So I'd love to hear from the speakers, but those are my questions and thoughts early. Yeah.
Supervisor Parks, you have any comments? No?
I have great concern just because it seems like we were here last year. We're having the same conversation, and I wanted to say thank you to the county departments and those that went to Orange County. We met with Supervisor Doe and Supervisor Bartlett and CEO Frank Kim. We talked to the Director of Coordinated Care Coordinators, Sue Price, and I think they're doing exquisite things down there at the courtyard. And they're providing a day service center and low barrier, low threshold, safe sleep center. I have great concern. I have Halico in my district. And thank you to the county and the city of Oxnard for trying to remedy the situation that is going on there. I've been in discussions with many of the council members and so forth. And so that's where my mindset is. Here we are again with not permanent shelter. And I appreciate trying to get the JJC, seeing that is, where is the location that we could do this that will serve all of our our cities. That's the dilemma I'm at, and if anyone had that solution, I'd greatly have you step up and let's get this done. Are we searching outside of county? If we're not in county doing this, are we searching outside our county for those services? I haven't heard that.
So we did reach out to organizations outside the county, and Mercy House was an organization who responded to us and indicated that they are interested in becoming involved in Ventura County, but they have not seen anywhere a definitive path to permanent solutions, and therefore they were not willing to come into the county and try and set up shop for a short-term winter shelter. They did offer some consulting services to help facilitate that type of an operation for this coming winter. But it really, from everything that we've been hearing from all of the operators, it's that path to permanent year-round solutions that seems to be the missing link. So.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just asked some questions. I asked you a question, just text you something. The issue with this really, I thought Steve brought up a good point. You could have somebody come in at 5:30, get up in the morning, you let them out, and it's pouring rain, freezing cold, and it's a tough situation. But the Armory has a business they're running. They're doing their thing. We can't do much. Now, I was just told that if we ask the fairgrounds says, no, we can't use the fairgrounds. Is that an issue?
That's what we're told by the city. Jeff?
But I mean, is there something we could do there? Because that, during this time of year, is not really heavily used. And if there's rooms
we have. And the fairgrounds, I think, has the impression that people have is it's not active except for the first 10 days in August. They actually.
Well, no, it's active with all the different things going on.
And,
but I'm just wondering, there's a lot of buildings and a lot of things that I was just curious about.
Yeah, they've made it very clear they can't commit to 4 months of the kind of use that we need there. They have, just the board knows, to the extent that we move forward with some sort of mobile device, they have made their site available to locate that should we get there. So they want to do their part, but not for the shelter.
They won't give us one of their buildings for a 4-month period.
They can't. They're booked enough that they couldn't dedicate that kind of space because it really is.
It's interesting because I hear a lot of them that, man, we got to find ways to make more money, do some more things, and do stuff, and they need space. So
yeah.
I think though the fairgrounds sounds like a potentially strong possibility for the foul weather shelter.
Yeah.
Because we could, in other words, they have lots of different buildings there. We go we need a building. We need it for the next 3 days because we have really bad weather that's predicted for the next 3 days.
Maybe we could set up or
And
something.
if they're not available, in other words, foul weather, you might have 2 or 3 different options. You start with the fairgrounds. If for some reason they have all their buildings booked up, you try to go someplace else, because they can't commit to 4 months. But it seems like it'd be easier for them to commit to 3 or 4 days.
Because otherwise, like I said, if it's a beautiful, normal Ventura day and 7:30 in the morning, it's not the end of the world. But you're right. Yeah.
Supervisor Long, I appreciate your comments about the permanent shelter. The permanent shelter is a lot of work and a lot of money and a whole lot of hard decisions that this board would have to make, that the City Council of Ventura would have to make, the City Council of Oxnard, and city councils in lots of places have to make. And you just can't, I don't know how long that takes, but certainly I don't think we can go into this winter with nothing. And so our only option is this winter warming shelter, unless somebody had come up with a foul weather option. But I would suggest this right now is what are we going to do with the winter warming shelter? What are we going to do with foul weather? I would say go with the winter warming shelter option that they have. Try to make sure we work with the city to address as many of our concerns as we can with their provider. Just so we can end that. I mean, I could just see, we go out and we get further behind. They've got to get going we're going to be late at December 15th. And then direct staff to work with the city and Oxnard on our commitment that we're not going to fund this kind of shelter next year, but we may fund foul weather if we can make it work, while we at the same time work on permanent shelter as fast as we can.
Well, I want to make sure that I'm clear that I did not say I'm not for this.
I realize that.
Whatever
I'm just saying, yeah.
perception you might have had is not there. I am agreeing that we need permanent shelter, and I'm trying to make sure that my voice is as strong as possible for that, because we've sat here, and I've sat in that audience and on the dais to say, we're not going to do it again. So how do people finally get the seriousness of it, or we're working with the nonprofits or so forth? That's my point.
And I think we have to remember that we have to work with our partners on this. If we take we can't be the ones that do it on our own. Right?
No,
I agree, and so we need to come together for that.
Yeah.
Brian, we got some people. We have some speakers, but if you have something to say,
great.
Let me just go through the speakers if we could.
Yeah.
Is that Alan? Is that still part of it? Or is that an old one?
I think that was old.
That's old, I think. Judy, I think we're looking for. And Arturo, you'll be next.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your diligence for being here. I'm Judy Alexander, and I'm chair of the Ventura Social Service Task Force, who has spent multiple years trying to move towards the establishment of a year-round facility. And I commend the City of Ventura for passing zoning. I commend the City of Ventura for their hard work in really setting a very clear established protocols that have been approved by City Council. However, the difficulty is in identifying a site. In the approved zone that took 25 years to get approved, thank you, to have a zone for shelter and services year-round, that there is no available location. There's no available facility. The city and county, and I thank the county for their hard work, the COC staff has worked diligently. They have not been able to identify a location. So until a location is identified and that facility is secured, we are going to repeat this pattern. So my request is that we have to do whatever we need to do this winter, and it is a misuse of funds. We have to do it because I'm not willing to have people die. And it is a misuse of funds that could be far better used if we had a year-round facility with services, and then we added to that what Supervisor Bennett's talking about with foul weather, as that was need as an expansion. So I want to be very grateful, and I also want to be very specific. That direction really does need to be given and clear for the county and cities to work together to identify an appropriate year-round site and to have that site secured. No inside or outside nonprofit, no local or other nonprofit, is willing to come in and work in Ventura to do a year-round shelter. They will only do it when there is a path to housing. They will only do it when there's a year-round and then there is the possibility of actual services. There's limited services at 7:30 in the morning, that there is an actual path to services, there's an actual path out, and the year-round shelter with the idea of it being transitioned to housing, that will bring in experienced nonprofits who really do want to come here and are willing to work here. And that commitment has to come together from both the cities and the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Arturo? Arturo?
Good afternoon, County Supervisors, County staff, and public. My name is Arturo Casillas. I'm the Housing Director for the City of Oxnard, and I was also here a year ago. And since then, well, it was last spring, actually, less than a year, but we've done our due diligence in terms of trying to find a year-round shelter in Oxnard and also in unincorporated areas, to be truthful. And also with no luck, just like the county folks did. We are looking at some prospects. We have what we call a site search committee. It includes our mayor. It includes our former housing director. It includes a member of our Commission on Homelessness, myself, and Carl Lawson. So we're going to continue that effort. We do have two prospects, nothing real firm. And a lot of these sites that are called SB2 air zones, that have by right, you can put a shelter there with services. They're really very small, and they're not adequate, or they don't have any buildings on them, including the county areas. I don't think any of them have buildings on them. So that sets a process back several years. Now, if you get a vacant lot and you're going to construct a shelter with all the bureaucracy we have to deal with and resources and whatnot, it's going to be a longer process. And there is, I think, a renewed commitment and a heightened commitment, at least in the city of Oxnard, and I see that here also, towards addressing this issue. It's grown. I know that the point in time count says that it's diminished, but I disagree with that. I think it's faulty. We have the helical site that Ms. Long mentioned. They just were given notice for December 5th. The shelter won't be up by then. It'll be up 10 days later if we move quickly. If not, it may be up later than that. I'm here to support the City of Ventura's effort to get this done going as soon as possible. We did do some other work. We have a shelter in Oxnard for women and children called the Kingdom Center, Gabriel's House, and its capacity is 30 to 40 people. We own the land. The City of Oxnard owns the land. There's some room for expansion, and we're down to two. We did a request for qualifications. We have two architectural firms, and we're about to select one of them to do design work for expansion. And it's CDBG eligible. There's a strong commitment to expand that. We're going to find the resources to do that. We were hoping to triple the capacity. Setbacks from the agricultural field, from the streets, initial information on setback requirements. It's telling us we're going to be able to double the capacity, but not triple it. But that'll be for women and children, and so that'll be an improvement, and that'll be transitional housing, and it's again, it's not a temporary or 6 to 6 and whatnot. And I think I understood from Mr. Lambert that we may be able to get some extended hours beyond 7:30. I think that's in discussion, and we're hopeful in that direction. So that would enable the current proposal to accommodate more service providers interacting with the homeless and increasing the success rate there in transitioning some of them to permanent housing. I didn't bring the numbers with me. I wish I had, but I know that last year there was a significant number that were transitioning to permanent housing. So even though everyone criticizes this approach, it's the only approach that's been going on for the last 17 years that I'm aware of locally. And there's a reason for that, because it is a monumental task to do the year-round shelters. And then there's all the concerns that kick in about whether they're going to be a magnet for homeless from other areas and all that. And all that has to be mitigated, and I think that puts the brakes on people providing resources for these types of shelters. And I think we have to address that and bridge that and deal with it and take that risk. That we may get a few from some other areas, but I think the majority of the homeless that will use these shelters are homegrown. They're related to people we know, and they are people we know. So,
well, thank you.
So that's my statement. The only other thing we did hire a new homeless assistance coordinator. Started yesterday. His name is Mark Alvarado, and he's here in the back of the room.
Great. Well, welcome, Mark.
So he's going to be part of the solution here.
Okay.
And,
Thank you, Arturo. Appreciate
thank you.
that. Thank
If
you.
you have any questions,
No, anybody? No.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Okay.
And then we have Kate Mills.
Kate doesn't know anything about homelessness.
No, I know nothing. I'd like to say thank you very much for hearing me on this issue. I would point out, it has been pointed out, that we've been talking about this for multiple years. And I recognize, everyone recognizes, that this is a very difficult issue. It's very politically explosive. In some areas, there's people that push from both sides. We recognize that. But we also recognize that without the political will, we're not going to be able to move forward. The nonprofits, the faith community, everyone has come together and has said, yes, we can help. But unless we've got our boards and our councils to participate with us in this venture, we're not going to, we'll be 19 years, 20 years from now still talking about this same issue. I've sat and I've listened to these people. They're just like you and I. Some of them have run into bad problems medically, mental health wise. They've made bad decisions as far as their finances, but at the bottom level, they are still human beings. And when we talk about, with all due respect, a warming shelter or an area where they can come in out of the cold if it gets too cold or if it gets too raining, that's not recognizing that these are human beings. And they shouldn't have to wander from place to place, being moved along, told they can't sit here or they're disrupting businesses. This has got to stop, and we need your help. Please step forward. Please start the discussion in depth as to what properties can be utilized and whether or not the county can take the ownership of that, if you will, offer something that maybe you've had for some time that we can use as a property as land, and that we can then leverage that into an actual shelter. It's step one to bringing them out of homelessness. Please help us.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Christy, that's it. You're up. So you're asking for what from us?
It says provide direction to staff.
Yeah.
Provide direction to staff.
Okay. Do we have a financial commitment here? I don't think so.
We can only provide direction. I talked to county council. We can't actually authorize money at this point in time. I have a motion that I think gets the job done. I would direct the CEO to work with the city on the protocols for the winter warming shelter this year with Mr. Carnesi, and come back to the board with a budget request of $100,000 from the $775,000 that we have allocated, which matches the amount that the city puts in and matches the amount that the city of Oxnard puts in. So we each are putting in $100,000. And then also to begin work on criteria for a foul weather shelter, in partnership with the various cities, not that we're doing it ourselves, we're doing it in partnership with the cities. And I appreciate Kate Mills' comment, but until we solve the problem, when the big rains come and the terrible weather comes, we have a responsibility to do something. So I think we all recognize solving the problem is going to take more than a year. For permanent, for everybody, for us to end homelessness is going to be a long-term thing. So I think that's going to be out there. So anyway, those would be the two parts of my motion.
Anybody, Mike?
Just to clarify, we're going to include the operating criteria in those agreements?
The operating criteria would definitely, from staff's perspective, we would like those to be part of the agreement with the DDO. We had some of that last year. it wasn't the smoothest thing last year. I mean, I don't want to get into a lot of it, here publicly in open discussion, but staff has some pretty serious concerns.
Staff had problems last year, and I think Mr. Lambert is very aware of those problems, and my office expressed them because we heard about it, CEO's office expressed them, and I don't know that if we say it has to be the exact criteria that we adopted last May, we may end up without, but I'm directing the CEO. I mean, Mr. Lambert says they're listening. They think they can work it out. I think we can close the gap. It may not be perfect, but it's the best option that we have at this point in time. So I would direct staff to work with the city, and that's what the first thing says, to work with the city on the protocols for the shelter. Start with our position and see how much of that we can have implemented. Mr. Carnesi is the only operator that has stepped forward at this point in time, and we're late, so we have to make it work for them.
Okay, but Christy, do you believe that after what happened last year, people agree we need to make some adjustments? Do you think that we could?
I definitely think adjustments need to be made. We've not had the opportunity to sit down with Steve and talk about those issues, so I can't speak as to whether or not we can.
Okay, but either way, okay, but you know what they are. We all know, so you know up front there's going to be, and then part of this is, I guess, do exactly what you said in your motion. If she comes back, we can't get these to work out, we know it's going to be a problem. We don't need our staff having to go through that. We just got to deal with it.
We'll work with Mr. Lambert on these protocols that you're talking about.
And that protocol isn't before us right now, so I can't look at it.
No.
But I would hope that it establishes priorities and ways to make it better for women and children, particularly. So it's just
last year, I believe, in the shelter, what we did is we diverted women and children from shelter. I don't believe that there was any families, and Steve could speak to this, who spent more than a single night in the shelter. So we diverted them specifically in this type of an operation where you've got one very large open area. The preference is to try and not mix those populations. There's separate areas.
And so that will continue as part of the protocols for the next one. So essentially, we're talking about homeless men.
Exactly. Singles and
okay.
I feel confident that our CEO and Mr. Lambert and county staff, Christy, can work out our issues as best as we reasonably can, given the constraints we have of only one operator, short period of time, et cetera.
I'm sure we could. Christy, is there anything you want from us, or anything else additional you need? Or
I had only asked your board whether or not you wanted us to try and make a last-ditch effort to reach out to some of the operators and see if they would be willing, just make the ask, maybe with a 24-hour response, yes or no, for the same price that we paid Mr. Kinesis last year. That's up to you.
I have no problem with the 24-hour ask. Mr. Lambert talks about being behind. It's got to be 20. It's got to be 24 hours. It's got to be tomorrow evening. Tomorrow evening, Mr. Carnesi and Mr. Lambert and you guys have to start working on it.
And I also just want to be clear that last year the county's contract was with the DVO, the Downtown Ventura organization, who served as fiscal agent. But this is, a cooperative process with Oxnard, Ventura, the DVO, and the county.
I just think if you're going to do a 24-hour turnaround, it's going to be cutting things very close with contracts and so forth.
Well, we just want to find out if there's interest in whether there would be willingness on the part of any of the organizations to fill that role. It was a reactive response last time when we did the RFP. It was, we put out a request and nobody answered. Well, maybe organizations want to be asked to step in and help solve this problem because we want to do low barrier shelter. I don't know.
I would like to add that we provide direction to our staff to work with the cities on finding locations for permanent shelter. I think that is something that we need to continue to do. And if we don't start talking about it now, or like we did last time, it's still not going to happen. And I appreciate the words that were here, but I feel remiss if we didn't mention that and put that in the motion.
Yep. Well, I have no problem with that. I just think it's a much bigger issue than just direct acceptance.
Totally agree.
They've been directed to do that for a long time, and it's just so much more complicated than that. But I have no problem with that being part of the motion.
And she still looks good after beating her head against the wall for so long. So, yeah.
All right. So anyway, that's the motion.
And Supervisor
so
Bennett, does the motion include what
Confirm.
Ms. Madden added, which was to direct staff to reach out to additional operators?
What was that?
Oh,
Did you hear that?
the 24-hour thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Staff wants to do that.
Okay. Okay, Christine.
Peter, while
I
you're-
think you're good. Appreciate all the efforts and everybody's efforts. Yes, Mike?
But just real quick, I did want to recognize there's a lot that happens, and I appreciate working with the city and Jeff and his team, and the additional hours will help. Every year, there's a lot of work by county departments, including HSA. I see Chris Russell is out there. They do social work there every day, public health, ambulatory care, the mobile clinic, and I'm sure I'm leaving somebody out, behavioral health. But there's a lot of services that are being provided out there, too, in spite of a difficult situation. So thank you for the partnership.
Okay, so thank you, everybody, for today.
Thank you.
We're going to go into closed session. Are we going to have an announcement, anything out of closed? No announcement? Okay, sounds great. We'll see.